Chapter 1155, Deducing Pill Formula. Chapter 1155, Deducing Pill Formula. Shark 1. This matter, you did very well. Letting you go to the 9 Phoenix Island was truly a wise decision. This Master Yi, this king is satisfied to the extreme. Witnessing Yi Yuan's strength, Tong's tightly knitted brows finally eased up. He had heard that the high priest had been hanging around Master Yi constantly these 2 days like a little attendant, just missing calling Master this word. Shark 1 smiled simple and honestly when he heard that and said, "Your Majesty is too kind. The purple void vitality spirit pill hasn't been refined yet." Shark 1 doesn't dare to claim the credit. Towards Shark 1, Tong was extremely satisfied. Seeing that Shark 1 was actually so modest, he felt even more pleasing to the eyes no matter how one looked. If Sun is able to recover this time, I'll reward you to enter the ancestral land and comprehend divine inscriptions. Tong said in great delight. The moment Shark 1 heard, his heart involuntarily raced wildly. A powerful tribe like the Merfolk clan, their ancestors had deity realm powerhouses too. Their legacies were preserved very holy. But this inheritance could not be exhausted without moderation. The quotas for entering the ancestral land each time were extremely limited too. With Shark 1's present strength, it was not sufficient to enter the ancestral land at all. But because he found Yi Yuan this time and obtained Tong's approval, he actually obtained the reward of entering the ancestral grounds. How could this not make him beside himself with joy? Thank you very much, Your Majesty," Shark 1 said agitatedly. The clansmen all looked at Shark 1 with extreme envy, thinking inwardly that this guy really got lucky. Tong waved his hand and said, "Sent the pill formula to Master Yi yet?" Shark 1 said, "Already sent over." He said that starting tomorrow, he's going to deduce the pill formula and go into seclusion for 10 days' time. In these 10 days, body is allowed to disturb him. Tong nodded and said, "Okay. Tomorrow, you bring him to the Emerald Tranquil Pavilion for closed seclusion, then personally guard there. Within 10 days, body is allowed to disturb him." "Yes, Your Majesty." Shark 1 received the order and left. To Yi Yuan, refining a medicinal pill that he had never refined before was similarly a challenge. The purple void vitality spirit pill was not an ordinary mystic-grade medicinal pill. The difficulty of refining was rather great. At this point, he was perfectly clear. Li was also considered to have barely managed to touch the threshold of peak alchemy emperor. But with his strength, he did not even have 5% assurance. If not for so, Tong would not have been to the point of being so hopeless too. With inner core being broken, it was equivalent to a human martial artist Dantian being broken. One was basically equivalent to a cripple already. However, not only was this purple void vitality spirit pill able to repair the inner core, it could even recover 50% of the demon's strength. The other 50%, as long as one spent 100 years, they could still cultivate it back. Of course, this was only the medicinal effect of a high-grade purple void vitality spirit pill. As for superior grade, even transcendent grade, the Merfolk clan did not dare to hope at all. After all, this kind of obscure to the extreme, as well as extremely high refining difficulty medicinal pill, barely anyone could refine it in the world too. High grade was already the most ideal circumstance. The alchemist who created the purple void vitality spirit pill was truly a rare talent. The medicinal pills that this medicinal pill requires are not very heaven-defying, but can unleash such a heaven-defying effect. This pill formula let me glean considerable benefits. To be able to utilize mystic-grade medicinal pills to such a transcendent degree, it has to be none other than a deity realm powerhouse. Looks like the alchemy path is boundless. Researching the pill formula, Yi Yuan praised the purple void vitality spirit pill to no end as well. This ingenuity of this pill formula's design, even Yi Yuan could only see the dust of the rider ahead too. In this world, a pill formula that even he was unable to keep pace with. It absolutely originated from the hands of a deity realm powerhouse. If not for comprehending the medicine D's soul canon, wanting to refine this medicinal pill would probably really be not too easy. One can only say that that shark son had good fortune. Yi Yuan started laughing to himself. After marveling for a while, Yi Yuan started to officially deduce the pill formula. To refine a mystic-grade medicinal pill, the spirit medicines required were not cabbages. Even if Yi Yuan scoured the entire immemorial medicine garden, he only had one set of medicinal herbs on his hands too. Looking according to the medicinal herb quant. 1. Ties on the pill formula, it was barely enough to use to refine twice. However, even if it was 2 refinements to an alchemist, it was still a tremendous endeavor. Yi Yuan's soul force slowly spread out. His sea of consciousness was revolving at high speed, deducing each detail of the medicinal pill's refinement. At this time, Yi Yuan was enveloped in a ball of golden light. This was the profound and mysterious power of divine Tao laws. For the first time refinement of a pill formula, deduction was a very important thing. The success rate of a refinement had the most direct relations with whether or not the deducing succeeded. However, this was not a simple task. Mystic-grade medicinal pills could be said to have myriad changes in an instant during the process of refinement. Wanting to deduce the pill formula fully, the calculations that one needed to go through, that was an astronomical magnitude. For ordinary alchemists, just this magnitude of calculations was sufficient to make them break down. There were even some top-tier alchemists who became mentally handicapped because of forcefully deducing pill formulas. Such examples were not unavailable. This purple void vitality spirit pill could be said to be one of the pinnacle most mystic-grade medicinal pills. The calculation load required in it was simply immeasurable. Following the deduction getting deeper and deeper, Yi Yuan's brows also gradually knitted together tightly. The pill formula created by a deity realm powerhouse was indeed not that easy to work out. If not for Yi Yuan comprehending the medicine D's soul canon, wanting to deduce this pill formula was probably not that easy of a matter. Time slowly trickled by. Yi Yuan was already completely immersed in contemplating the pill formula, having no stray thoughts in his mind. While outside the door, Shark One was like an ant on a hot pan. Whether or not Yi Yuan's refinement succeed concerned whether he could have the chance to comprehend divine inscriptions. This opportunity was too important to him. I say, can you stop pacing around anymore or not? Moving to and fro, you're swaying till my eyes are dizzy. Li said crossly. Shark One had an awkward look, and he said with an obsequious smile, High Priest, aren't I nervous here? It's already the 10th day. Master Yi, he hasn't come out yet. Li shot him a glare and said, Do you think deducing pill formulas is the same as cultivating cultivation skills? Let me tell you, if it were me going all out to deduce this purple void vitality spirit pill, I'll definitely vomit blood and die. Shark One was startled when he heard that. He really did not know that deducing a pill formula actually had such severe consequences. In no way, right? It's just deducing a pill formula. There are such serious consequences? High Priest, didn't you deduce this pill formula before too? Shark One said in shock. Li coughed dryly twice and said, Deducing and deducing are different. My kind of deduction is only a crude deduction. I can't even accomplish 1/10,000th of a true deduction. But wanting to use one set of medicinal herbs to refine successfully, even if one doesn't carry out a 100% deduction, they need to deduce 90% too. That degree of deduction is sufficient to make a high-level alchemy emperor vomit blood and die. I only deduced 1/10,000th and was already about to vomit blood. This version, it was still Shark One's first time hearing. His face turned as pale as paper straight away. He really did not know that deducing a pill formula was actually this perilous. Chapter 1156, Refinement Failed. Chapter 1156, Refinement Failed. High Priest, then to what degree do you think Master Yi will deduce the formula to? Something wouldn't have happened to him, right? Shark One said worriedly. How is that possible? When alchemists are deducing pill formulas, they will naturally do their best. Those who truly pushed themselves to death were either fools or had no other options. How much Yi Yuan's limit is, I really can't say for sure. But I reckon that he has hopes of working it out to the extent of 30%, right? We thought about it and said, feeling rather uncertain. The moment Shark One heard, he couldn't help saying somewhat disappointedly, only 30%? Then, the purple void vitality spirit pill most likely isn't that easy to refine. The moment Lee heard this, he suddenly burst into anger and said, "You fool! The purple void vitality spirit pill is a pill formula left behind by a deity realm powerhouse. Being able to deduce 30% is already a heaven-defying existence." Shark One did not dare to rebut and mumbled, Aren't I worried that Master Yi can't refine the medicinal pill here? Young Patriarch is waiting for the medicinal pill to save his life. Li calmed down too and heaved a sigh as he said, "Whether or not he can refine it out will depend on Sunur's luck. In my view, if even Yi Yuan can't refine the purple void vitality spirit pill, probably no one can refine it in this world too." These few days, he followed behind Yi Yuan while fussing around and indeed learned quite a bit of stuff. The extensiveness of Yi Yuan's knowledge in alchemy made Li ashamed of his inferiority. Although Li was hailed as one of the sea race's strongest alchemists, compared to Yi Yuan, it was simply comparing a firefly to the full moon. Just as the two people were sighing, the Emerald Tranquil Pavilion's front door behind them opened with a creak. Yi Yuan walked out in a calm manner. "Apologies, I made you guys wait a long time." The mental strength expended from deducing the purple void vitality spirit pill was too great. "I slept for 3 days and nights in one go," Yi Yuan said with a guilty look. In truth, he already finished deducing 3 days ago. Just as Li said, deducing pill formulas exhausted mental strength too much. Hence, he dozed off for 3 days and nights. Li had an expression like he had seen a ghost and said in surprise, "But done resting in 3 days? I previously deduced 1/10,000th and rested for a full 10 days before recovering." Honestly speaking, although Yi Yuan said close seclusion for 10 days, Li actually did not have much faith for Yi Yuan to come out in just 10 days. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "And pretty much recovered." Li scooted over and asked, "Then how much did you deduce in 7 days?" "How much?" "Of course it's deduced fully. Deducing all of it can't even guarantee refining a finished medicinal pill. Not deducing fully, is there still any meaning?" Yi Yuan retorted with a question. Li opened his mouth wide, wanting to say something, but did not know what he should say. What was the meaning of fully? 100%? Was this really something that humans could do? This guy must be bragging. Yes, definitely bragging. Yi Yuan's alchemy skills, he was absolutely convinced. But to say that Yi Yuan fully deduced the pill formula in 7 days, he did not believe even if he was beaten to death. Of course, he was totally unaware that not only did Yi Yuan's heart realm reach the great circle of perfection, his calculation ability far surpassed seeing normal people, his alchemy, Tao, even comprehended divine Tao laws. Although the deduction was hard, it still could not stump Yi Yuan. "All right, begin refining the pill then." Haven't felt my blood boil like this for a long time. This purple void vitality spirit pill has enough of a kick," Yi Yuan said rather excitedly. To him, ordinary mystic-grade medicinal pills were already unable to enter his arcane sights. With his current alchemy strength, refining mystic-grade medicinal pills would not be too troublesome. But the purple void vitality spirit pill was different. This medicinal pill successfully stirred up Yi Yuan's wild fervor from the depths of his heart. The Emerald Tranquil Pavilion was originally the pill refinement venue prepared for Yi Yuan. At this time, inside the hall of the Emerald Tranquil Pavilion, it was already packed with the Merfolk clan's powerhouses. There was even a young merman lying horizontally in the Great Hall. It was precisely young Patriarch's son. Toward these people surrounding and watching, Yi Yuan did not have much objection. To him, Once he entered the pill refinement state, he would concentrate 100% and do not need to be like others, chasing everyone away before they could maintain a peaceful state of mind. Regarding Shark 1, finding Yuan, Tong was still very gratified. But when it really came down to the pill refinement, he became somewhat hesitant again. Regarding Yi Yuan's strength, he already did not doubt in the slightest. But as the king, he was deeply aware of this purple void vitality spirit pill's terror. Ever since Sun was injured, he was still unconscious until now. His injuries already could not endure the time to find another set of spirit medicine. If Yi Yuan's refinement failed, then what awaited Sun was only death. High Priest, in your view, how much is Master Ye's success rate? Tong could not resist asking. Li mused for a moment, but he finally still shook his head and said, Your Majesty, it's not that I'm speaking up for Yi Yuan, but wanting to refine the purple void vitality spirit pill in 2 refinements is truly making it too hard on him. Although he said that he fully deduced the pill formula, deduction and refinement are 2 separate matters. Even if he really fully deduced the pill formula, wanting to succeed in 2 refinements, that's virtually impossible. Hearing Li's words, Tong's heart involuntarily sunk. Could it be that Sun Er's fate is meant to be like so? If Sun Er meets with any mishap, this kind will make the Black Shark clan pay the price, even if I have to risk this old life. Tong gnashed his teeth in hatred as he talked. Li gave him a glance and said, Your Majesty doesn't need to despair either. Sun Er might not be without hope. Yi Yuan's alchemy Dao's strength. This seat is wholeheartedly convinced. If there are people capable of refining the purple void vitality spirit pill in this world, body is worthy except for him. Although there are only 2 chances, with his strength, there should be hopes of refining out a defect purple void vitality spirit pill. If his luck is good, low grade might not be impossible too. Tong's eyes lit up and he said, Seriously? Li nodded and said, If it were me, I absolutely can't refine it. But he absolutely have hope. It's just that, if it's a defective product, for Sun Er to want to recover his strength, it will likely have to expend a great deal of effort. Talking to the back, Li also let out a sigh. While talking, Yi Yuan already started refining. Yi Yuan directly used the 9 stars Imperial Heaven Art. The 9 stars formation diagram opened up fully, covering the clouds and obscuring the sun. Seeing this scene, everyone revealed a deep look of astonishment. Especially Li, he even had an excited look. The 9 stars Imperial Heaven Art was the human race's alchemy skill. But reaching this level, alchemy skills were already different roads leading to the same destination. Previous life, Yi Yuan had once researched the demon race's alchemy skills before and improved the 9 stars Imperial Heaven Art. It was similarly able to refine demonic pills. Following the progression of the refinement, the 9 stars on the 9 stars formation diagram were lit up in proper order. In a twinkle, a day's time passed said. The 9 stars formation diagram already had 5 lit up. Everyone was beside themselves with excitement. The refinement seemed to progress very smoothly. But right at this time, the Dragon Sovereign Cauldron emitted intense vibrations. Everyone's faces changed. Among them included Yi Yuan. The 9 stars formation diagram in the sky dissipated with a loud bang. The medicinal cauldron also gradually cooled down. Everyone's expression was incomparably ugly. They knew that this first refinement was considered a catastrophic failure. Chapter 1157, Great Enemy Forces Bearing Down Upon the Border. Chapter 1157, Great Enemy Forces Bearing Down Upon the Border. It failed. What a pity. It clearly already lit up 5 stars. If the 9 stars were all lit up, it should be able to succeed, right? What's the pity? Just 5 stars, it's still far away. This whatever master you boasted to the skies previously. Looking at it now, he's also merely thus. Sigh, could it be that young Patriarch Sun really can't tide over this hurdle? The Patriarch, he's clearly so nice. I'm really unreconciled to it. The 9 stars formation diagram collapsed, making everyone's faces reveal a look of disappointment. While on Tong's face, A look of hopelessness revealed even more. One failure was equivalent to Sun's life cutting in half. If Yi Yuan condensed the 9 stars to 7 stars, or even the extent of 8 stars, he would not be so hopeless either. After all, that was already very close to success. However, Yi Yuan merely condensed 5 stars. The 9 stars formation diagram. Even a fool could tell that 9 needed to be lit up before On could form a pill. 5 stars only barely managed to go over half. Seeing this sort of outcome, Tong seriously could not sit still anymore. He was just about to go up, but was held back by Li. Li shook his head at Tong, and then he said to the others solemnly, "All shut your mouths for this seat." With his yell, everyone understood that this was to keep them from disturbing Yi Yuan. At this time, Yi Yuan was currently sitting with his legs crossed, propping up on his knees, his head in his hands. He actually went into a daze. But everyone knew that he obviously did not really go into a daze here. "High Priest," Tong said in puzzlement softly. Li shook his head and said, "I don't understand either. But at this time, we'd best not disturb him. Looks like he wants to carry on refining." Carry on refining. Tong could not resist raising his voice for a bit, drawing numerous gazes. But he realized the inappropriateness very quickly and lowered his voice and said, "At this time, shouldn't he sum up the experience of failure and refine again after a few days?" Li said, "Logically speaking, it's like that. But I really can't figure this Yi Yuan out. But no matter what, our only hope lies on him." The two people were currently discussing at length when the corner of Yi Yuan's mouth suddenly curled up. Yi Yuan immediately leaped up. With this, everyone burst into an uproar. "What's Master Yi doing here? How long has it been only? Could it be that he's going to continue refining? He wouldn't be abandoning himself to despair, right? Yeah, this is also too reckless. At this time, how can one carry on refining?" However, Yi Yuan treated them as air, completely living in his own world. Other people's discussion, he did not take in a word from start to end. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Yuan directly started purifying the remaining half of the medicinal embryo, then threw it into the dragon's sovereign cauldron. The 9 stars formation diagram activated once more. It happened as if it was simply natural. It was smooth and spellbinding. It was just that everyone's confidence in him became even more lacking. Tong said in a solemn voice, "This guy is also acting too recklessly. If he wastes this final chance because of his arrogance, this king definitely won't spare him." Li gave Tong a glance and showed a bitter smile. Honestly speaking, he was also very perplexed by Yi Yuan's action. To be able to light up 5 stars already made Li greatly astonished. Li felt that as long as he ACCU, mulat, and deduced the pill formula one more time, perhaps he would really have hopes of refining it. But Yi Yuan just thought for 15 minutes with his head in his hands, and he immediately started refining. What could 15 minutes of time do? Except Yi Yuan refined like in, oh, body else was around just like that. 1 star, 2 stars, 3 stars. Gradually, 1 star after another was being lit up. When it reached the 5th star being lit up, everyone held their breaths, eyes glued onto the 9 stars formation diagram. The refinement earlier, Yi Yuan toppled here. This time, would it still be here or not? Time slowly trickled by. The merfolk powerhouses did not dare to breathe loudly. They felt that this was simply torturous. Finally, a beam of light shot straight for the 9 stars formation diagram from inside the dragon sovereign cauldron. The 6th star was lit up. Seeing this scene, everyone heaved a light sigh in relief without prior agreement. This refinement was seriously too exciting. But Li had a black face and lowered his voice and said, "What are you all agitated for? Starting now, it is the most difficult time. At any moment, he has the possibility of failing. All of you shut your mouths for this seat. If the refinement failed because of you all, I'll annihilate you guys." When everyone heard that, each and every one of them sensibly shut their mouths and did not dare to make a tiny bit of noise anymore. But the subsequent refinement following that was unexpectedly smooth. 7 stars, 8 stars, 9 stars. 9 stars formation diagram, withdraw. Following Yi Yuan's light cry, the 9 stars formation diagram was directly taken into the dragon's sovereign cauldron. Condense. Light faded away. Everyone crowded over. Tong had an appearance of being concerned about personal gains and losses as he asked Yi Yuan, Master Yi, how is it? Can it reach low grade or not? Low grade? Yi Yuan's brows raised up as he said rather surprisedly. Seeing Yi Yuan's expression, Tong said with a disappointed look, could it be that it's only a defective product? Although he did not take the purple Void Vitality Spirit Pills grade to heart too much, low-grade and defective product still had a difference in the end. If it was a defective product, it was basically equivalent to Sun being crippled. If it was low-grade, Sun still had hope to recover to his peak state in his remaining years. But a hint of a light smile flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth as he said, You all are also looking down on this Yi too much. See for yourselves. Done talking, Yi Yuan opened the furnace. Beckoning with one hand, a medicinal pill shot out and landed on the jade tray. All those present were dead silent. They gathered in front of the table, all shocked until their mouths could not close. Only after a long time did Li come back to his senses and said stammeringly, TT transcendent grade. How is this possible? He was seriously unable to understand. Yi Yuan already failed the first time. Based on what could he refine out a transcendent grade purple Void Vitality Spirit Pill on the second try? This was the purple Void Vitality Spirit Pill. A medicinal pill refined for the first time, even a mystic grade medicinal pill, he actually refined out transcendent grade. Was this possible? Yi Yuan smiled and retorted with a question, whether impossible or not. Didn't you already see it? Li opened his mouth, wanting to speak, but did not know what he should say. Everything before his eyes gave him an extremely unreal feeling. The best expectation he gave Yi Yuan was also merely just low grade. Between low grade to transcendent grade, the jump was too great. How could there possibly be an alchemist who could accomplish to this extent? However, Yi Yuan did it. Don't be staring blankly anymore. Since the medicinal pill is already refined, quickly let him consume it then, Yi Yuan urged. Oh, right. Stop looking. Quickly let Sun consume the medicinal pill. Li shouted at the top of his voice and changed all of the clansmen away. A group of people was bustling about, all waiting upon Sun for him to swallow the medicinal pill. But right at this time, somebody suddenly came to report. The person exclaimed, Your Majesty, not good. The Black Shark clan is bearing down upon the borders in great forces and already enclosed us in. Chapter 1158, Bright Moon's Crisis. Chapter 1158, Bright Moon's Crisis at this time, in the faraway Great Xiang region. Inside Bright Moon City, killing sounds shook the heavens. Violent essence energy suffused everywhere. Some powerhouses of unknown ident. 1. Ties were slaughtering without restraint in the city. Apart from these people, there was still another group of people. These people were shockingly the vast Sun City's martial artists. Zhou, you actually broke our two clans' agreement and allied with other forces to overthrow my Bright Moon City. You'll die a horrible death. Yu Jinxiu said fiercely. The person opposite him was precisely vast Sun City's city lord, Zhou Jia. This morning, Zhou Jia got Bright Moon City's gates to open through hoodwinking, leading a group of black-clothed people with unknown ident. 1. Taizanawanma. Saker in Bright Moon City. The entire Bright Moon City already fell into an abyss of suffering. Yu Jinxiu, don't think that I don't know. The Sun-Moon Heavenly Pupil is already not in the vast Sun Bright Moon realm anymore. Since there's no more Sun-Moon Heavenly Pupil, then why is there a need for our two families to be tied together anymore? At present, your Yu family's ancestor is already dead, while my Zhou family is akin to the noonday sun. This great Xiang region naturally has to belong to my Zhou family, said Zhou Jia, who was incomparably pleased in his heart. Yu Jinxiu's face turned cold, and he said, Fine, today, you and I will determine a victor. I want to take a look at just how much capability you have. Finished talking, Yu Jinxiu wielded his sword and stepped forward, peak Divine King's strength erupting with full power. Right on time. Haha, Zhou Jiao was not alarmed, but rejoiced instead. Laughing wildly, his divine king domain instantly opened up. Seeing this scene, Yu Jinqiu's expression changed drastically, his figure abruptly stopping. Divine king domain, you broke through to the realm of void mystic? Yu Jinqiu said in shock. Oh, now, do you know the gap between you and me? Surrender without resistance. Zhou Jiao laughed savagely, advancing forward. Yu Jinqiu turned pale with fright. But behind him were all the Yu family's dependents, not allowing him to shrink back in the slightest. Yu Jinqiu gritted his teeth and urged his essence energy to the limits, toughening his scalp and receiving it. Right at this time, an enormous palm charged out from diagonally, heading straight for Zhou Jia. Zhou Jia was just about to crush Yu Jinqiu when his expression changed drastically. Boom! A palm smacked out and actually directly sent Zhou Jia flying. Everyone was stunned. They looked at the enormous figure behind Yu Mengli, incredibly shocked. Her battle soul already virtually condensed into a corporeal body. Leah, your strength is actually already comparable to void mystic powerhouses, Yu Jinqiu said in surprise. But Yu Mengli's brows furrowed slightly, and she said to Yu Jinqiu, Father, you bring the clansmen away first. I'll bring up the rear with Wu Luo. After exiting the city, escape in the direction of the demon region. Wu Luo and I will rush over soon after. Yu Jinqiu was stupefied. He did not quite understand. His daughter already clearly had the strength of a void mystic powerhouse. Why would they still have to run? This bright moon city was the Yu family's several 100,000 years of foundation. How could they give up so easily? Yu Mengli could not help saying furiously when she saw that father did not have any movements. No time to explain. If you don't go, you won't be able to leave. This matter is absolutely not that simple. Quickly go. Yu Mengli was a good-natured and gentle daughter. Yu Jinqiu had never seen such an enraged side of her before. He realized that the matter seemed to really not be that simple. Okay, I'll bring them away right now. Yu Jinqiu nodded and said, Hell, leaving? No need. Today, none of you can leave. A black-robed man blocked everyone's path of retreat, his aura a stonies. H.I. Plusing, involuntarily making Yu Jinqiu's expression change greatly. You're Sun Man. Medicine King Hall, Sun Man. Yu Jinqiu said panic-strickenly. This black-robed powerhouse was shockingly the Sun Man who escaped from the immemorial medicine garden by chance on that day. The Medicine King Hall party that went to rescue Holy Mother Devilflower at that time were virtually all killed by the evil extermination sword. Fortunately, the evil extermination sword's primary objective was Holy Mother Devilflower. Sun Man still escaped by chance while severely wounded. At this time, Yu Jinqiu finally understood. Turns out that the vast Sun City actually colluded together with the Medicine King Hall. Go, Yu Mengli said frostily. This Sun Man gave her immense pressure. Lear, Sun Man, is a middle-stage void mystic powerhouse. Go. Yu Mengli's voice practically fell to freezing point. Yu Jinqiu gritted his teeth and said, You family members listen up. Follow me. Do you want to go? How can it be that easy? Sun Man said with a cold smile. At this time, a large group of Divine King powerhouses showed up, blocking their retreating route. Yu Jinqiu said in a cold voice, Kill. The Yu family's Divine King powerhouses clashed together with those Divine Kings. Yu Mengli was just about to move when Sun Man already charged over. Yeah, indeed a first-rate beauty. No wonder Ji Qingyun, that brat, would be moved. Little La S. Surrender obediently, without resistance. Sun Man said with a cold laugh. Dream on. Phaseless Divine Palm. Garner Sky Sea Region, Underwater World. The Black Shark clan joined forces with the Seabed's 5 great royal clans, encircling and suppressing the Merfolk clan. Tong's expression darkened, and he instructed, Looks like the Black Shark clan is planning on fighting it out to the bitter end. But is my Merfolk clan really that easy to annihilate? At this time, Sun slowly opened both eyes, with a look of absent-mindedness on his face. Sun, Seeing Sun wake up, Tong's face revealed a look of surprise. I actually didn't die? Yi? My demonic essence is actually recovering rapidly. How is this possible? Sun suddenly discovered the changes within his body and was incomparably shocked. He remembered crystal clear that he had his inner core shattered by a Black Shark clan's powerhouse. But now his strength was actually in the midst of rapid recovery. Tong smiled and said, "It was Master Yi who saved you." He refined a transcendent-grade purple void vitality spirit pill, restoring your inner core completely. Why haven't you quickly thanked him? Purple void vitality spirit pill. Transcendent grade. Sun drew a cold breath. He naturally knew what the purple void vitality spirit pill was. This shock was by no means insignificant. There was actually really someone who refined the purple void vitality spirit pill. He hurriedly prostrated toward Yi Yuan and said, "Many thanks for Master Ye's grace of rebirth." Yi Yuan helped him up and said smilingly, "Get up, it's not worth thanking. I didn't gift you the medicinal pill for free either. It's considered a transaction between His Majesty and me." Sun was extremely surprised when he heard something that could rival the purple void vitality spirit pill. The clan most likely paid a considerable price. Tong smiled by the side and said, "As long as I can bring you back, what does a drop of 1 million-year-old pearl have tears count for? In fact, it was us who took advantage of Master Yi. A transcendent-grade purple void vitality spirit pill is much more valuable than a drop of pearl have tears. Shark 1. Order people to go inside the Spirit Stone Cave and retrieve a drop of 1 million-years-old pearl have tear." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "All right, you all are confronted by a formidable enemy. Better go and deal with it quickly." Just as he was talking, Yi Yuan's expression suddenly changed drastically, his expression becoming incomparably ugly. Thud, thud. His heart started pounding fiercely, his entire person sweating profusely. In just a blink of an eye, he was already soaked in sweat from head to toe. "Master Yi, are you all right?" Sun asked concernedly. Yi Yuan's complexion was deathly pale, but he did not hear Sun's words at all. The foreboding feeling in his heart became stronger and stronger. Chapter 1159, Noisy. Chapter 1159, Noisy. Sudden impulse. This was definitely sudden impulse. But could there be an existence that could threaten him here? Right now, apart from the 10 great divine kings, those kind of existences, there should not be anyone capable of threatening him, right? Even if he could not beat them, at least preserving his life was still not an issue. Tong's strength was at the very most on the same level as Han Qingzi. He could not threaten him at all. But why would he have a feeling like he was almost suffocating? Liu. Yi Yuan's entire body trembled. The more he thought, the more likely it felt. Could it be that something really happened to Liu? Yi Yuan's heart suddenly raced. "And Master Yi, are you all right?" Sun shook Yi Yuan and asked worriedly. Yi Yuan abruptly startled awake and said weakly, "I'm fine. Help me to the bed and lie down for a while will do." Tong gave an apology and said, "Master Yi, a great enemy lies ahead. I'll have Sun take care of you first. This king will go and meet the enemy first." Yi Yuan's heart was burning with anxiety. But at this time, he had strength but could not muster it up. He could only nod and said, "Your Majesty, go ahead. I'll be fine after resting for a while." Refining the purple void vitality spirit pill already made Yi Yuan somewhat drained. Sudden impulse, this rush, heaped on one disaster after another, making him virtually unable to move already. "My lord, are you all right?" Hearing that Yi Yuan was not well, Ao Qian and the rest hurried over when they heard the news. All of them turned pale with fright. Seeing Yi Yuan's ashen-pale complexion, they were even more stricken with worry. "I'm fine. I'll recover for a bit first. You guys go outside the door and guard. Taitsong, go and take the pearl have tears. We're leaving here right away." Resting for a while, Yi Yuan gradually recovered some strength and started consuming medicinal pills, restoring essence energy. Yi Yuan was racked with anxiety currently, but he knew that the more anxious he was, the calmer he had to be. Great enemy forces were bearing down upon the border outside. If he did not even recover his strength, then that was no different from courting death. A day later, Yi Yuan finally recovered completely. Going out, Ao Qin already guarded outside for a day and night. But Sun was already gone. Most likely, he was worried about the war outside and already went to rendezvous with his clansmen. "My lord, what in the world happened?" Ao Qin asked with a concerned look. Yi Yuan frowned and said, "Something might have happened to Li Er. We must hurry back to Bright Moon City as soon as possible. An unexpected change will occur if late." The expressions of Ao Qin and the rest changed drastically. They knew that Yi Yuan had the ability of sudden impulse. These words were likely not baseless. Putting away the pearl have tears, Yi Yuan directly led Ao Qin and the rest and left the Merfolk clan. "Ha ha, Tong, you didn't expect it, right?" The Garner Sky Sea region's 5 great royal clans already all pledged allegiance to this king. Now, there's just your Merfolk clan left. Today I, Hei Wu, shall rule the Garner Sky Sea region. Those who bow to me will prosper, and those who resist will perish. H. Plus the Black Shark clan plus 5 great royal clans Ama. S. Civ group formed by 6 major ethnic groups blocked the entire stretch of sea region until not even water could flow through. In front of the array, the Black Shark clan's king, Hei Wu, was in high and vigorous spirits, laughing wildly to no end. On the opposite side, Tong already sustained heavy injuries. This Garner Sky Sea region, the strongest was the Black Shark clan and the Merfolk clan, while the 8 great royal clans took second place. In this period of time, Tong's attention was all on the purple void vitality spirit pill, resulting in overlooking the Black Shark clan's moving direction. He did not think that Hei Wu actually took the opportunity to subdue 5 great royal clans among the 8 great royal clans. Moreover, surrounding the Merfolk clan with a sneak attack approach. After a bout of BOOD-Y battle, Tong and the Merfolk clan's powerhouses all suffered heavy injuries. The Black Shark clan was very powerful in the first place. Adding in 5 great royal clans, the powerhouses were even more numerous beyond counting. How could the Merfolk clan resist such an offensive? Into formation! Under Tong's command, the Merfolk clan's warriors each unleashed moves individually, condensing a powerful array formation, sheltering everyone inside. When Hei Wu saw the situation, he could not help laughing hard as he said, "Already at this point, do you still want to put up a last-ditch struggle? Even if I don't breach your array formation, how long can your demonic essence sustain?" Tong said solemnly, "Hei Wu, you despicable person. Previously, you ambushed my son. Now, you made the Octopus clan submit with devious schemes. Even if I die today, this king will also drag you down." Before coming out, Tong also did not expect that the war this time would actually be so grim. Hei Wu could be said to have put in painstaking efforts for the sake of today. First was sneak attacking Sun, diverting the Merfolk clan's attention. Then plotted to capture the Octopus clan's young patriarch, causing the Octopus clan to be cautious in taking action, and could only join their camp. Finally, Hei Wu avoided the other 3 royal clans with heaven-deceiving means, slaughtering straight to the Merfolk clan's main camp. All these schemes were intricately woven together. By the time Tong reacted to it, it was already too late. Don't humans have a phrase called all's fair in war? When this king rules the Garner Sky Sea region, who dares to call this king despicable? Tong, do you wish to get into formation and wait for the other 3 clans to come over to assist? Do you think that this king will give you this chance? Hei Wu said with a wild laugh. Tong's expression changed when he heard that. Did not think that he was actually seen through by Hei Wu. What he was planning was precisely this. At this time, the other 3 great royal clans should have already gotten the news and were currently Russ. Plussing over here. As long as they rushed over, the crisis this time might be able to weather through. All attack for me. Break their grand array. I want to see how long they can last. Hei Wu ordered. The densely packed crowd of sea people all pressed over towards the merfolk clan. This commotion was truly earth-shaking. But just as they advanced, a figure slowly said through from inside the merfolk clan's grand array. When Hei Wu saw this scene, he could not help saying with mild surprise, "Human? Heh, brat, if you don't want to die, get lost for this seat." Seeing that figure, Tong and the rest could not help being startled, similarly saying in surprise, "And Master Yi?" Sun had just recovered. Seeing Yi Yuan, he could not help being greatly alarmed and shouted, "Master Yi, it's dangerous. Quickly return into the grand array." It was as if Yi Yuan was deaf, turning a deaf ear to Sun's shout, and still walked towards Hei Wu neither too fast nor too slowly. "Father, Master Yi is this child's savior. We can't look on with folded arms," Sun said anxiously. At first, Tong's face indeed had a look of bewilderment. Very quickly, he thought of the words that Shark One had once said, and he could not help revealing a look of pleasant surprise. He said to Sun with an excited look, "Sun, Master Yi might be our merfolk clan's last hope. All merfolks listen up, kill. Today, fight to the death with the Black Shark clan." Tong did not hesitate anymore, directly giving up on the array formation, and charged towards the Black Shark clan. Seeing this scene, Hei Wu could not help being stunned. Was Tong's brain damaged? But at this time, Yi Yuan already arrived in front of him and said coolly, "Get lost." Hei Wu was stupefied again. Then he grinned hideously and said, "A mere human 7th level Dao, profound, also dares to speak to this king like this. Truly tired of living. Forget it. This king will kill you first, then exterminate the merfolk clan. After today, the Garner Sky Sea region will be my world." "Huh?" Yuan's brows furrowed, and he lightly spat out a word. "Noisy." Chapter 1160. Flicking one's sleeves and leaving after it's done. Chapter 1160. Flicking one's sleeves and leaving after it's done. Conceited and ignorant human. Go to H-E-L-L. Hei Wu was utterly enraged by Yi Yuan's attitude. Instantly expanding his divine king domain, he was going to exterminate Yi Yuan. In his view, exterminating a 7th level Dao, profound human, was too effortless. Shark's roar. The divine king domain that carried divine Dao laws instantly enveloped Yi Yuan inside. He saw that Yi Yuan actually did not try to avoid it, standing there without making a move. A hint of a hideous grin involuntarily flashed past the corners of his mouth. However, his smile froze on his face very quickly. What's going on? When Hei Wu's shark's roar arrived 10+ feet in front of Yi Yuan, it was actually unable to advance an inch further anymore. This shock was by no means insignificant. One had to know that his divine king domain carried the power of divine Dao laws. Forget about a measly little 7th level Dao profound. Even divine king domains of void mystic powerhouses, he could instantly shred it too. But facing Yi Yuan, the all-conquering divine king domain actually failed. However, because of the influence of the power of his divine Dao laws, it still compressed Yi Yuan's domain of sword a little bit. It was just that this bit of distance did not affect Yi Yuan much at all. Suddenly, his entire body trembled, and he thought of a possibility. His face revealed panic as he said, "I am possible. Could it be? Could it be a pure divine Dao domain? Just this bit of strength? Then you can go and die already." Yi Yuan's indifferent voice sounded out beside his ear. Hei Wu's expression changed drastically, only coming back to his senses now, and instinctively wanted to run away. Yet it was already too late. Yi Yuan's figure suddenly disappeared. Hei Wu's eyes became wide circles, and he said in alarm, "G greater teleportation." Hei Wu knew that he really encountered a monster today, a terrifying monster. These were all abilities that were impossible to come into existence in the present divine realm. But they appeared before his eyes over and over again. Except, he already did not have time to regret it. Yi Yuan broke through and came in front of him effortlessly with his domain of swords firepower releasing fully. Hei Wu was dead. Just one exchange, and a great king of the Garner Sky Sea region fell at Yi Yuan's hands just like that. When the Black Shark clans and the 5 great royal clans powerhouses saw this scene, their eyes became wide saucers. This? What happened? What in the world did that human youth do? Lord Hei Wu. He was finished off just like that. Lord Hei Wu is dead. Lord Hei Wu is dead. Q quickly run. Those sea folks all finally reacted to it. Each and every one scattered in all directions desperately. Capture the ringleader first in order to round up the bandits. Hei Wu already died. This 6 great royal clans alliance instantly collapsed and dissipated. For a moment, the underwater world fell into chaos. Kill! Kill! The originally low morale merfolk clan immediately roused in spirits greatly when they saw Hei Wu being killed, battle cries shaking the heavens. Tong's gaze never left Yi Yuan's body all along. At this time, he stared at that tall and straight figure of Yi Yuan's, incomparably astounded in his heart. What did he do before? Threaten Yi Yuan? Tong felt a chill run down his spine, hit by waves of lingering fear. If he really fell out with Yi Yuan back then, the one dead right now would probably not be Hei Wu, but him, the Merfolk clan's king. This young man's strength was truly too frightening. Not only condensing a divine Tao domain, even cultivating Heart Realm to the great circle of perfection realm, comprehending greater teleportation. Such talent was simply unheard of. He previously still had some doubts about Shark One's words. But only now did he know that Shark One's description was not exaggerated at all. It was even somewhat lacking, because Shark One did not see the scene of Yi Yuan cutting down Han Qingzi at all. Swaz. H. Plus, in the midst of chaos, Yi Yuan's figure vanished once more. Tong's pupils constricted and actually could not sense Yi Yuan's moving direction. In the midst of the disorderly army, a shrill and miserable cry was suddenly heard. The Crimson Silk Starfish's king was directly blotted out. Tong was dumbfounded. He had never seen before that killing a peak void mystic powerhouse would be so easy. The 8 great royal clans kings were all peak void mystic powerhouses. It was just that they did not comprehend divine Tao laws. That was why their strength was a notch weaker. But these 8 great royal clans kings, their strength could virtually already catch up to Cloud Sky and Nangong Zifeng, that kind of degree. However, he was easily written off by Yi Yuan just like that. Swaz. H. Plus Yi Yuan's figure disappeared once more. In a blink of an eye, another king was killed. Merely 15 minutes of work from start to end. The 5 great royal clans kings all died. Yi Yuan was simply a killing machine. His figure moved. Yi Yuan appeared not far from Tong. Your Majesty, this Yi still has urgent matters on hand and will take my leave first. This is considered gifting your Merfolk clan a present then. In the future, Lin Xiu is my younger sister. You all have to treat her well. Otherwise, I'll come back and settle scores. Yi Yuan called out in a clear voice. Lin Xiu, as Li's disciple, she was also at the rear of the Merfolk clan at this time. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, her entire body involuntarily shuddered. The strength that Yi Yuan displayed just now was simply akin to a deity up in heaven to her. Lin Xiu also did not imagine that just a few simple words of reminder from her would actually obtain such care from Yi Yuan. But Lin Xiu was not dumb either. She knew that her life in the future would have an upheaval change. Master Yi, thank you. Lin Xiu's face actually left behind tears. Yi Yuan's gaze suddenly penetrated the crowd and looked over in Lin Xiu's direction, giving her a smile. Tong's heart went cold, and he hurriedly nodded his head and said, Lord Yi, rest assured. Lin Xiu will be my Merfolk clan's most honorable princess in the future. Absolutely no one will dare to be disrespectful towards her. Unknowingly, Tong's term of address toward Yi Yuan underwent a change. Yi Yuan nodded his head figure flash. H.I. plus ing and disappeared. Tong did not think that Yi Yuan actually left so urgently, and also did not think that he actually paid special care to Lin Xiu before leaving. Looking at Yi Yuan's fading back view, Tong let out a long sigh. Shark 1, you've performed exceptionally meritorious services this time. I truly didn't expect Master Yi that you brought back was actually so monstrous. Tong said to the Shark 1 beside. Shark 1 smiled good-naturedly. He also did not think that accidentally stumbling upon this time, it actually brought such a change to the Merfolk clan. With Hei Wu's death, the Garner Sky Sea region situation would undergo an upheaval change. The Merfolk clan had never liked to lord over everyone. But now, due to Yi Yuan's appearance, they already become the Garner Sky Sea region's irreplaceable overlord. A human youth actually changed the underwater world situation in a blink of an eye. This was something that everyone did not expect from start to end. Want to blame? People could only blame Hei Wu himself for courting death. Lien Xiao, Tong suddenly yelled out. This lowly servant is present. The moment Tong heard, he could not help laughing in spite of himself. This La S still did not change yet, regarding herself as the ident. 1. Tie of a maidservant. Hoo-hoo, from today onwards, you mustn't call yourself lowly servant anymore. Now, this king will acknowledge you as my G.O.D. daughter. In the future, you my Merfolk clan's princess. Tong called out in a clear voice. Chapter 1161. What's the point even if I showed disdain on all life under the heavens? Chapter 1161. What's the point even if I showed disdain on all life under the heavens? You, come over. Dispel owners. H.I. plus P of the storage ring, then get lost. Bright Moon City is under martial law. Body is to enter. Outside Bright Moon City, a Tao profound realm martial artist had just come out of the transmission array and was threatened like that. The moment that martial artist heard, he could not help flying into a great rage and said, You all are not Bright Moon City's people. Who the H.E.L. are you guys? You're simply committing highway robbery here. That Solder sneered coldly and said, So what if committing highway robbery? Bright Moon City is already finished. The Great Xiang region will only have Vast Sun City from now on. No Bright Moon City. See the corpses over there? Anyone who doesn't hand over their storage rings, they will be put to death without exception. Looking over in the direction that soldier pointed, that martial artist's expression changed. Outside, dead bodies were sprawled all over the ground messily. Clearly, there were already quite a number of people who were killed off because of refusing to hand over their storage rings. Looking at the soldiers guarding the transmission array, they were actually all Tao profound realm powerhouses without exception. Not far away, 2 black-clothed men were even sitting, drinking tea very leisurely, as if they paid no attention to this. This Tao profound realm martial artist was helpless and could only hand over his storage ring. The news of Bright Moon City being sealed already spread out. The people coming to Bright Moon City now are already getting lesser and lesser. The brother side allowances also reduced significantly all at once. Enough, be contented. In this half a month, we've already reaped no idea how much resources. Although what remained in our hands are very few, we also got quite a bit. True. The higher-ups are still pretty good to us. With these resources, we won't have to worry for the next 5 years. And it's just that we don't know when that Ji Qingyun will show up. Show up? Bullsh ***. Clearly aware that this place is a huge trap. Could he still dare to come and deliver himself to death? And that might not be so. I heard that Ji Qingyun is a besotted soul. He'll definitely come for the sake of the person he loves. Then it's perfect. We have a big feast waiting for him here. The 2 soldiers exchanged a glance and smiled, but their gazes flitted towards those 2 black-clothed men without prior consultation. Just what background these black-clothed men had, they were not clear either. They only knew that these 2 people were both some holy sovereigns. But without a doubt, these 2 people were characters whose strengths were formidable to the extreme. And there's a dish delivering to the door again. Go take a look. At this time, light flashed, and a figure walked out from inside the transmission array. Swaz. H. Plus Swaz. H. Plus several dozen streaks of sword energy immediately sprayed out, killing all of the surrounding Tao profound realm soldiers. At this time, the two black-clothed men casually waved their hands and directly extinguished the sword energies. The two drank another mouthful of tea. One of them said, "Brother, business has come knocking. Finish it off quickly." After done talking, the two actually slowly stretched lazily and stood up sluggishly, showing an appearance of not putting the arrival in their sights at all. This arrival was naturally none other than precisely the Yi Yuan, who ran at full speed all the way. Along the way, he forcefully hijacked several dozen transmission arrays, crossing several dozen major regions, before reaching Bright Moon City within half a month. But on the way, Yi Yuan already heard of the news about Bright Moon City being destroyed. His heart sank to the rock bottom. At this time, the berserk killing intent on Yi Yuan could not be concealed no matter what. Haha, you're Ji Qingyan? Truly an infatuated soul. Looks like Lord Holy Sun guessed correctly. You indeed came. I didn't think that not seeing you for a couple of days, this punk already broke through to the 7th level Tao Profound. Fortunately, Lord Holy Sun sent the two of us over. If you were to send a Holy King over, it might really be incapable of suppressing him. Ha! Brat, are you surrendering without resistance? Or do you want the two of us brothers to take action? Whoa, killing intent isn't small. Brat, stop racking your brain in vain. You aren't our match. We, holy sovereign powerhouses, are existences comparable to peak void mystic. The two people had disdainful looks, not taking Yi Yuan seriously at all. The current Yi Yuan, his disposition was poles apart from in the past, giving people a bone-piercing cold feeling. On the way, he heard quite a bit of news concerning Bright Moon City being destroyed. He could not differentiate whether they were rumors or truth either. But without a doubt, Li Er was in a very dangerous situation right now. Maybe Yi Yuan did not dare to carry on thinking. He was really very scared that the situation of losing his beloved would happen to him once more. I'm only asking you a sentence. Where's Li Er right now? Yi Yuan asked coldly. Toward the two people's attitudes, Yi Yuan did not take it to heart at all. He only wanted to know Li Er's situation right, whether she was alive or dead, or escaped or captured. Leo? Hoo-hoo. You're talking about that chick from the Yu family? Dead. Haha. Don't you worry, before long, you'll go down and reunite together with her. The two people chortled with laughter, but it made Yi Yuan's heart sink to the bottom of the valley. A cold and sharp killing intent virtually materialized, blanketing over towards these two holy sovereign powerhouses. Ah, decent killing intent. But it's no use, said one of them as he laughed without a care. The two people were currently laughing when all of a sudden, their expressions became rather surprised. In this, such terrifying talent. Killing intent soared continuously and actually directly broke through the bottleneck, said the other person in amazement. Do it, don't waste time anymore. This brat is indeed rather peculiar. Since that's the case, the both of you go to H.E.L. then. Yi Yuan's icy cold voice sounded out, his figure abruptly disappearing. Greater teleportation. The expressions of the two mighty, holy sovereigns changed. Only now did they know that the current Yi Yuan was already not the Yi Yuan they knew. This 1 to 2 years' time, Yi Yuan's improvement speed could simply be described using terrifying. That whatever Holy Sun still misjudged Yi Yuan's strength in the end. Roar! 2 clouds of black chi erupted. The auras of the two great holy sovereigns instantly skyrocketed. But to Yi Yuan, it was of no use at all. Swish, swiss. Plus a cold light flashed. Heads and torsos ended up in separate places. Evil extermination, sword energy directly ground the fiendish energy into shreds. Fiend race again. Yi Yuan's killing intent billowed to the skies. The slaughter concept actually gradually advanced towards the great circle of perfection realm. Although Yi Yuan shattered his divine king domain, it did not mean that his supreme true intents were gone. The slaughter supreme true intent and scorching supreme true intent, Yi Yuan was still in the midst of steady progression. But just now, When Yi Yuan heard the news of Yu Mengli's demise, his killing intent could not be held back anymore. I truly didn't expect that my slaughter concept actually attained perfection under such circumstances. Sigh, such a perfection. I'd rather not want it. Lear, where on earth are you? Slaughter concept reached the great circle of perfection, but Yi Yuan's life became bleak. At this time, he became despondent, his entire person like he lost his soul, becoming a walking corpse. The blow of Yu Mengli's death to him was too great. Yi Yuan raised his head to the sky and gave a long howl, roaring loudly. This villainous heaven! Do you really want to toy with me to death? If I don't have Lear, what's the point even if I showed disdain on all life under the heavens? Chapter 1162, Bedevilment. Chapter 1162, Bedevilment. Monstrous killing intent surged to the sky. Yi Yuan's eyes actually became a blood-red color. This killing intent, even inside Bright Moon City, it could be felt clearly. A dense crowd of martial artists flew out from inside Bright Moon City. Very clearly, they were all startled by Yi Yuan's killing intent. Kill! Yi Yuan's eyes were scarlet. Sensing those experts who flew over, his figure vanished from sight in an instant. When he reappeared, there were already several figures who dropped down from the sky. Swus. H. Plus Swus. H. Plus Swus. H. Plus the current Yi Yuan was like a killing machine. Places that he said through, not a blade of S survived. Regardless whether it was at the vast Sun City's powerhouses or that mysterious divine martial hall's martial artists, not one survived. Yi Yuan's killing intent virtually materialized. His formidable strength practically made everyone despair. Whatever Dao profound realm martial artists or divine king powerhouses, even void mystic powerhouses could not last past 1 second under Yi Yuan's hands. Seeing such an astonies plussing spectacle, how could those people still dare to remain? Arriving with a fierce and imposing momentum, fleeing in a wretched plight. Don't kill me. Quickly run. Ji Qingyan went mad. Devil. This is a devil. Quickly run. For some time, miserable cries lingered on the ears. The entire sky became a field of carnage. No matter how fast they ran, how could they be faster than Yi Yuan's sword? The more he killed, the redder Yi Yuan's eyes got. Gradually, he actually already lost his original heart. Two figures soared to the sky and actually acted in contravention, welcoming Yi Yuan. One of them had fiendish energy billowing into the sky. His strength was very formidable at one glance. Lord Bloodrain, looks like this Yi Yuan seems to have entered bedevilment. The one talking was precisely Zhou Jia. When he saw Yi Yuan's appearance of crazed slaughtering, he felt the delight of rejoicing over other people's misfortune instead. The sun-moon heavenly pupil was acquired by Yi Yuan. How could Zhou Jia not hate him? Bloodrain smiled lightly and said, "Looks like Lord Holy Sun's scheme is very effective." This Ji Qingyan indeed fell into madness when he heard news of the Yu family's S's demise. Zhou Jia hurriedly fawned as he said, "Haha, Lord Holy Sun truly took every conceivable possibility into account. No matter how strong Ji Qingyan is, he's a cripple after entering bedevilment too. Ha ha ha, kill away. The more you kill, the deeper you'll lose yourself. We prepared sufficient baits for you. When you kill finish, you'll become a walking corpse that only knows slaughter." A hint of a cold smile flashed across the corners of Bloodrain's mouth, looking towards Yi Yuan rather interestedly. Pucci, a streak of bloodlight flashed past. The first person to escape back was directly killed by Bloodrain. Deserters in the battlefield die. Bloodrain's cold voice sounded out, making everyone's heart turn cold. He's only one person. Everybody attack. Kill him. This is your only way out. Bloodrain said coldly. Everyone's heart turned cold. Front and back, both were death. Lord Bloodrain's strength, they were very clear. While over there, it was just Yi Yuan alone. In an instant, everyone's eyes turned red. Countless figures charged over towards Yi Yuan. However, all of the struggles were futile. Under Yi Yuan's hands, they did not have the least bit of strength to retaliate. Zhou Jia was still watching Yi Yuan kill people with a broad grin. But to the back, the expression on his face became increasingly solemn. Yi Yuan was too strong. This how long has it been? How can his strength be terrifying to such a degree? Zhou Jia's complexion was white as a sheet as he said in shock. Blood rain swept a glance over him and said with a cold smile, "What? Scared?" Zhou Jia was startled inwardly, his expression ugly as he said, How can that be possible? Swiss. H. Plus, just as they were talking, a streak of terrifying sword energy whistled past, directly slaughtering a large swathe. Force wind swept past, scaring Zhou Jia until he shuddered. Zhou Jia looked at Yi Yuan with incomparable terror and alarm. He seriously could not figure out how that youth could grow to such an extent. Relax. With me around, he can't hurt you, Bloodrain said, fully confident. Actually, he looked down on Zhou Jia from the bottom of his heart. It was just that he still had some use right now. That was why he did not kill him. Only when he heard Bloodrain's words did Zhou Jia loosen up considerably. Inside the vast heaven pag, it was long in utter disarray already, and Milord entered bedevilment. At this rate, Milord will thoroughly lose himself. Ao Qian said incredibly worriedly. What to do here? Without Milord's permission, we can't go out at all. Jiang Taitsong also had a panicked look. Luer did not speak by the side, but the worried expression on her face betrayed her. All right, Elder Tongue. Elder Tongue is the vast heaven pag. Das artifact spirit. He must have a way. Ao Qian suddenly thought of something and shouted. Right at this time, Long Teng's figure materialized. The moment he came out, everyone crowded over. Elder Tongue, quickly think of a way. Yeah, Elder Tongue, hurry and think of a way. At this rate, His Excellency will be a goner. Everyone clamored to speak, all burning with anxiety. Long Tongue waved his hand and said, You guys can't go out now. He'll kill you guys together. Moreover, even if you all go out, it's useless to. Then what should we do? Jiang Taitsong said anxiously. Long Tongue's gaze turned towards Luer. Then, everyone's gazes looked towards her. Luer, that's right. Apart from her, body can save Yi Yuan here. Only she can stir up the soft spot in the deepest part of Yi Yuan's soul. However, there's a possibility of failure too, and the price of failure is death. At that time, not only will Luer, you, die, Yi Yuan will utterly enter bedevilment too, never to awaken again. Luer, are you willing to give a try? Long Tongue said with a serious expression. Clearly, he was also not very confident. But the matters between Yi Yuan and Luer, he was still aware. Yi Yuan walking from the endless world until now. If talking about who was the person he was closest to, it had to be Luer. Only the person that he was closest to could rouse Yi Yuan, who currently entered bedevilment. The moment Luer heard, she said without hesitation, Grandpa Long Tongue, let me out then. Even if I die under young Master's sword, I'll have no regrets too. Long Tongue let out a sigh and said with a nod, All right, but right now, isn't the time yet. The Yi Yuan with two bloodshot eyes finally detected Zhou Jia this existence. The moment his two eyes turned back, Zhou Jia's entire person almost shrunk, as if there was a feeling of being stared at by the G.O.D. of death. When Bloodrain saw this scene, he could not help sneering coldly. Swuz. H. Plus Yi Yuan's figure instantly vanished from sight. Greater teleportation. However, Bloodrain captured Yi Yuan's trail. Boom! An intense collision. It actually directly blasted Yi Yuan back. However, Yi Yuan was not discouraged. Instead, he seemed to become even more berserk. His target was Zhou Jia, because in his subconscious, Zhou Jia should know Luer's whereabouts, regardless of whether alive or dead. Even though Yi Yuan entered bedevilment, his combat instincts were still there. Bloodrain's strength was indeed formidable. It was even a notch above Han Qingzi. But this time, Yi Yuan's domain of sword opened up. Qi. A rain of blood scattered everywhere. The insufferably arrogant blood rain was actually killed in one exchange. Chapter 1163. Only oneself to blame. Chapter 1163. Only oneself to blame. Blood splattered, splas. H.I. Plussing all over Zhou Jia's face. The scalding hot blood made his entire person tremble, abruptly startling awake. His eyes became round circles. Up until now, he still did not dare to believe everything that he saw in front of him. Someone as powerful as Blood Rain was finished off in one exchange. They were clearly still gloating over others' misfortune earlier. Blood Rain even said that there was no problem with him around. But what kind of situation was this right now? Leah, where's Leah? Yi Yuan's icy cold voice bored into his ears, making Zhou Jia shudder once again. It was not long before he thought that he could finally let Vast Sun City lord over a region when he broke through to Void Mystic. Currently, in front of Yi Yuan, he was still weak like a toddler learning how to walk. Swus. H. Plus Zhou Jia only hesitated slightly, and Yi Yuan suddenly disappeared. He had yet to react to what was happening when fresh blood sprayed everywhere on Bright Moon City's walls. A miserable cry sounded over. With Bloodrain's death, everyone scattered and fled in all directions. When Zhou Jia came back to his senses, all the hairs on his body stood on its end. Zhou Jia felt like his entire body was sapped dry as he shouted at the top of his voice. That person observing the situation far away over at this side on the city wall was precisely his son, Zhou Yin. He was a divine realm heaven's pride who had once tramped Yi Yuan underfoot. But now, he finally died under Yi Yuan's sword. Zhou Yin thought that he hid very well. But under Yi Yuan's perception, everything in the surrounding was laid completely bare. And Yi Yuan was just a killing machine right now. He completely only relied on instinct when doing things. His final trace of reason told him that Zhou Jia was the instigator of this war and should know Lier's whereabouts. Maybe Lier was not dead yet, but these were all thoughts in his subconscious. Hence, he instinctively killed Zhou Yin. He thought that this way, it could make Zhou Jia feel afraid and tell the truth, but he completely did not know Zhou Yin and Zhou Jia's relations. I plus P. In the eyes of the current Yi Yuan, Zhou Yin was just an ant that was casually trampled to death. Back then, when Zhou Yin descended upon the endless world, he kept on saying that Yi Yuan was just an ant. At that time, he definitely did not imagine that he would be trampled to death like an ant by Yi Yuan today, as casually as that. Of course, Yi Yuan was completely clueless. His figure moved, returning in front of Zhou Jia again. Tell me, where's Leah? Yi Yuan asked icily again. Leah? You say Leah? Ha ha, that S.L. Who? He didn't know how to appreciate favors and is already deader than dead. Yin'er was deeply in love with her, but she actually remained completely unmoved. Before dying, she was even... Zhou Jia's voice abruptly cut off. He was no longer able to talk. With Zhou Yan's death, Zhou Jia did not want to live on anymore. He fell completely into madness. Since Yi Yuan already fallen into depravity, then led him thoroughly into bedevilment. Zhou Jia knew that the words out of his mouth would be the final straw that crushed Yi Yuan. From henceforth, that genius Ji Qingyan would be utterly reduced to a killing machine. In fact, he wanted to be even more B.L.O.O.D.Y and bloodthirsty than the fiend race. On his deathbed, a hint of a cold sneer flashed across the corners of Zhou Jia's mouth. That was the smile of a treacherous scheme prevailing. Berserk killing intent practically condensed into a physical ant. One time, it was akin to an enormous storm billowing into the sky. Yi Yuan was currently thoroughly sinking into becoming a devil. At this time, a green silhouette appeared. Young master, Luer's voice exuded thick concern. Yi Yuan abruptly turned his head back, his eyes filled with icy cold, killing intent. Those scarlet-red eyes, Luer was too unfamiliar. Was this still that gentle and caring young master? Young master, Wake up, young master, Lu'er said with tears in her eyes. Facing Lu'er, Yi Yuan actually had a rare moment of not directly exterminating. He was currently on the critical point of bedevilment. He was still hanging onto that last trace of reason in the depths of his heart. Lu'er was the kin that Yi Yuan cared the most for all along. Protecting her was virtually Yi Yuan's instinct. Hence, he did not make a move. But the virtually materialized killing intent made Lu'er practically unable to breathe. Swaz. H. Plus Yi Yuan's figure disappeared. But the next instant, the evil extermination sword stopped at Lu'er's neck. Drip. A drop of fresh blood flowed out of Lu'er's fair skin, flowing down along the evil extermination sword. On Yi Yuan's savage face, a look of struggle actually surfaced. Very clearly, his instinct was currently battling with his mental demon. If the evil extermination sword went another inch forward, Lu'er would die. Time slowly trickled by, as if it had frozen. But Lu'er's face did not show a hint of a change in countenance. From start to end, her gaze never left Yi Yuan's face. She trusted Yi Yuan. She believed that Yi Yuan would not kill her, even if Yi Yuan fell into deprivation. Young master, I'm Lu'er. Young master, did you forget that you taught Lu'er the heaven illusionary ice soul? Young master, have you forgotten that back then, in order to save Lu'er, you killed Lin Tianxing and challenged the Nine Heavens Road? Yi Yuan reminisced the past in detail, looking into it to call back reason. The dainty neck and the evil extermination sword rubbed nonstop. More and more blood flowed out, but she was seemingly oblivious. Young master, why are you so foolish? H. Plus Ambus. HI. Plus in the Bright Moon City. Their target is definitely you. If they really caught Big Sister Lu'er, how can they possibly not make use of her to deal with you? You didn't see Big Sister Lu'er with your own eyes, so how can you determine that she died? If she's fine, but you fell into depravity, wouldn't she be heartbroken? Young master, the people who care about you isn't just Big Sister Lu'er either. Me, Grandpa Long Tongue, Ao, Chin, Jiang Taitsong. Each one of us cares for you very much. You can't let yourself to fall into depravity unchecked. One sentence after another, they impacted Yi Yuan's heart. The instinct of slaughter and his consciousness was undergoing an intense struggle. Gradually, that surging killing intent finally lessened gradually, while Yi Yuan's scarlet-red eyes also gradually faded away. Lu'er, Yi Yuan called out dryly. When Lu'er saw that young master finally regained his senses, tears flooded out. Why, young master, you finally woke up. What happened to me just now? Yi Yuan suddenly discovered that his sword was actually pressed against Lu'er's throat. Lu'er's throat was already stabbed by his sword until fresh blood flowed steadily. This shock was by no means insignificant. His entire body trembled, finally thoroughly regaining consciousness. Young master, just now, Lu'er's words had yet to finish saying when her eyes rolled back, her entire person toppling over weakly. Yi Yuan was alarmed and hurriedly supported Lu'er. Lu'er's distance from Yi Yuan was merely the distance of a sword. Yi Yuan's great circle of perfection slaughter concept, Lu'er practically withstood it completely. This degree of slaughter concept, even if divine king powerhouses were situated inside, they might not be able to withstand it either. Sensing the piercingly cold, killing intent from such a close distance, how could Lu'er be able to withstand it? Up until now, she completely relied on a strand of willpower to forcefully hold on. If not for young master, she would have long crumbled. Chapter 1164. No regrets. Chapter 1164. No regrets. This was all done by me? Yi Yuan looked at the dead bodies all over the ground outside the city, his eyes filled with disbelief. All the martial artists in the city were actually Ma's, sacred clean by him alone. The current Bright Moon City was already a ghost city, without even a soul, looking incomparably spooky. When you heard from those two people about the news regarding Lu'er, your heart suffered an impact all at once. You suddenly went insane. By the time we came to our senses, it was already too late to stop it. Ao Qian said with lingering fear in his heart. Yeah, my lord, you were like a killing G. Oh, D before. The other party had a major power who was finished off by you in one exchange. You really don't know how harrowing you were. Recalling the scene of fineness. Plussing blood ran off, Jiang Taicong was similarly incredibly alarmed. His Excellency, who almost fell into depravity, was simply too terrifying. He even suspected that once they showed face back then, they would most likely be instantly one-shot. Lightly stroking Lu Er's long hair, Yi Yuan was filled with self-blame in his heart. Sigh, looks like my heart realm is still not perfected. If I really took action against Lu Er today, I'd really find it hard to absolve myself from the blame. Yi Yuan was endlessly remorseful in his heart. Long Ting looked at Yi Yuan and had a look of tenderness too as he sighed and said, I can't blame you for this matter either. You had once experienced the pain of losing your loved ones. I didn't expect that such an accident would happen again now. Suddenly hearing about the grievous news, and, body is able to withstand this kind of psychological impact too. Yi Yuan fell silent. After a long time, he suddenly opened his mouth and said, Senior, do you think? Li Er, even if he already recovered now, Yi Yuan still did not dare to go and think about this matter. He lost himself in concern. Because he cared too much about Li Er, his heart was weighed down with worry along the way. Suddenly hearing Li Er's grievous news, Yi Yuan's heart suffered a tremendous impact. That was why he lost control for a moment and almost fell into depravity. This scheme of the Holy Sons was insidious and viscous. Even someone as strong as Yi Yuan nearly suck. You in bed too. But Li Er's death became an unresolved case presently. This group of people's strength was very powerful. That blood rain strength was even a little stronger than Han Qingzi. Whether or not Li Er was still alive, Yi Yuan was really rather uncertain. When Long Tung heard that, he said, I know what you're thinking about, but it hasn't reached the point where all hope is lost yet. As long as there's a spark of hope, we can't give up, isn't it so? At least this time, we didn't see Li Er. This is perhaps good news. You're also aware Li Er's innate battle soul physique is extremely powerful. Perhaps she really had the chance to escape with her life? Yi Yuan heaved a sigh when he heard that and said, Right now, I can only think like this. It's just that Vast Sun City actually dared to do such a resolute thing. From henceforth, they have no need to continue existing anymore either. Talking to the back, Yi Yuan's tone seethed with killing intent. Killing the Zhou father and son. Not only did Yi Yuan not regret it in the slightest, he was actually invigorated instead. Even though Vast Sun City was not the main culprit for Bright Moon's unexpected turn of events this time, they helped the wicked by perpetuating wicked deeds. Yi Yuan naturally would not let them off. Especially Zhou Jia, the words that he said previously on his deathbed, the motive was even more apparent. This bunch of fellows was clearly baiting him into depravity. Why, young master? Are you all right? At this time, the Lu Er in Yi Yuan's embrace slowly woke up. But who she was concerned about right away was Yi Yuan. In her eyes, her young master's life was much more important compared to hers. Yi Yuan was full of tender care as he said, Of course I'm fine. All thanks to my Lu Er. Otherwise, this young master would have sunk into deprivation for all of eternity. The moment Lu Er heard, she could not help weeping from extreme joy and said sobbingly, That's great. Young master, you really frightened Lu Er badly today? Lu Er's display of true feelings made Yi Yuan blame himself even more. He sighed and said, Silly girl, do you know that I nearly killed you today? But Lu Er cried, while smiling as she said, I know that young master dotes on Lu Er the most. Even if you really fell into depravity, you definitely won't kill Lu Er too. Even if you really killed Lu Er have no regrets too. This life of Lu Er's was given by young master. Hearing Lu Er's words, Yi Yuan was visibly moved. Between him and Lu Er, there was already no need to use any words to prove anything. Their relations, H, I, plus P was even closer than family. Silly girl. Yi Yuan pulled her a little tighter into his embrace. In the Bailing region, situated in the northwest direction of the Great Xiang region. At this time, in a desolate plain of the Bailing region, over 10 figures surrounded a beautiful woman. Haha, you families la S. With this, you can't run anymore, right? Surrender obediently, without putting up resistance. The one talking was precisely Sun Man, and the beautiful woman surrounded by them in the center was naturally Yu Meng Li. Speaking of the Bright Moon City great battle back then, it was also Yu Meng Li who acted fast when the opportunity arose, bringing the Yu family's members to break out of the encirclement. At that time, Sun Man thought that he had cornered Yu Meng Li, who knew that Yu Meng Li's strength was unexpectedly powerful, and she actually tangled up in a struggle with him, especially that battle soul behind her. It was incredibly troublesome. Ever since awakening the innate battle soul physique, Yu Meng Li's strength advanced by leaps and bounds. Not long ago, she broke through to the Divine King realm, and at this time, the might of her battle soul finally erupted. She who had just entered the Divine King realm actually fought to a draw with Sun Man. Yu Meng Li protected the Yu family members, fighting as they retreated, withdrawing from Bright Moon City. Of course, during this process, it was naturally unavoidable for the Yu family to suffer heavy casualties. Fortunately, there was a void mystic realm Wu Luo. That was how they barely managed to ensure the Yu family members' safety. Speaking of which, it was also thanks to the Medicine King Hall that misjudged Yu Meng Li's strength, thinking that by sending only Sun Man over, he could take her down completely. They completely did not expect that Yu Meng Li's strength was actually so great. When Bloodrain rushed to the Bright Moon City, he had to hold down the fort and await Yi Yuan's arrival as well. As a result, that was how Yu Meng Li could run until now. On the way, Yu Meng Li discovered that their target was actually her. Hence, she had Wu Luo escort everyone to flee in the direction of the demon region, while she lured away Sun Man, this expert. Sun Man's strength, after experiencing the Holy Mother Devil Flower's devilification, already increased substantially. And these people that he brought over were all void mystic powerhouses without any exceptions. In his eyes, Yu Meng Li was already a turtle in a jar. In order to take care of the Yu family's members, Yu Meng Li was already covered in wounds. It seemed like at this moment, she indeed did not have any strength to retaliate already. Yu Meng Li gave Sun Man a glance and retorted with a question. You all schemed so laboriously. It's in order to deal with Big Brother Yuan, right? Yeah, that is, of course. You are that Ji Qingyun's life. Grasping you in our hands, it will naturally break his destiny. The child of destiny, Sup 1/Sup, will also no longer exist. However, perhaps he has already thoroughly entered bedevilment at this time. Ha ha! Talking about what he was pleased with, Sun Man could not help letting out a roaring laugh. Yu Meng Li's brows knitted. She sucked in a deep breath and said, All right, since that's the case, I can send you all on the way already. Sun Man froze, then immediately burst into laughter and said, Send us on our way? Ha 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 boom. Yu Meng Li's battle soul suddenly condensed and formed, but it made Sun Man's expression changed greatly. This battle soul's aura was actually several times more powerful compared to when they exchanged blows previously. Chapter 1165, Charging Up to the Medicine King Hall Alone. Chapter 1165, Charging Up to the Medicine King Hall Alone. Above the sky of vast Sun City, Yi Yuan stood in the air. Looking at the city below, the Zhou family was already utterly annihilated. This time, the Zhou family's actions and conduct touched Yi Yuan's reverse scale. Therefore, the Zhou family naturally had no reason to exist anymore. Young master, for the next step, what do you plan on doing? Behind Yi Yuan, Luer seemed rather worried. Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back and said loftily, It's been over 20 years. It's time that I settle all the scores. Yi Yuan's words made everyone alarmed in their hearts. The long-awaited day finally had come. Ao Qian, your subordinate is present. I'll entrust everyone here to you. Bring them all back. Go, the Dragon Clan. and await my news. Yi Yuan's words made everyone's faces change drastically. Lu'er said anxiously, "Young master, I want to go together with you." Ao Qian said, "My lord, you aren't planning on going to the Medicine King Hall alone, right? This is also too reckless." "Yeah, my lord, that Medicine King Hall might be the fiend race's lair. It's too dangerous for you to go alone," Jiang Taitsong said. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, "No matter how many people they have, it's meaningless to me too. If you all go, I need to divert attention to take care of you all instead." Yi Yuan's words, they made everyone's faces incomparably ugly. Messing around for half a day, Yi Yuan was actually complaining about them being a hindrance, especially Ao Qian. He, a former Dragon Clan's strongest expert, could not poke his nose into this matter either. This result made him very embarrassed. Said, but thinking about it, numbers indeed already did not have too great of a significance to the current Yi Yuan. His domain of sword did not even need him to trigger it, and body could approach within a 20 feet radius of him. All right, young master, then you need to be careful," Lu'er said worriedly. "Relax. After I kill Ji Kanglin, I'll go to the Dragon Clan and rendezvous with you all," Yi Yuan said. Watching everyone vanish in the transmission array, killing intent gradually thickened on Yi Yuan's face. Old grudge yet to be resolved, new enmity was added again. Jia Kanglin was truly unscrupulous and stopped at nothing. Bright Moon City's sudden turn of events made the monstrous killing intent Yi Yuan had toward Ji Kanglin unable to be contained anymore. Several days later, at Bright Moon City, a pretty figure appeared. It was precisely Yu Mengli. Looking at the Bright Moon City is utter dilapidation, as well as the corpses sprawled all over the ground. Yu Mengli's brows knitted together. "Looks like Big Brother Yuan already came by." She was very certain that this was done by Yi Yuan. It was just that such a ghastly sight made Yu Mengli alarmed and on tenterhooks. Yu Mengli's figure moved, vanished. Plussing from where she was. The present Medicine King Hall exuded a strange atmosphere everywhere. In a hidden pavilion, covered densely in array formations, a large vat was placed in the middle. Diagrams all around, extremely complex array formations were set up. Looking closely, the large vat was actually filled to the brim with blood, looking sanguinary and horrifying. At this time, a black-robed man actually spoke to the blood vat. Bright Moon City's matters are already settled. Even though there was some minor interlude, Ji Qingyun finally still fell into depravity, said the black-robed man. At this time, a voice actually came out from inside the blood vat. "This matter, you did very well. With the Son of Heaven's mandate falling into depravity, body is capable of stopping my fiend race anymore." The voice inside the blood vat was clearly very happy and even had a feeling of being fired up with boundless enthusiasm. The black-robed man said, "It's just that I didn't think that even blood drain died at his hands. The Son of Heaven's mandate indeed lives up to the reputation. His improvement speed is too astonish. I+ing. That is, of course, this seat has fought with several generations of Sons of Heaven's mandate. Which one isn't a character that startled the heavens and shook the earth? This seat has such means and even tumbled with a big fall. I still haven't recovered all the way until today. It's just, Sun Manside hasn't sent over any news yet. I'm a little worried. With the Son of Heaven's mandate falling into depravity, the overall situation is decided. Just a little there's no big deal. How are the preparations for the Blood Soul beads?" The black-robed man said, "Already fully prepared. There are a total of 58,000 beads. I already sent Blood Evil to bring people to the Divine Martial Hall. He'll be reaching within the next few days." Blood Soul bead was precisely the thing that was refined in the Endless World back then. The Endless World and Fierce Gale World. Two worlds' martial artists had casualties numbering in the hundreds of millions before condensing just one. For over 58,000 beads, one truly no idea how many were plunged into misery and suffering. You did very well. This seat's painstaking efforts to groom you back then were not in vain, said the Divine Master. The black-robed man bowed and said, Divine Master is too kind. You're a paramount existence. Serving you is part of M.O. Land's duty. Haha, this seat sealed your divine soul inside the soul of a human with the soul extraction method. Only then did it was hidden from the eyes and ears of the human race's powerhouses. It's just that my only concern was that your consciousness would be corroded by the human soul. Looking at it now, this seat's worries was unnecessary, Divine Master said with a laugh. Turned out that G. Kanglin's original name was actually called M.O. Lan, and the Divine Master's magical ability was truly so mysterious that even DS and spirits could not predict it. It was just that this sort of approach was truly too cruel. G. Kanglin said respectfully, Lord Divine Master is too kind. M.O. Lan is forever your most loyal subject. You're not a subject. You're the holy son that this seat decided on. Beneath one person and above millions. As long as you put your heart and soul into working for this seat, in the future, this divine realm will definitely fall on you. Divine Master said, Yes, Lord Divine Master. The lofty and unyielding G. Kanglin was actually incomparably respectful at this time. Song, Lan. Right at this time, a thunderous voice permeated throughout the entire Medicine King Hall. G. Kanglin was startled inwardly. This voice, he was really familiar with it. Ji Qingyun. But didn't Ji Qingyun already fall into depravity? It's the aura of the Son of Heaven's mandate. M.O. Lan, shouldn't you give me an explanation? Divine Master clearly already recognized this arrival's aura and suddenly became extremely enraged. That vat of blood actually started boiling. It was as if it was currently displaying Divine Master's fury. G. Kanglin's expression changed, and he said, This is impossible. The people who fled back from Bright Moon City said that Ji Qingyun clearly already fell into depravity. How can he possibly find this place? In order to determine the truth, I even specially did a soul search. Could it be that he relied on his slaughter instincts and found this place? Yes, it must be like this. Humph. Regardless of what kind of situation it is, settle this matter yourself. This seat has already arrived at the final juncture of breaking through and have no time to divert attention. This mess, you settle it yourself. Divine Master's voice became icy cold. Yes, Lord Divine Master, for the sake of dealing with the Son of Heaven's mandate, M.O. Lan prepared many contingency plans. This time, M.O. Lan will definitely resolve this hidden danger thoroughly. G. Kanglin said deferentially, Humph, go. Divine Master's stern voice sounded out. The color of that vat of blood gradually faded away and actually became a vat of clear water. After Divine Master's voice disappeared, G. Kanglin said coldly, Ji Qingyun, you're really an unkillable sea. Oh, sea, Croach. I want to see if you're really unkillable. Chapter 1166, Tenacious Life. Chapter 1166, Tenacious Life. Who's this person? To actually dare be so arrogant at our Medicine King Hall? Don't recognize. This person is so unfamiliar. Merely 7th level Dao Profound Realm. He actually dared to drop in and shout the Hall Master's name. Isn't this courting death? Fool. That's Ji Qingyun. He came back. Ji Qingyun? He's that Ji Qingyun who seized possession and revived? Haha. This idiot actually dares to come to the Medicine King Hall alone, truly seeking death. Yi Yuan's yell made the entire Medicine King Hall seethe with excitement. Too arrogant, too overbearing, too stupid. A 7th level Dao Profound martial artist actually dared to come to the Medicine King Hall to act wildly, seizing possession and reviving, his head also spoiled, right? Sweeping a glance over, Yi Yuan's eyes revealed a complicated expression too. Different things and different people. The present Medicine King Hall no longer had its former glory. Looking at a glance, there were scenes of desolation everywhere. It was akin to two different places from its prime. Many people's faces seemed to be familiar, but they were already not them. The terror of the fiend race lied in their devilification abilities. Once devilified, they would become the fiend master's loyal lackeys, no longer able to betray the fiend master, all the way until death. Some special attributes of the fiend race. Yi Yuan got to know quite a bit out of Skydistant's mouth. The fiend race was a terrifying race. One could say, not even a prairie fire could burn out the GRAS, growing again when the spring breeze blew. As long as they did not die, they would simulate the other races without any scruples. But to the human race, exterminating Fiend Emperor could be easily accomplished. But once the Fiend race reached the deity realm, they virtually possessed undying bodies. Wanting to kill then was extremely difficult. Taoist absolute heaven strength was exceedingly great and was still unable to thoroughly eradicate the two great heavenly fiend DS and could only suppress them. One could say that once the fiend race metamorphosed to the deity realm, they were practically undying existences. These former Medicine King Hall disciples in front of him already became fiend slaves now. Fiend slaves had their own individual consciousness and were able to cultivate themselves. But they were submissive towards their masters from the bottom of their hearts. Putting it bluntly, it was slave nature. Yi Yuan's perception was exceedingly powerful. Inside the current Medicine King Hall, there were quite a few extremely powerful existences. Except to the current Yi Yuan, he did not place them in his sights. Ha ha ha! Ji Qingyun, you came right on time. Since you came, stay behind then. A peaked divine king powerhouse soared to the sky and welcomed Yi Yuan. But this peaked divine king powerhouse, Yi Yuan knew him. He was formerly the Medicine King Hall's guest elder, Ma Yu Dao. It was just that now, this Ma Yu Dao was clearly already devilified. Previous life, Yi Yuan's relations. I plus P with this Ma Yu Dao was still pretty good. Ma Yu Dao's talent was ordinary. Being able to break through to peak Divine King was actually due to Yi Yuan. Ma Yu Dao watched Yi Yuan grow up since young and doted on him like his own family's junior. But sadly, back down, Ma Yu Dao. I'm not killing you. This young master is here today only to kill Ji Kanglin. Looking at Ma Yu Dao, Yi Yuan had complicated feelings. Although Yi Yuan could be said to kill people without batting an eyelid, towards people who were kind to him, he could not quite deal the blow. Even though he knew that this person was already long devilified. Yi Yuan's strength, only the Medicine King Hall's upper echelons knew. Ma Yu Dao had always stayed in the Medicine King Hall, so he did not understand at all. What he had in mind right now was capturing Yi Yuan and taking credit for it from his master. In his eyes, Yi Yuan was merely a 7th level Dao, profound little rookie. Haha, kill me? Did you guys hear that? This boy is just 7th level Dao profound. And he actually said that he wants to kill me. Ma Yu Dao's words made everyone snicker with laughter. Ha ha ha, this brat wasn't so funny back then. A 7th level Dao, profound dealing with a peak Divine King? Is he joking? Maybe he's still immersed in the environment of the past life's young master, and think that we'll pull our punches against him. Ma Yu Dao, stop talking nonsense with this brat. This contribution, you can have it. Quickly take him down. Ma Yu Dao said delightedly. Ji Qingyun, I didn't expect that after you seized possession and revived, you actually became so rampant and conceited. Ma Yu Dao, want to take a look today at how you're going to kill me. Ma Yu Dao let out a loud laugh and suddenly released a palm toward Yi Yuan. Puchi. The palm with a huge ruckus directly dissipated into nothing 20 feet in front of Yi Yuan. Ma Yu Dao's expression changed. Everyone's faces changed drastically. What kind of situation was this? Yi Yuan heaved a sigh and said, Fine then, it was me who was flattering myself. Ma Yu Dao was dazed and still had not understood what was going on when he felt it go black before his eyes, directly fainting away. Yi Yuan's palm shoved lightly, sending Ma Yu Dao onto a terrace on a mountainside, but did not kill him. Yi Yuan could not deal the blow. What on earth happened just now? Ma Yudao's palm actually extinguished bafflingly. Yeah, didn't see Ji Qingyan make a move at all. There isn't even the slightest hint of essence, energy, undulation. Could it be that Ma Yudao himself tripped and stumbled? But this isn't possible, right? It's not right. This Ji Qingyan seems to be a bit odd. Swus. H. Plus swus. H. Plus swus. H. Plus Yuan had just taken care of Ma Yudao when over 10 figures soared into the air again. Sweeping a glance over, these people were all once Yi Yuan's elders. Although their strength and status were far inferior compared to Yi Yuan, without exception, they all watched Yi Yuan grow up. Furthermore, their relations, H, I, plus P with Yi Yuan was even really not bad. Seeing this scene, how could Yi Yuan still not understand what was happening? This Ji Kanglin was truly shameless to the extreme. He actually thought of using this kind of trick to make him wary in taking action. But would it be that simple? Buzz. Yi Yuan's soul force gushed out, directly attacking these dozen over figures sea of consciousness. Divine soul attack. With Yi Yuan's present divine soul realm, carrying out divine soul attacks against these people, they did not have strength left over to resist at all. Ji Kanglin, stop scheming in vain. It's no use. I'll give you one last chance. Come out and accept the challenge. Yi Yuan called out in a clear voice. A black silhouette slowly walked out of the Medicine King Hall. Looking at Yi Yuan, he frowned and said, "You actually didn't fall into depravity? Those people who fled back from Bright Moon City clearly all said that they saw you fall into depravity." The probing earlier made him finally realize that Yi Yuan did not fall into depravity. Yi Yuan said coolly, "You seem to be very disappointed? For my sake, you really went through great pains." One had to admit that Yi Yuan really almost sucked. You bed to it by a narrow margin. If without lure, Yi Yuan would have long fallen into depravity at this time already. The Son of Heaven's mandate is indeed troublesome. Now, I finally somewhat understand why Lord Divine Master wanted to employ any means possible to eliminate you. Ji Kanglin also sighed slightly and said, "Several hundred years of lying low." Ji Kanglin was naturally filled with vicissitude of emotions. He, Imo Lan, could be said to be born for Yi Yuan's sake. However, he lurked for several hundred years and was still unable to kill Yi Yuan. For Yi Yuan's sake, he truly cudgeled his brain, but he just could not kill him. Yi Yuan's life was seriously too tenacious. Chapter 1167. 9 Consummate God Killing Sword Formation. Chapter 1167. 9 Consummate D Killing Sword Formation. Seeing Ji Kanglin, Yi Yuan's killing intent could not be concealed anymore. He looked at Ji Kanglin and said coldly, "I'm only asking you, just how is Lyra right now?" Ji Kanglin smiled and said, "How else can she be? Don't you already know? Do you think that I let her off? Ho! The Son of Heaven's mandate is destined to be lonely." Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent. Killing intent surged to the skies. Ji Kanglin smiled faintly when he saw the situation and said, "Looks like you hate me very much, but your opponent isn't me. Since you came, I, your senior brother, naturally have to arrange a big feast for you." Whoosh! Before Yi Yuan's eyes, 100 figures suddenly appeared. Each and every one of these people all surged with fiendish energy. Even Ma Yudao and those people knocked unconscious by him previously, all of them woke up too, surrounding Yi Yuan in the middle. 9 Consummate D Killing Sword Formation, you know it, Ji Kanglin said with a faint smile. Yi Yuan's face darkened, and he gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, "You deserve death." This 9 Consummate D Killing Sword Formation was precisely a divine rank sword formation that Ji Zhenyang obtained at Falls Mountain Range. Back then, Ji Zhenyang paid a tremendous price and invited Lu Linfeng to take action. It was a grand array, specially forged for the Medicine King Hall. Lu Linfeng was naturally unable to bring out this divine Dao array formation, but he comprehended this set of array formation and modified this set of array formation to become a quasi-divine rank grand array. This set of sword formation, as long as the people who took part in the sword formation were sufficiently strong, they could virtually contend with the 10 great divine king CLAs of powerhouses. Wanting to utilize this set of 9 consummate killing sword formation to the limits required 3 peak void mystic powerhouses, 9 middle stage void mystic powerhouses, 18 initial stage void mystic powerhouses, as well as 81 peak divine king powerhouses. Even though Lu Linfeng helped the Medicine King Hall to simplify this set of array formation, with the Medicine King Hall strength, they could not form this set of sword formation at all. Previous life, the Medicine King Hall did not have so many powerhouses at all. They could only simplify it once more. But now, these powerhouses in front of Yi Yuan pooled this set of sword formation together. Ho-ho! In order to deal with you, I forcefully used secret arts to increase the cultivation realms of your former old friends. Now, the 9 consummate killing sword formation is already gathered, only waiting for you to come and enjoy it, Ji Kanglin said with a big laugh. Most importantly, these powerhouses in front of Yuan were all the Medicine King Hall's backbone in the past. These people, Yuan had gotten along with them for several hundred years and was all too familiar. My good junior brother, I know that you're especially soft-hearted towards friends, so, as the senior brother, I carefully prepared this set of sword formation for you. In a while, you have got to show some leniency when you attack. Don't hurt them. Ha 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 ha. Ji Kanglin laughed very smugly. He had lived with Yi Yuan for several hundred years and was all too clear about Yi Yuan's temperament and weaknesses, including Bright Moon City's sudden turn of events. Ji Kanglin also made use of Yi Yuan's this sort of weakness. Ji Kanglin could be said to be taken every conceivable possibility into account, predicting that Yi Yuan would fall into depravity, but did not expect this variable to appear. The moment the array formation opened up, sharp sword intent roamed around inside the grand array. Yi Yuan's expression could not help becoming solemn. This array formation was indeed extraordinary. Any one of them was far from being Yi Yuan's match, but combined together, actually had a feeling of invincibility. Even if Yi Yuan comprehended the domain of sword, he actually had a feeling of danger too. This Lu Linfeng is truly Nable. Just simply modify it a bit will do. So, serious for what? Our Medicine King Hall clearly didn't have that many powerhouses. Did you specifically alter the array formation for Ji Kanglin? Yi Yuan had long already cussed Lu Linfeng several hundred times in his heart. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Streaks of sword light slashed past, charging straight for Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's expression changed. The evil extermination sword suddenly moved out. Murmuring, Yi Yuan attacked like lightning, weaving the evil extermination sword densely until airtight. Only then did it barely withstood the power of the sword formation. Even so, he felt his blood and qi in turmoil too. Ever since comprehending the domain of sword, it was still Yi Yuan's first time encountering such a powerful foe. Just now, when those sword lights came over, they looked plain and ordinary, but Yi Yuan suddenly sensed an immense threat. He felt like his domain of sword most likely could not resist the might of those sword lights. Sure enough, the moment it started, Yi Yuan's pressure sword. Yi Yuan had no time to praise this array formation's marvelousness. In virtually an instant, he was quashed to the extreme. These sword lights, through the 9 consummate killing sword formation's enhancement, the power was tremendous. Even if Yi Yuan's fleshy body was powerful, he was blasted until the webbing between his thumb and index finger went numb too. Before long, Yi Yuan's webbing between his thumb and index finger seeped out blackish red bloodstains. How satisfying. I really didn't think that this sword formation actually had such great power. This brat comprehended the extremely powerful domain of sword among divine Dao domains and actually can't withstand it either. A black-robed man came beside Ji Kanglin and said with a loud laugh. This black-robed man was called Blood Soul, one of the 6 great protectors under Ji Kanglin. Ji Kanglin smiled and said, Divine Tao domains need to have deity realm cultivation to support it. Him, 7th level Tao, profound. Comprehending the domain of sword, it's impossible to be invincible too. Bloodsoul sighed in wonder and said, I was really unaware that you actually reserved such an impressive backup move. Ji Kanglin said, This sword formation was deduced according to Divine Tao array formations by the Grand Yin Divine King among the present Divine Realm's 10 great Divine Kings. The power can virtually rival the 10 great Divine Kings. Back then, Ji Zhenyang, that old thing, expended a tremendous price before managing to get him to take action. I didn't expect that the present human race actually still had such a level of existence. Looks like he isn't easy to provoke. Bloodsoul said with an emotional sigh. So what? As long as Divine Master comes into being, the 10 great Divine Kings are merely ant-like existences. The 10 great Divine Kings are also just Tao profound realm in the end. But Divine Master is a genuine deity realm existence. Ji Kanglin said. Bloodsoul was very much in approval and said with an excited look, Indeed. Right now, everything is ready. There's only lacking the east wind. Before long, our fiend race will rule over the divine realm. At that time, all of the humans will be our slaves. Ha! Ji Kanglin smiled slightly, but did not say much. At this time, Yi Yuan was already suppressed to the extreme. In front of these sword lights, he actually did not have the slightest strength to retaliate. He also tried to cast greater teleportation earlier, attempting to teleport out. But inside such an abstruse and profound array formation, he was actually unable to cast greater teleportation. At this instant, Yi Yuan seemed to be confined firmly inside the sword formation. Under the attack of the sword lights, Yi Yuan was already gradually teetering on his feet. Quite a number of sword lights even brushed by him. He had a narrow escape each time. Seeing this scene, Bloodsoul laughed loudly and said, Ha! This brat can't hold on anymore. If I had long known, I'd have sent this sword formation to go and finish him off. Coming up with so many tricks, the effects were actually inferior to this sword formation. Ji Kanglin's face turned black. A burst of killing intent locked onto Bloodsoul. No, body will take you for mute even if you don't speak. Bloodsoul smiled awkwardly and said, haha, I was just saying. Even though Ji Kanglin expressed his displeasure in the depth of his heart, he actually thought so too. Chapter 1168. Yi Yuan. These people are already devilified and won't have the slightest bit of feelings towards you at all. If you continue to be sympathetic, the one who dies in the end will be you. Yi Yuan. These people are already devilified and won't have the slightest bit of feelings towards you at all. If you continue to be sympathetic, the one who dies in the end will be you. Long Tongue's voice sounded beside Yi Yuan's ear. Senior, could it be that there's really no way of saving them? None. Once devilified, their outcome is only death. Even if you don't kill them now, when you kill their master, they still have to die. Long Tongue said with a decisiveness that could chop metal. Yi Yuan let out a slight sigh and said, Fine then, I got it. Wisps of divine essence quietly entered the evil extermination sword. All of a sudden, Yi Yuan's sword energy skyrocketed. Those sword lights emitted by the sword formation were actually directly crushed by Yi Yuan's sword energy. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Streaks of invisible sword energy were emitted from the evil extermination sword, causing Yi Yuan's defensive circle to grow larger and larger. Seeing this scene, Ji Kanglin and Bloodsoul's expression both changed greatly. Not good. This brat actually held back strength. Looks like he only couldn't bear to kill his former fellow disciples just now, and that's why he was suppressed by the sword formation. Bloodsoul said with an ugly expression. Ji Kanglin's gaze stared at the Yi Yuan inside the sword formation with a glimmer as he gritted his teeth and said, He already cultivated the evil extermination sword formula to the first level's great circle of perfection realm. The evil extermination divine sword's might is already capable of unleashing 10% of its power. Such terrifying comprehension abilities. He obtained the evil extermination sword formula for at most 1 year plus ago, right? In just over 1 year, he comprehended divine Tao laws to such an extent. Blood Soul said in shock. The Son of Heaven's mandate is indeed extraordinary. This group of trash couldn't come in handy as expected. Blood Soul, time for you all to strike. Ji Kanglin said in a solemn voice. Yes, Lord Holy Son. Blood Soul voiced his assent and left. Ji Kanglin looked at the Yi Yuan inside the battle ring, gaze glinting. It was also uncertain what he was thinking about. At this time, Yi Yuan turned the sword hilt. A spiral-shaped sword energy spouted out, akin to boring into rocks, directly penetrating the sword lights that came from the sword formation. Puchi! The sword energy coming off the evil extermination divine sword passed through a peak void mystic's chest without the least bit of hindrance. This person was the Medicine King Hall's former reclusive Grand Elder. His strength was even a notch greater than Sunman. Even though Yi Yuan did not have much contact with him, he also knew that he was a kindly senior. The previous life's Yi Yuan, even though he focused on alchemy Tao toward his fellow disciples, he had never put on the airs of a young patriarch before. Therefore, among these fellow disciples, Yi Yuan's popularity was still rather high. Yi Yuan's relationship with these people before his eyes was also very harmonious. But now, he had to personally end these people's lives. Yi Yuan was still very uncomfortable in his heart. It only stood to reason that he hated Ji Kanglin even deeper to the core. This guy completely had no bottom line when doing things. Following this Grand Elder's death, the 9 consummate god killing sword formation's power naturally became greatly discounted. Those sword lights were completely unable to break through the 20 feet area in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan sighed lightly and said, Sorry, everyone. Qin Yun is useless and is powerless to save the situation. Qin Yun will send you all on your way here. This grudge, Qin Yun will definitely help you all to avenge. Done talking, Yi Yuan's figure instantly vanished. Then, one figure after another fell down from the sky. 100 powerhouses were slaughtered clean by Yi Yuan very quickly. Looking at the corpses all over the floor, Yi Yuan heaved a sigh and said, I'm an alchemy emperor in vain and couldn't save my fellow disciples. Ji Kanglin, our grudge is getting bigger and bigger. Yi Yuan knew that if he did not kill these people, they would come and deal with him to no end. Seeing this sight, Ji Kanglin's eyes also turned slightly intent as he murmured, This brat matured quite a bit these few years. I even thought that some old familiar faces are able to cause some hindrance to him. I didn't think that. He didn't even bat an eyelid. Ji Kanglin, you've lost all of your conscience and will die a horrible death. Yi Yuan looked at Ji Kanglin and said in a cold voice. Ji Kanglin smiled and said, Lost all my conscience? I'm of the fiend race. Don't you think that it's laughable to say this kind of words to a fiend? As long as we occupy this divine realm, we are the heavens. Rather, you personally killed these seniors of the same sect who had once groomed you before. Don't you have any shame at all? Even if they became fiend slaves, they are at least still alive. But now, even their qualifications to carry on living was personally ended by you. Yi Yuan's expression changed. Clearly, he wavered due to Ji Kanglin's sentence. Toward enemies, Yi Yuan had always been decisive in going for the kill. He would not even bat an eyelid. But towards the people around him, Yi Yuan had always felt tied down, even if these people became fiend slaves. But right at this time, warning bells suddenly sounded in Yi Yuan's mind. Countless blood beads came out from within the void and actually already thoroughly surrounded him unknowingly. The current Yi Yuan seemed to have fallen into the encirclement of countless landmines. It was as if there was already nowhere to hide. Pooh, pooh, pooh. Those blood beads all exploded in an instant. In an instantly, blood rain sprayed everywhere. Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he instinctively executed greater teleportation. However, it was still too late. Some blood beads tainted his evil extermination divine sword. There were even some that splashed on him. Yi Yuan's clothes and skin could not cause the slightest hindrance to these blood beads. Once they landed on Yi Yuan's body, it actually encroached within Yi Yuan's body. Yi Yuan's alarm was by no means insignificant. He hurriedly investigated the change within his body, and his expression could not help changing drastically. After these blood beads entered the body, they turned into a tuft of blood-red color mist, enveloping Yi Yuan's essence energy C. Yi Yuan revolved essence energy and actually had an intermittent feeling of sluggishness. Looking at the evil extermination sword again, those blood beads disappeared too. Clearly, it had also corroded to the insides of the evil extermination sword. Yi Yuan discovered that the power of the evil extermination sword seemed to be greatly reduced. What the hell was those blood beads? Looking at this scene, Ji Kanglin burst into laughter and said, "My good junior brother, you're too careless." After those blood beads exploded, the entire stretch of the sky seemed to be smeared a scarlet red color, looking exceedingly horrifying. Ha ha! For figures walked out from within the void, their face having a mocking look. Ji Qingyun, the taste of these god-corrupting blood beads is still pretty good, right? Stop struggling. These god-corrupting blood beads can defile myriad life under the heavens. As long as stained by a tiny bit, your essence energy will be defiled, unable to be used at all. Also, under this stretch of sky, the 4 of our combat power will increase 1/5, while you will weaken by 1/5. Ji Qingyun, you're indeed powerful. Too bad that you're too foolish. Those good-for-nothings were completely useless. If they died, then they died. You actually even had compassion for them. But speaking of which, for them to be able to confuse your mind, it's also considered putting materials to good use. Now that you're going to die too, do you think they will be moved or not? Ha ha! These 4 people were precisely 4 out of the 6 great protectors under Ji Kanglin. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1169, Blood Condensing Holy Physique. Chapter 1169, Blood Condensing Holy Physique. The 6 great protectors under Ji Kanglin were Blood Evil, Blood Soul, Blood Curdle, Blood Extinction, Blood Grudge, and Blood Rain. Blood Rain, who was finished off by Yi Yuan under his bedeviled state, was one of them. Blood Evil transported the Blood Soul beads to the Divine Martial Hall. Currently, at this place, there were only 4 great protectors remaining. But these 4 great protectors were clearly not some simple people. The moment they made a move, they already overpowered Yi Yuan. Currently, Yi Yuan's essence energy was sluggish and was completely unable to muster up an effective attack. Furthermore, this kind of essence energy having corruption effect, it seemed to be spreading. In the end, Yi Yuan's understanding toward the fiend race was still too little. He did not think that Ji Kanglin actually still had such means. But the 4 great protectors' words made Yi Yuan extremely enraged. "Oh, are you very infuriated? You humans just love this sort of useless anger. Your rage is so scary. Use your wrath to come and kill me." Haha. Tis TSK, truly a pretty good expression. I just love seeing this kind of outraged, but helpless expression of humans. The 4 people chimed in one after another, taunting Yi Yuan. Unable to circulate essence energy, Yi Yuan was already a lamb awaiting slaughter now. Ji Kanglin's brows furrowed, and he said, "Stop talking C. R. A. P. Kill him in case the night is long and dreams are fretful." Roger. The 4 people received the order, raising their blades in unison and charged over towards Yi Yuan. But right at this time, a sudden turn of events occurred. Roar! A dragon roar that reverberated through the clouds surged to the sky. But this time, Yi Yuan did not transform into a Civ dragon. Even so, the dragon pressure on his body was not the slightest bit weaker compared to turning into a dragon. To Yi Yuan, fighting in human form was still more carefree. Caught off guard, the terrifying dragon pressure actually directly sent the 4 people flying out. Since I'm unable to use essence energy, then I'll just use the power of the fleshy body, Yi Yuan said very indifferently. Despite being sent flying by the air below, Blood Soul, the 4 of them, did not get any injuries. Seeing this scene, Blood Soul could not help smiling as he said, "Your fleshly body's strength doesn't even reach peak tier 9. Dealing with the 4 of us, it's still death." The power of sanguinary, Yi Yuan had once seen on quite a few people before. But those people compared to these 4 people before his eyes, the disparity was too great. A B-L-O-O-D, while light shot to the skies. The 4 people carried a strange blade momentum and charged over towards Yi Yuan. As expected, just as they said, under this stretch of blood-colored S-P-A-C, the 4 of their strength skyrocketed. Yi Yuan could distinctly sense that these 4 people's strength indeed said ordinary void mystic powerhouses significantly. The 4 people superimposing together, the momentum was even more impressively shocking. Yi Yuan pulled out the fire rod and clashed together with the 4 people, and actually did not fall into a disadvantageous position in the slightest. Yi Yuan's dragon wave was long cultivated to late-stage spirit rank. The increase to his strength was not just a tiny bit. Even if not utilizing essence energy, Yi Yuan could similarly battle with powerhouses that said peak void mystic by relying on the dragon race's martial techniques. How is that possible? You're actually not affected by the G-O-D corrupting blood heaven, Blood Soul said in astonishment. As Yi Yuan fought, he said disdainfully, "A true dragon fleshy body is an extreme yang and indomitable physique of the world. With just the likes of your despicable means, how can it have constraining effects on me? Damn, in it, this brat's tricks really emerge in an endless stream." Bloodcurdle said angrily. Following the increase in cultivation realm, Yi Yuan's true dragon bloodline had long reached sacred rank already. The dragon race's bloodline was one of the blessed bloodlines in the world. How could it be suppressed by this Bane blood heaven? The proud dragon race would never lower their heads to anybody, not even the fiend race. Seeing this scene, Ji Kanglin's gaze flickered incessantly. Clearly, he was quite surprised. The son of heaven's mandate. The son of heaven's mandate. Not seeing him for just a short 20 years or so, just how many trump cards does he have? However, it already reached this point. His trump card should be used up, right? Thinking to the back, the corners of Ji Kanglin's mouth unconsciously revealed a hint of a smile. He naturally knew that the son of heaven's mandate was difficult to deal with. The reason why he set up so many contingency plans was in order to exhaust Yi Yuan's trump cards. "The few of you, stop playing. Quickly finish him," Ji Kanglin said rather annoyedly. Hearing Ji Kanglin's voice, the 4 figures retreated explosively, instantly pulling apart the distance from Yi Yuan. "Sigh, how boring. Hard to come across such an interesting fellow. Can't even play a while more," Blood Soul said helplessly. "Forget it. Lord Holy Sun is already unhappy. If we still don't take it seriously, he'll probably directly erase us," Bloodcurdle said. "But this brat is really strong." Under the circumstances of not employing essence energy, he actually fought to a draw with the 4 of us. No wonder he's the son of heaven's mandate. This strength is truly terrifying, Blood Extinction said. "No matter how great his strength is, it's only this and nothing more as well. Come on," Blood Soul said coolly. Finished talking, the 4 people actually turned into a cloud of blood mist with a bang. 4 long sabers actually combined into one. Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent, revealing a stunned look. This move seemed to be somewhat extraordinary. The 6 of them are of the blood-condensing holy physique. The terrifying aspect of this kind of physique is that they can each battle individually, and they can also merge into one body. You're very lucky that Blood Drain was killed by you, and that Blood Evil isn't at the Medicine King Hall either. But dealing with you, the 4 of them should be adequate. Ji Kanglin explained by the side, very coolly. Clearly, he was very confident in the 4 of their combined attack. The 6 Great Protectors' combined bodies attack. It was rather demanding for even him to deal with it as well. These 6 Great Protectors were created by the Divine Master, expending a tremendous price. Divine Master spent several thousand years before creating 24 blood-condensing holy physiques. Once these 24 blood-condensing holy physiques combine into one, even if the heaven-stabilizing Divine King, Zhuge Qingxian, was here, it would be more than he could chew off too. The activities that the fiend race carried out in secret these few years were mostly completed by these 24 blood-condensing holy physiques. Under the circumstances where the Divine Master was unable to emerge, these 24 blood-condensing holy physiques could be said to be his representatives. The Divine Master sent 6 Great Protectors to come and assist Ji Kanglin in one go. The importance he attached on Ji Kanglin could be seen. Of course, Ji Kanglin did not disappoint him either. Ever since the Medicine King Hall's change, Ji Kanglin did a lot of things openly and covertly. Just the speed of collecting blood soul beads was several dozens of times faster than in the past. This colossal project, Ji Kanglin also thoroughly completed it not long ago. All along, the Divine Master was very satisfied with Ji Kanglin's performance. The sole exception was Yi Yuan. All of a sudden, Yi Yuan's gaze turned sharp. Those 4 exploded clouds of blood mist suddenly gathered together, becoming a person. But this person's aura was completely different from those 4 people previously. Just judging from the aura, this person's strength was very terrifying. "Oh, savor it well, this final hour," Ji Kanglin said with mockery. Hearing that, Yi Yuan beamed broadly and said, "Since you know that I'm the son of heaven's mandate, then you should be prepared for a reckoning. This level of tricks, and you want to kill the son of heaven's mandate?" Yi Yuan's mocking laugh made Ji Kanglin's expression changed. Chapter 1170. 50,000 years later, Divine Rank Dragon Wave reappears. Chapter 1170. 50,000 years later, Divine Rank Dragon Wave reappears. Ji Kanglin's gaze turned sharp. He saw that Yi Yuan actually slowly withdrew the sacred dragon token. Yi Yuan slowly shut his eyes. All the muscles in his entire body were trembling rhythmically. Sigh, is this freak finally going to use it? Over 50,000 years later, finally seeing it once again. Inside the vast heaven pag. Oh, duh. Long Tongue had been paying attention to the battle situation all along. When he saw Yi Yuan keep the sacred dragon token, he knew that this little freak was going to unleash a big move. Yi Yuan had long cultivated the dragon wave to spirit rank perfection realm. As for divine rank dragon wave, that was just something of the legends. However, in 100,000 years, one person who truly cultivated dragon wave to divine rank, it was Long Tongue. What the Dragon Clan's divine inscriptions recorded was precisely how to train Dragon Wave to divine rank. With Long Tongue's overwhelming talent, he comprehended the divine inscriptions and attained divine rank Dragon Wave. That was how he became the Dragon Clan's strongest in these 100,000 years. But Long Tongue spent close to 500 years comprehending divine rank Dragon Wave back then. But Yi Yuan merely just spent a day. From Spirit Rank Dragon Wave to Divine Rank Dragon Wave. Same as all comprehensions of divine inscriptions, the hardest was crossing the threshold. But this crossing of the threshold was too easy to Yi Yuan. Even if Long Tongue had long been prepared in his heart, he was also dumbstruck with amazement by Yi Yuan's comprehension speed. Truly worthy of being the atavism dragon soul, this kind of comprehension ability can simply be rated as heaven-defying. A physique that is hard to encounter once every million years. Truly inconceivable. This boy is full of secrets everywhere on him. Just how did this atavism dragon soul of his come about? Long Tongue shook his head and said with a sigh. He also could not understand till now. Yi Yuan was clearly a human martial artist. Why would he possess a dragon race's physique that was hard to come across once every million years? The blood-condensing holy physique wielded a long blade in his hand, his aura as stonies. Plusing. Along the way, Yi Yuan had encountered martial artists who used the sanguine power several times. But compared to this blood-condensing holy physique, it was simply a small apprentice meeting a great sorcerer. Go to blood dyeing the sky. A bold and uninhibited blade carrying an unreasonable cruise. Plusing force shot straight towards Yi Yuan's face. Looking from the sides, that sharp blade light virtually split the blood-colored sky into two halves. Roar! At the same time, a virtually materialized golden dragon claw similarly tore apart the sky and welcomed that blood-colored blade light. Blade light versus dragon claw. It made people's necks shrink back. Everyone all thought that this dragon claw would absolutely be split by the blade. Boom! Under everyone's stares, two terrifying waves of energy collided together, kicking up a brilliant energy undulation. Soundless energy instantly spread throughout the entire Medicine King Hall. Many fiend race martial artists did not even let out a miserable cry and were utterly obliterated by this surge of energy. The two streams of energy actually entered a deadlock in midair. This blade that was sufficient to split apart everything was actually forcefully caught by the golden dragon claw. Rumble. The two surges of energy started vibrating fiercely. Suddenly, Ji Kanglin's expression changed. That indifferent look from before was long replaced by shock already. This is the dragon race's divine rank martial technique. This guy, he comprehended divine rank dragon wave? Ji Kanglin said, shock written all over his face. Ji Kanglin had been on undercover among the human race for a long time, but he was still very clear about some of the divine realm secrets. The dragon race's martial technique was completely established on the basis of dragon wave. And the hallmark of dragon wave breaking through to divine rank was golden color. That seemingly corporeal golden dragon claw clearly showed that Yi Yuan comprehended divine rank dragon wave. Bang! A huge bang came over, startling the Ji Kanglin, who was ruminating in his thoughts. After stalemating for a short while, the golden dragon claw actually crushed that unparalleled blade light. This was not over yet. The golden dragon claw directly smacked down towards the blood-condensing holy physique. Amidst miserable cries, the blood-condensing holy physique was directly smacked into a cloud of blood mist. For clouds of black mist escaped from under the coiling dragon heaven, devastating palm. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Those blood mists actually condensed four figures once more with the black gas as the center. Who could it be if not Blood Soul, the four of them? The divine rank, coiling dragon heaven, devastating palm actually did not strike them dead in one palm. Blood Soul had a look of lingering fear in his heart. The color on his face also faded away a lot, appearing very pale. Clearly, even though this palm did not smack him dead, it also greatly reduced his strength. What's the use even if this palm was any more powerful? The few of us are of undying bodies. You can't kill us. Blood Soul let out a crazed laugh, while Yi Yuan, who had no movements all along, suddenly opened his eyes. Ji Kanglin had been paying attention to Yi Yuan's direction all along. Ever since after executing the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm, Yi Yuan shut his eyes all the way. It was also uncertain what he was doing. At this time, Yi Yuan suddenly snapped open his two eyes. Rays of brilliant light shot out of his eyes. Ji Kanglin cussed in his heart. Be careful, Ji Kanglin yelled out. Blood Soul was startled and hurriedly cast movement technique, wanting to escape. Poochie. Of the four people, 3 people got away. But there was a figure who was directly hacked in a blood mist by Yi Yuan once again. It was just at this time, Yi Yuan did not give him the chance to revive. Inside the domain of sword, Yi Yuan directly ground everything up, including the cloud of black gas. Blood extinction dead. Blood Soul, the 3 of them revealed thunderstruck expressions, looked at Yi Yuan, and said with an expression like they had seen a ghost, You resolved the G. Oh. Decorrupting blood bead? How did you do it? That scene earlier, Yi Yuan did not have the slightest feeling of sluggishness when casting martial technique. Evil extermination sword's power recovered to its peak condition again. Very clearly, Yi Yuan already completely resolved G. Oh, corrupting blood bead. It was just that Blood Soul did not dare to believe at all how Yi Yuan did it. A hint of a cold sneer flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth as he said coolly, "A mere corrupting object, what's hard about removing it? To think that you all still treated this lousy thing as a treasure." The moment Blood Soul heard, his face could not turning stiff. Lousy thing? The decorrupting blood bead was an existence that could even corrupt divine artifacts. When it reached Yi Yuan's mouth, it actually became a lousy thing. The decorrupting blood bead was naturally not a lousy thing. But they did not know that Yi Yuan had a cleansing, sandal sacred flame on him and could purify myriad objects under the heavens. These decorrupting blood beads were merely man-made. However, a peak tier 9 cleansing sandal sacred flame was the purest, most unadulterated power of fire essence in the world. As long as Yi Yuan was given some time, purifying tainted blood was naturally accomplished with ease. After the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm, Yi Yuan was already silently revolving fiery, eliminating the corrupted blood inside his essence, energy sea, and inside the evil extermination sword clean. This sudden attack caught the 4 people off guard, resulting in blood extinction being instantly eradicated. No, I don't believe it. The decorrupting blood bead is our lifeblood sanguine power. How can you possibly resolve it? Blood Soul had a savage look, his eyes filled with disbelief. Yi Yuan said coolly, "It doesn't matter whether you believe or not. Either way, freaks like you all won't be existing anymore right away." Done talking, Yi Yuan's figure suddenly vanished. Blood Soul's gaze turned intent, but Yi Yuan already quietly arrived by his side. Chapter 1171. Who won, who lost? Chapter 1171. Who won, who lost? Clank. The sound of metal class. Plussing. Yi Yuan's eyes blurred. A certain kill sword was actually blocked by Ji Kanglin. After a time interval of 20 years, it was the first time the apprentice brothers, the 2 people, were so close. However, Yi Yuan's expression changed. The sword in Ji Kanglin's hand was actually a divine artifact too. "Oh, you seem very surprised that I have a divine artifact in my hands," Ji Kanglin said with a smile that was not a smile. Clank. The 2 people's essence energy swept out, separating from each other. Blood Soul Trio heaved a long sigh in relief, feeling lucky to survive a disaster. And many thanks to Lord Holy Sun for the rescue. This subordinate is incapable and disappointed Lord Holy Sun. Blood Soul's sweat poured profusely as he cupped his fists and said. Ji Kanglin snorted coldly and said, "If not for that you guys still have a bit of use. You think that this seat will save you all? A bunch of good-for-nothing. Can't even cause him a bit of harm." Ji Kanglin had prepared many contingencies and even thought that he was able to seriously wound Yi Yuan, who knew that apart from making Yi Yuan display some trump cards, he did not cause much damage to Yi Yuan at all. Blood Soul and the rest did not dare to refute, hurriedly retreating. With Holy Sun taking action, there was naturally no need for them anymore. Moreover, Blood Soul discerned in shock that they could not poke their noses into this battle at all. It was too easy for Yi Yuan to want to eradicate them. The undying body was simply a joke in front of Yi Yuan. Ji Kanglin toyed with the divine sword in his hand and said with a look of amuse, Back then, the deity realm powerhouses that died in Divine Master's hands were too many to enumerate. Just a divine sword. No need to make such a big fuss." Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent, and he opened his mouth and said, "The Divine Master that you speak of, could it be one of the heavenly fiend Ji?" "Oh, DS Kanua?" Ji Kanglin smiled and said, "Looks like you know quite a bit. It's just that Holy Mother Devil Flower has already come into being." Even though she was seriously injured by the divine sword, as long as she recovers and joins hands with Lord Divine Master. Do you think that you still have hope? Yi Yuan gave him a very meaningful glance and said, Are you roping me in? Ji Kanglin did not have the intention of denying, saying, Junior brother, you're a smart man and should know the logic of a fine bird choosing a tree to perch on. A war without any hopes of victory. Why do you need to take up a difficult job beyond your reach? With your understanding of me, don't you think that saying these words is somewhat wasting your breath? Do you think that I would agree? Yi Yuan said with a mocking laugh mockingly. Ji Kanglin said, Times have changed. Since you personally saw Holy Mother Devil Flower come into being, I believe you should know that you absolutely have no chances of victory. Absolute Heaven had Jiang Chun, this origin deity realm powerhouse, aiding him. But beside you, who else is there? Without a deity realm existence, Divine Master Kanua and Holy Mother Devil Flower are even more undefeatable. Yi Yuan's brows involuntarily knitted together when he heard that. When Ji Kanglin saw, he continued, Actually, those days together with you and Master, I was very happy too. But I had no command over myself. The survival order of the fiend race is like the mortal's king to his subjects. A thought to live, a thought to die. Talking about it, you might not believe it. Divine Master sealed my divine soul in the divine soul of a human. Hence, that's why you all were unable to detect it. But for so many years, I've already been corroded by the human soul. One can say that I'm a half-fiend, half-human freak right now. Regarding Master's incident, I can only say very sorry. You have to know, the Son of Heaven's mandate's final fate is death. Absolute Heaven was like that. Fong Tian 50,000 years was similarly like so. In terms of meritorious exploits and great achievements, who can compete with the Sons of Heaven's mandate in the human race's history? But you take a look, among the Sons of Heaven's mandate you know of, who else is there? Ji Kanglin's words could be said to touch the chords of one's heart. He was talking about it, until Yi Yuan actually hesitated for a moment. He did not say things like whatever dominating the divine realm. Only he alone reigned supreme, so on and so forth. Because he knew that Yi Yuan was not interested at all. Moving with feelings, understanding with reason, was the best way to rope Yi Yuan in. However, Long Tongue inside the vast heaven pag. Oh, the somewhat freaked out when he saw Yi Yuan's wavering appearance. Yi Yuan, the fiend race mustn't be trusted. This Ji Kanglin is diabolic and wildly ambitious. You mustn't fall for his tricks. Long Tongue said anxiously, Junior brother, we were fellow disciples for 500 years. These 500 years to me, this half-human, half-fiend freak, it indeed warmed my heart. But Kanua, on the day I was born, I was sealed up by him, becoming this grotesque appearance. I can tell you a secret. Now that the Divine Realm's Heaven Tao is missing, Kanua already lost interest in it. After conquering it, he still wants to think of a way to return to the place he came from. At that time, we'll re-establish order in the Divine Realm and maintain the present state. Isn't that good? Ji Kanglin strung along skillfully. With this, Long Tongue panicked even more and said, Yi Yuan, don't listen to his lies. You shut your mouth for this young master. Yi Yuan suddenly shouted. Ji Kanglin froze when he heard that, but then he saw Yi Yuan took out the vast heaven pag. Oh duh, and casually fired out several spells. Long Tongue's voice could not longer transmit out. When the Long Tongue inside saw the situation, he was even more fluid teared like an ant in a hot pan. But Yi Yuan had already completely controlled the vast heaven pag. Oh now. The artifact spirit, was completely helpless. When Ji Kanglin saw the situation, he could not help rejoicing in his heart. Looked like his persuasion took effect. You said just now, he'll think of a way to return to his original place? What does this mean? Yi Yuan asked in a solemn voice. Ji Kanglin said, The fiend race isn't a race of the divine realm at all. As for how in the world they came, very sorry, I don't know either. Yi Yuan furrowed his brows and started musing. This news was indeed an earth-shattering news to him. But, I heard Kanua said before, the light flashed. Ji Kanglin suddenly shot forth. He was waiting for a chance where Yi Yuan became inattentive by talking until now. He did not hope at all for Yi Yuan pledge allegiance to the fiend race. But he knew that Yi Yuan would definitely be interested in the fiend race's history. Hence, he dug a pit step by step, waiting for Yi Yuan's momentary absent-mindedness. When experts exchange blows, an instant was sufficient. Deliberate in counsel. Prompt in action, Ji Kanglin's sword was quick to the extreme. Compared to Yi Yuan's greater teleportation, it did not lose out to it either. It was just that Ji Kanglin did not think that at virtually the same time, Yi Yuan moved too. Clank, clank. Two long swords intersected and said, separating upon contact. Far away, Bloodsoul and the rest could not refrain from swallowing their saliva. That scene just now was seriously too exciting. Even they were taken in by Ji Kanglin too, and even thought that Lord Holy Sun was really recruiting Yi Yuan. But who knew that in an instant, the situation suddenly changed. Blood grudge, who won? Bloodsoul could not resist asking the Blood Grudge beside. Blood Grudge shook his head and had a nervous look too. Puffed. Fresh blood suddenly sprayed out of Yi Yuan's chest, and he unconsciously kneeled but stopped halfway. Ha ha! Lord Holy Sun is indeed formidable. Seeing this scene, Bloodsoul the three people could not help being overjoyed. Chapter 1172, Bloodshed Flying Sword. Chapter 1172, Bloodshed Flying Sword. Yi Yuan. Are you alright? The vast heaven pag. Oh, Da's restriction also automatically removed at this time. Long tongue rushed straight out of the vast heaven pag. Oh duh, and looked at Yi Yuan concernedly. Yi Yuan's complexion was deathly pale, the blood on his chest gus. Plussing out like a fountain, looking exceedingly frightening. Wounds carved out on the physical body by a divine sword were not that easy to heal. Yi Yuan revolved the tyrant dragon regeneration art crazily, but the wounds healed rather slowly. I'm fine. Yi Yuan's complexion was white as a sheet as he said strenuously. Kill him. Arg. Ji Kanglin's mouth emitted a howl, as if exhausting all the strength in his body. Poochie. After this sound was made, Ji Kanglin's body actually cut off at the waist. Seeing this scene, Bloodsoul Trio's expressions changed drastically. They never would have thought that this round, it was actually Yi Yuan who won. Yi Yuan only had his chest injured, while Ji Kanglin was cut in half at the waist. Similarly, using a divine artifact, the wound was likewise unable to heal. But without a doubt, Yi Yuan's situation right now became even more dangerous. Bloodsoul three people's reactions could not be said to not be fast. They dashed out, charging toward Yi Yuan. Long Tongue's expression changed greatly and was just about to take action, but was stopped by Yi Yuan. Let me finish talking. Yi Yuan muttered words under his breath. A mysterious and hard-to-fathom divine Tao law slowly emerged. The vast heaven stone steel suddenly turned big from small SMAs. Plussing towards the three people. Bloodsoul Trio did not think that Yi Yuan still had such a fallback. Caught unprepared, they were immediately suppressed by the vast heaven stone steel. The vast heaven stone steel that carried divine Tao laws directly crushed the three people into smithereens. Even the black gas that condensed into them were also directly annihilated by the vast heaven stone steel. The vast heaven stone steel and evil extermination sword were originally the fiend race's jinx. Yi Yuan could already draw out a portion of the vast heaven stone steel's power presently. How could it be what Bloodsoul Trio was capable of withstanding? Of course, this was primarily still due to Yi Yuan severely injuring them previously with the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. Their current strength was already greatly discounted as well. Puwerk finished suppressing Bloodsoul Trio. Yi Yuan also vomited a large mouthful of blood. Utilizing divine essence and the power of divine Tao laws, especially under the circumstances of being severely injured, it increased the burden on his body even more. Yi Yuan, Long Tongue hurriedly went to support him. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, I'm fine. Senior, you go back inside the vast heaven pag. Oh, to first. This battle isn't over yet. Long Tongue's expression flickered incessantly, but finally still nodded his head and returned inside the vast heaven pag. Oda unwillingly. Presently, this level of battle was already not what he was able to take part in. At this time, ABL OOD Y-light shot up into the sky from Ji Kanglin's body. The place where he was severed at the waist actually rejoined together, looking very harrowing. Very clearly, he was making the best use of time to recover his strength. This sword of Yi Yuan did not cut his vital parts. Even ordinary martial artists could not be killed, let alone a fiend like Ji Kanglin. Yi Yuan's Tyrant Dragon Regeneration art also revolved to the limits, recovering his wound. At the same time, he even swallowed a Tier 9 medicinal pill. How devious, junior brother. At this time, Ji Kanglin, who was inside the bloodlight, spoke up. His tone was icy cold. Clearly, he took Yi Yuan's blow earlier greatly to heart. He was baiting Yi Yuan step by step, but did not expect that Yi Yuan was just meeting one ruse with another, and even deliberately sealed the vast heaven pag. Oh, Dufraimasi. In the end, he fell into Yi Yuan's scheme. This round, it was still him who lost by a notch. You were conniving too. Saving them just now is probably in order to be a scapegoat for you, right? He had no reservations earlier in letting Blood Soul and the rest to deliver themselves up for Yi Yuan to kill, in order to aggravate Yi Yuan's injuries. This way, he had even more time to recover from his wounds. Ji Kanglin knew that Yi Yuan still had the strength to spare. If Yi Yuan did not shrink back from getting severely injured and directly came over to kill him, he practically did not have strength left over to retaliate. Merely a bunch of traws. Plus dying for me is their glory, Ji Kanglin said without a care. You truly deserve death. My little junior brother, already reached this point today. Do you still not understand me? Hence, I came to kill you. You can't kill me. This battle, the one who dies is you. Is that so? Then let's go another round. How about it? While talking, Yi Yuan slowly stood up. Ji Kanglin in the bloodlight was taken aback with shock and said in horror, How can you possibly recover so quickly? Yi Yuan said coolly, Since you know that I obtained the medicine G. Oh, D Soul Cannon. Can't you guess it? A Arcane Insight rank. Ji Kanglin said in horror. Arcane Insight rank medicinal pills contain divine Tao laws. Healing medicinal pills were naturally able to dispel the power of laws that divine artifacts left behind on the wounds. So, can you go and die already? Yi Yuan's indifferent voice sounded out. A sword slashed towards the Ji Kanglin inside the B. L-O-O-D Y-light. But in the next second, Yi Yuan's expression changed drastically. All the hairs on his body stood on its end. Yi Yuan's alarm bells sounded off, and he chose to greater teleport at the first moment. Bloodshed Flying Sword. A bizarre voice suddenly came out from inside the B. L-O-O-D Y-light, vastly different from Ji Kanglin normally. However, when countless blood-colored flying swords were magnified limitlessly in Yi Yuan's pupils, Yi Yuan felt tremendous pressure, without holding back in the slightest. Sword intent connecting to divinity. Yi Yuan mustered up essence energy, activating the evil extermination divine sword to the limits. A dense sword web welcomed the approaching blood-colored flying swords. These flying swords were not real swords, but one after another of dense sword energy. Sword energy and blood energy fused together. Poo. Very soon, Yi Yuan's sword web and the blood swords collided together. The first strike, Yi Yuan almost spewed out a mouthful of blood. This was a clash of divine Tao laws. However, it seemed like Ji Kanglin was a level higher. Yi Yuan revolved the black tortoise treasure body divine art and tyrant dragon regeneration art, and forcefully suppressed his rolling blood energy. At the same time, the evil extermination sword in his hand did not stop for a second, dancing until it was impenetrable. For a moment, Yi Yuan seemingly had his chest struck by countless heavy hammers. The wounds from before did not heal right away. Under the attacks of these countless blood swords, his wounds split apart once more. Pooh work. Finally, this wave of blood swords was withstood by Yi Yuan. But the injuries on his body worsened several times. On Yi Yuan's white long robes, it was already stained full of blackish red bloodstains. Ji Kanglin was indeed not so easy to deal with. In the bloodlight, Ji Kanglin slowly walked out. His severed body actually pieced together completely once more at this time. Little junior brother, this move is still Pa-S, Sable, right? You're also too careless. The Fiend race's recovery ability is rated as perverse. Even you recovered, would I not recover? Ji Kanglin said to Yi Yuan with a wide grin. The blood within Yi Yuan's body was in turmoil. At this time, he could not even speak. Those blood swords looked very sloppy and ordinary, but the power was unbelievably terrifying. The evil extermination divine sword that he deployed with divine essence was actually unable to ward off the impact that the power of laws brought to him. Chapter 1173, Fury Sword, Fire Lotus. Chapter 1173, Fury Sword, Fire Lotus. Talking about geniuses, it's not just you alone in this world. These few years, your senior brother, I wasn't idling. This bloodshed flying sword amalgamated the Fiend race's transcendent blood Dao and the human race's sword Dao. In terms of power, it's already not weaker compared to the 10 great divine kings. The kind of powerhouses, Ji Kanglin said with a faint smile. Yi Yuan sensed that these blood swords were just like him. ALS. Even if he used all of his strength, he was still beaten to severe injuries. With Yi Yuan's defensive power, this was simply unthinkable. Oh, stop racking your brain in vain. Do you think that I give you a chance to catch your breath? Now, senior brother will send you to go reunite with that an old man of yours. Ji Kanglin suddenly became resolute. He suddenly slashed the divine sword at his own palm. Fresh blood immediately sprayed all over the divine sword. Bloodshed flying sword, go for me. Once more, countless blood swords tore through the air and arrived, and actually carried whistling sounds. This attack, Yi Yuan already had nowhere to hide. But in the next instant, the expression on Ji Kanglin's face became extremely fascinating. A human-sized tortoise L appeared in front of Yi Yuan. Mystic art holy tortoise L. The originally incomparably swift and fierce blood swords collided onto the tortoise L, and actually could not even stir up a single wave. Ji Kanglin's eyes stared like wide circles, but he refused to believe everything that he saw before his eyes. Another round of bloodshed flying sword. However, it still did not stir up any waves. After the mystic art holy tortoise L, Yi Yuan was currently making use of all of the time to recover essence energy. Yi Yuan's tyrant dragon regeneration art, following the increase in fleshly body power, already cultivated to late-stage 9th level. Right now, the recovery power was various stonies. Plus, the medicinal effects of the arcane insight medicinal pill before had yet to fade. The mystic art holy tortoise I was sufficient to resist until he recovered some strength. Ji Kanglin suddenly thought of something and said in astonishment, Could this be the lost supreme treasure of the Black Tortoise clan? The mystic art holy tortoise In it, this brat's lucky chances are truly heaven-defying. Thinking about it, Ji Kanglin's face turned cold, and he said, No way. Absolutely can't let him recover strength. Otherwise, the consequences are too ghastly to imagine. Instinctively, Ji Kanglin sensed a hint of a threat. Boom! Suddenly, Ji Kanglin's whole body was shrouded in black gas. Berserk, fiendish energy gave people a nerve-wracking feeling. Ji Kanglin slit his own palm once more, then smeared his own blood on the divine sword. The divine sword emitted intense vibrations, appearing extremely unwilling. Ji Kanglin said with a hideous grin, "Being a wedding gown for this seat, that's your honor." Devil flames surging to the sky. "Suppress for me." A cloud of black gas instantly wrapped the divine sword up. The divine sword's unwillingness was actually really quashed down. Ji Kanglin's fiendish energy was countless times purer compared to the average fiend. Even compared to that fiend Ji. Oh, Di Jialan, it was not at all inferior to. Ji Kanglin gave a roar. His entire person's aura suddenly skyrocketed. The explosive muscles utterly shredded his clothes. His facial features also became abnormally savage. His entire person was just like a rampaging wild beast. Ji Qingyun, I want to see how long this tortoise L of yours can last. Bloodshed fiend sword. Ji Kanglin's figure suddenly vanished, like it disappeared into thin air. Bang, bang, bang. The next instant, only to hear a series of loud booms transmit over. On the mystic art holy tortoise fierce exploding sounds came over. Waves of terrifying energy undulation spread out layer by layer, blasting the entire Medicine King Hall's houses and mountain body into a pile of dust. This degree of impact was practically already the limits of what divine king powerhouses could attain. Ji Kanglin knew that this mystic art holy tortoise I was definitely not deployed by Yi Yuan. It was definitely a one-time treasure. As long as he attacked continuously, it could hasten the mystic art holy tortoise L's expenditure and reduce Yi Yuan's recovery time from there. The two people were racing against time. After the mystic art holy tortoise Yi Yuan did not move a muscle. It was as if everything in the outside world had not the least bit of relation with him. A moment ago, on a piece of empty land in the vast heaven pag, stood 1,000 identical fieries in ranks. Looking closely, these fieries forms were different. Some were sitting cross-legged, some were playing with flames in their palms, while some were in a ruminating state. There were even some that were fighting in pairs. On the platform, Fiery's main body's eyes were slightly closed, sitting cross-legged, as if he was comprehending something. Suddenly, a voice transmitted into the vast heaven pag. Fiery, I need your help. It was precisely Yi Yuan's voice. Fiery snapped open his eyes and responded, "Okay, big brother, I'm coming right away." Finished talking, his entire body trembled. Those 1,000 fiery clones turned into streams of flowing light, pouring straight into his body. Fiery shut his eyes once more. He was digesting these 1,000 Fiery's comprehension. After 100 breaths, Fiery slowly opened his eyes. Rays of brilliant light appeared in his eyes. By the side, Long Ting opened his mouth and said, "How is it?" Fiery said with a light smile, "The first level, I already learned the rudiments." Long Tongue's entire body trembled, and he said in astonishment, "It's so fast." Fiery nodded and said, "I'm originally an innate fire spirit physique. Comprehending the power of fire source can be said to yield twice the results with half the effort. Although divine Tao laws are hard, to the current me, it's not something beyond my reach. More importantly, this method that Big Brother came up with is simply too ingenious." But Long Tongue let out a sigh and said, "You really don't know how this boy's head grew to actually even think of this kind of cultivation method. Using clones to cultivate the cultivation method, then gathering onto the main body. This is equivalent to having 1,000 Fieries cultivating at the same time, even though the effects are inferior to the main body cultivating by yourself. Once these clones come together, the effects are 10 times, even 100 times of the main body's cultivation speed." After Yi Yuan obtained the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art from Tung Yin there, he suddenly came up with a whimsical idea and imparted this cultivation method to Fiery. Essence fires were born from heaven and earth to begin with, and the cleansing Sandal Flame Lotus was also a heaven and earth spiritual plant. With Fiery's present cultivation realm, Comprehending the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art was truly advancing at a tremendous pace. While at this time, Fiery already learned the rudiments of the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art's divine Tao chapter's first level. In terms of strength, he was already much stronger compared to ordinary peak void mystic. Big Brother is really a prodigious talent. Senior, I'm going out to help Big Brother, Fiery said to Long Tongue. Bang, bang, bang. Ji Kanglin was just like an unceasing war machine, using incomparably powerful offensive power to bombard the mystic art Holy Tortoise SH. L. Under his untiring efforts, the mystic art Holy Tortoise SH. L's tremors became stronger and stronger. Finally, with a bang, the mystic art Holy Tortoise SH. I was no longer able to withstand his tremendous force and was blasted flying. Ka, Ji Qingyun, your hour of doom has arrived. Ji Kanglin shouted excitedly, seeing this scene. But right at this time, there was suddenly an additional figure beside Yi Yuan. The two figures seemed to have consulted in advance. Their movements were virtually synchronized. Two surges of terrifying divine Tao power of laws gushed out akin to twin dragons spitting pearls. Fury Sword Fire Lotus. Chapter 1174. Avenging the Great Enmity. Chapter 1174. Avenging the Great Enmity. Two mighty divine Tao law powers intertwined together, but it was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Fiery was born from the cleansing Sandal Flame Lotus, while the cleansing Sandal Flame Lotus was Yi Yuan's clone. Between Fiery and Yi Yuan could be said to be connected in mind and soul. The synchronization of the two people casting arts was in complete unison. Two kinds of divine Tao laws superimposing together, mutually augmenting each other. The power was far from what an independent divine Tao law could compare to. This sword was unimaginable strong. Ji Kanglin's pupils constricted, wanting to escape. But it was already too late to change moves. With a clank, Ji Kanglin's long sword was directly smacked flying out his hand. Puchi, the evil extermination divine sword stabbed viciously into Ji Kanglin's body, destroying his life force. The evil extermination divine sword originally countered evil things the most. Fiery's law of fire, similarly, could purify myriad things under the heavens. This sword was virtually fatal to Ji Kanglin. Swaz. H. Plus right at that instant evil extermination sword stabbed into Ji Kanglin's body, a Ma. S of black gas suddenly flew out from the top of his head, fleeing away. The black gas's speed was exceptionally swift, but in front of Yi Yuan, who knew the art of greater teleportation, it was futile even if it was any quicker. Want to leave? Yi Yuan gave a cold laugh. Greater teleportation was instantly displayed. How could the Ji Kanglin without a physical body compare to Yi Yuan's speed? One teleportation, and it was a distance of 20,000 feet. The black gas did not escape very far yet, and was already blocked from the front by Yi Yuan. 20 feet. Domain of Sword. Yi Yuan already firmly locked onto the Ji Kanglin in the middle of escaping. At this time, a layer of pale white flame suffused at the borders of the Domain of Sword. Looking from far away, it was like a fireball. Enmity of killing one's father. The hatred of losing one's wife. Do you think that I'd let you escape? Yi Yuan's voice seemingly came from the underworld, bone-piercingly cold. The enmity of over 20 years all erupted at this instant. This short 20 years plus, the thing that Yi Yuan thought about day and night was to take revenge. For the sake of this goal, Yi Yuan could be said to have had narrow escapes. From a carefree young master who pursued Tao wholeheartedly, he became someone who was resolved to excel, a powerful martial artist who specialized in the martial Tao. The transformation experienced in between this could not be said to not be great. Now it was finally within sight. Qingyun, you and I were apprentice brothers at any rate. Furthermore, I didn't kill sister-in-law. She isn't dead yet. Actually, Ji Kanglin also did not know whether Yu Mengli was dead or not. But right now, in order to live, he naturally stuck to his guns that she was not dead. Only this way could he have a chance to live on. Sure enough, when Yi Yuan heard these words, his expression could not help changing, and he said, "Where's Li Er? You let me go first. Otherwise, you'll never see her again." Ji Kanglin threatened. Yi Yuan smiled coldly when he heard that and said, "Do you think you have the qualifications to bargain with me? Why won't I have the qualifications? My good junior brother, I understand you too well. I know that you'll definitely let me leave. Isn't that right? You couldn't even deal a blow to those devil-eyed former fellow disciples. Could it be that you'll kill me for the sake of your beloved?" Ji Kanglin had an unflinching look. He understood Yi Yuan too well. For Yi Yuan to be able to acknowledge Yu Mengli, his fiancée, it showed that he loved Yu Mengli deeply, with Yi Yuan's personality of valuing loyalty and relations. H.I. plus P.S. greatly, he absolutely would not dare to deal a killing blow to him. This was his final counterweight, and also the heaviest counterweight, because Yi Yuan would give in obediently. Do you think that I'll believe your words? If you have Li Er in your hands, would you wait until now? But Yi Yuan was not easy to hoodwink, as he said with a cold sneer. But Ji Kanglin was not fluid teared nor rattled, and similarly said with a cold sneer, "Do you think that if I caught the Yu family's little I'd hide her here? To me, she isn't just a death exemption gold token that's simple. You're the child of destiny. Want to break your destiny, the Yu family's is the crux. Previously, when I deliberately spread the news of her demise, it was in order to make you fall into depravity. I didn't think that you actually pulled through. But now, she's my death exemption gold token. If you don't believe me, just make a move. You'll become the culprit who causes her death indirectly." Yi Yuan hesitated. Even if he did not believe Ji Kanglin's words at all, he did not dare take this risk either. Even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 possibility, Yi Yuan could not use Yu Mengli's life to make a gamble either. This kind of thing, Yi Yuan could not do it. If Yu Mengli died because of him, even if he avenged his great enmity, what was the use? When Ji Kanglin saw Yi Yuan's expression, he could not help being thrilled in his heart. Striking while the iron was hot, he said, "You don't need to doubt either. With that lot S's strength, do you think that she's able to escape my encirclement and suppression? Blood-rain strength you've witnessed before. Do you feel that the Yu family's S can escape from his hands?" Yi Yuan's brows furrowed. This time, he really wavered. According to his estimations, even if Li Er progressed at breakneck speed, it was also impossible to be Bloodrain's match. This way, the likelihood of what Ji Kanglin said increased greatly. "I can let you go, but I want to see Li Er," Yi Yuan said in a cold voice. Ji Kanglin said coolly, "The Yu family's S is already being escorted to the Divine Martial Hall. The Divine Martial Hall definitely already knows that my fleshy body is already destroyed. If I don't hurry back within 3 days, the Yu family's S will be dead for sure. You don't have a choice." Ji Kanglin said whatever came to his mind, but said it with assertive eloquence. He was originally incomparably cunning. Even for Yi Yuan, it was hard to see through any flaws too. Finally, Yi Yuan slowly opened up the domain of sword. That soul-stirring pale, white flames also gradually extinguished. Seeing this scene, Ji Kanglin was wildly elated in his heart, but he did not have the slightest ripple. "Ha ha ha, my good junior brother, we'll meet again." Ji Kanglin laughed smugly. That cloud of black gas turned into a streak of flowing light and headed for the horizon. But right at this time, a beautiful figure gradually appeared in Yi Yuan's line of sight from another direction. "Big brother Yuan, are you all right?" This beautiful figure was none other than precisely Yu Mengli, who rushed over looking travel-worn. The person who understood you the most in this world would be your enemy and your beloved. Seeing Bright Moon City's and Vast Sun City's miserable states, Yu Mengli knew right away that Yi Yuan definitely came to find Ji Kanglin to take revenge. Under this kind of circumstance, it was practically impossible for Yi Yuan to have a second choice. Therefore, Yu Mengli rushed over without stopping. At virtually the same time, Yi Yuan and Ji Kanglin both discovered Yu Mengli. Ji Kanglin had his 7 earthly souls scared out of him, urging fiendish energy to the limits, wanting to get away from Yi Yuan's range. Yi Yuan's entire body shuddered too. Virtually without thinking, the Fury Sword Fire Lotus suddenly attacked. Qi, a lotus flower-shaped pale, white sword energy tore across the sky, flying straight for Ji Kanglin. Even if Ji Kanglin was any quicker, how could he be as fast at this streak of sword energy that tore across the sky and arrived? Ji Qingyun, you won't have a good end. A shrill, miserable cry spread throughout the sky and gradually turned into nothing. The evil extermination, sword's awe-inspiring sword energy, and the cleansing sandal's sacred flame, purifying power, directly incinerated that cloud of black gas into nothing. The haughty and domineering Ji Kanglin finally died under Yi Yuan's sword. Chapter 1175, Uneasiness. Chapter 1175, Uneasiness. At this instant, Yi Yuan felt like all the pores on his body opened up, incomparably light-footed. The large rock pressing on his heart for over 20 years was finally shattered. Killing Ji Kanglin was giving an account to himself, and even more, giving an account to his father who used his life to protect him. But this road was covered densely with thistles and thorns. Fortunately, he finally completed it. But just as Ji Zhengyang said, Ji Kanglin was merely a chess piece that was pushed to the front stage. The real person pulling the strings was Heavenly Fiend Ji. Dekanua. This trip to the Medicine King Hall also let Yi Yuan understand some news concerning Fiend Ji. Dekanua. Even though it was just an iota. But what Yi Yuan was most mindful of was where in the world the Divine Martial Hall, this mysterious sect, was at. Very clearly, Fiend Ji. Dekanua was already about to come into being. If he could not find Kanua before this and severely injure, even finish him off, the outcome was too ghastly to imagine. Thus far, the methods that Kanua exhibited were simply mind-boggling. This opponent was 100 times more terrifying than Ji Kanglin. After all, this was an existence comparable to Taoist absolute heaven, that kind of origin deity realm. Unless he could break through to deity realm. But this was an even more impossible task. Big Brother Yuan. Yu Mengli already sprinted in front of Yi Yuan with a look of agitation. Seeing Yu Mengli, Yi Yuan was similarly over the moon. Li it's great that you're all right. Yi Yuan immediately pulled Li into his embrace and said with his true feelings. To Yi Yuan, it was very rare for him to have this kind of outburst of true sentiments. Li was indeed a special existence to him. Even Mu Lingxuan never enjoyed this kind of treatment from Yi Yuan before, too. Yu Mengli was held in the arm by Yi Yuan. Seeing Yi Yuan's true sentiments flowing, she was truly unable to contain her joy, her heart pounding. Following Yi Yuan for so long, Yu Mengli was deeply aware of the pressure on Yi Yuan's shoulders. To Yi Yuan, who had reincarnated, the Medicine King Hall was a colossal giant, growing from a lower realm's youth without any foundation to the present divine realm's big shot, the Hards. I plus PS paid in between this. Only Yu Mengli was the clearest. If it was just talking about Yi Yuan this ident. 1. Tai. She could be said to have watched Yi Yuan grow up. Now, Yi Yuan personally killed Ji Kanglin, finally putting down that heavy burden. In addition, seeing that she was fine under the brutal hopelessness of love, that was why he would be like this. Big Brother Yuan, congratulations on avenging your great enmity. It's been hard on you these few years. I believe that Lord Jingyang's spirit in heaven should be able to obtain comfort, Yu Mengli said in a gentle voice, being in Yi Yuan's embrace. Hugging Yu Mengli, hearing her words, Yi Yuan was filled with emotions, but tears gushed out. A man would not shed tears easily unless his heart was broken. Ji Kanglin's betrayal had once made Yi Yuan furious and perplexed. Now the truth came to light. Ji Kanglin was actually a fiend race spy. But even so, he and this member of the fiend race had been 500 years of apprentice brothers too. Yi Yuan's current emotion could not be said to not be complicated. Only after a long time did Yi Yuan walk out from surge of emotions. At this time, he changed back to that calm and collected Yi Yuan again. It was just that his concern towards Yu Mengli did not lessen in the slightest. Lier, I thought. Mentioning this, Yu Mengli's expression dimmed too. After all, the Yu family suffered grievous losses in this unexpected turn of events and was even almost completely wiped out. Yu Mengli recounted the matters of Bright Moon's change on that day, as well as afterward, making Yi Yuan secretly heave a sigh of relief at getting lucky too. He also did not think that the innate battle soul physique was actually so powerful. They said that you fell onto the demonic path. Along the way, it worried Lier to death, said Yu Mengli, who had some lingering fear as she explained it. Yi Yuan smiled and said, what they said was right. Just one more step, and I might not even be able to recognize you anymore. Yu Mengli was alarmed in her heart. Only then did she know that Sun Man's words were not exaggerating things to raise the alarm. Did not expect that Bright Moon's change actually brought such peril to Yi Yuan. Seeing Yu Mengli's upset look, Yi Yuan said with a smile, You lies. What's with this expression? Could it be that I'd be foolish enough to blame this matter on you? Between Ji Kanglin and me, we both understand the other two well. Hence, that's why he would use this kind of despicable means to trigger me to fall into depravity. While talking, Yi Yuan's brows suddenly furrowed. When Yu Mengli noticed Yi Yuan's abnormality, she even thought that it was in the sequela left behind in battle earlier, and hurriedly asked Yi Yuan, What's wrong with you? Are you all right? Yi Yuan shook his head and said, Nothing. It's just, since you're already fine, why is my heart still shrouded in a layer of shadow? Would it be because of the matter with the fiend race? Lier said. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, You don't know. I comprehended sudden impulse. Even though the matter of the fiend race is serious, it's not to the point of triggering sudden impulse. The reason why I could rush to Bright Moon City is because of setting off sudden impulse. But now, Ji Kinglin was dead, Lier was safe and sound. Logically speaking, sudden impulse should be allayed. But the shadow in Yi Yuan's heart was still unable to disperse away. Not good. Let's hurry back to take a look. Yi Yuan said anxiously. Half a month later, when Ao Qian and the rest saw Yi Yuan, a large stone in their hearts finally landed. Young master, you finally came back. When Luer saw Yi Yuan, under her agitated feelings, she leaped right into Yi Yuan's embrace. Lier was aware of Yi Yuan and Luer's relations. I+P. From a certain degree, it was even more intimate compared to her. Furthermore, Lier's temperament was indifferent and naturally would not have superfluous thoughts. On the contrary, Yu Mengli was more grateful towards Luer. If without Luer, Yi Yuan would probably have long fallen into depravity already now. My lord, it's great that you're fine. These few days we were worried to death. Ao Qian stepped forward and greeted, including the spa. Survivors of the Yu family. They also returned to the Dragon Clan under Wu Luo's command. Letting go of Luer, Yi Yuan swept a glance over everyone, but his brows knitted together. The people that he was familiar with and cared about were not missing a single one. All of them were here. Even the Yu family and the Yu Jinxiu, Yu Lingyu, who were close to him, were completely unscathed. If so, where in the world was his sudden impulse pointing at? Nothing happened here, right? Yi Yuan uttered a sentence that made everyone baffled. Ao Qian was stupefied and said, Nothing. We listened to your order and stayed at the Dragon Clan the whole time. After that, Wu Luo also brought the Bright Moon City's city lord over. It was calm and peaceful all the way after that. Hearing Ao Qian's words, Yi Yuan was hit by a wave of inexplicable vexation, but could not find the source of the irritation. He only felt like his chest was about to explode. Yu Mengli stepped forward and lightly held Yi Yuan's hands, and she calmed him down, saying, Since everybody is safe and sound, perhaps there are other reasons? Since we're here, stay, and make the best use of it to calm your heart down to think about it these past 2 days. Maybe there will be some gains. Hearing Yu Mengli's words, only then did Yi Yuan's heart calm down slightly. He said with a sigh, I can only do this as well. Chapter 1176, Explosive News. Chapter 1176, Explosive News. Hey, did you hear? The Medicine King Hall was uprooted overnight. Now, it has already utterly fallen into pieces. No way, right? Prior to this, the Heavenly Sword sect master personally took action. Void mystic powerhouses came swarming into full force, but they returned in great defeat. The Heavenly Sword sect was like this. Who else can do it to such an extent? Could it be the heaven-stabilizing divine king personally took action? Ignorant and ill-informed much? The Heaven Secrets Tower's news already came out. It was done by Ji Kanglin's junior brother, Qin Yunzi. Furthermore, he slaughtered the Medicine King Hall's experts clean. Ji Kanglin died under Ji Qingyun's sword too. I've long heard that Ji Qingyun's martial Dao in this life is very strong. But this is also too ludicrously strong, right? In a short 20-something years' time, he grew from a lower realms martial artist to such a terrifying powerhouse. Honestly speaking, when I heard this news, I didn't dare to believe it either. But the Heaven's Secrets Tower's information has never been wrong before. Ji Qingyun's strength has likely already reached the peak of Void Mystic Realm. He's already very, very close to the boundary of the 10 Great Divine Kings. The impression that Ji Qingyun gave people on Alchemy Dao was too deep, resulting in everybody overlooking his martial Dao talent. I didn't think that his martial Dao talent is actually so heaven-defying too. Speaking of which, the Medicine King Hall acted furtively these few years, but they were more and more contrary acting against people's will when doing things, annihilating an entire sect at the drop of a hat. This action of Ji Qingyun is also considered executing justice on heaven's behalf. Such scenes of discussion took place at every corner of the divine realm. The complete collapse of a super holy land was absolutely an earth-shaking matter in the divine realm. Previously, when the Heavenly Sword sect was virtually wiped out, it already added many topics of conversation for everyone in the world. But the Medicine King Hall's destruction was clearly a better topic of conversation. For some time, it became the hot topic of the divine realm's martial artists. It was just that up till now, there was still no one who realized at all what kind of malignant tumor Yi Yuan helped them to clean up. If this malignant tumor continued developing unchecked, it was sufficient to devour the entire divine realm. These martial artists were still living in their own world. But half a month later, the topic of Yi Yuan annihilating the Medicine King Hall was replaced by another heavyweight bomb. The Heaven Secret Tower announced a piece of even more explosive news. The new ranking of 10 Great Divine Kings was going to be published in the Holy City a month later. Furthermore, the Heaven's Secret Tower spread the news out that this time, the 10 Great Divine Kings would have newly ascended powerhouses, plussing out the original 10 Great Divine Kings. As for how many newcomers were there, the Heaven's Secret Tower had a very secretive attitude. This topic drove people even crazier compared to Yi Yuan destroying the Medicine King Hall. This action of the Heaven's Secret Tower clearly signified that the rankings of the 10 Great Divine Kings this time definitely had some changes. Furthermore, this change would not be small. One had to know that the Heaven's Secret Tower published the first issue of the 10 Great Divine Kings 2,000 years ago. Ever since then, apart from selling information, the Heaven's Secret Tower no longer made changes to the rankings of the 10 Great Divine Kings. The 10 Great Divine Kings practically became the divine realm's strongest 10 people. Positions as steady as Mount Tai. All the way until today, this arrangement was finally going to be broken. In the wake of newcomers joining, would a decisive battle that concerned reputation stir up among the 10 Great Divine Kings? Would the old batch of 10 Great Divine Kings challenge the newly ascended 10 Great Divine Kings? Would the rankings among the 10 Great Divine Kings have changes or not? A series of questions became the major discussion that swept across the entire divine realm. Especially in the Holy City, this discussion reached an even more seething extent. In the streets and alleys, everyone was virtually discussing this matter. Which newcomers do you guys think will be joining this issue of 10 Great Divine Kings? To talk about the newcomer whose cutting edge shows the most recently, I feel that it should be Ji Qingyun. He destroyed the high and mighty Medicine King Hall with his power alone. In terms of strength, it should be sufficient to rival the 10 Great Divine Kings, right? I think that's far-fetched. It's true that the Medicine King Hall was destroyed, but Ji Qingyun's Martial Dao Foundation is too shallow in the end. How he destroyed the Medicine King Hall? And, oh, body knows either. Isn't it said that he has quite a few void mystic powerhouses by his side? I heard that there was a peak void mystic powerhouse following by his side in Tranquil Sun City. If I were to say, destroying the Medicine King Hall was most likely largely his credit. Apart from Ji Qingyun, I feel that it can only be some reclusive family's powerhouses. The Su, Hu, Chun, and Feng, for great families, have been isolated from the world for a long time. It should roughly be time to come into being as well. Don't you forget, the last issue of 10 Great Divine Kings didn't have ancient families' disciples. They all obtained heaven-defying lucky chances. That's how they transcended everything and became peerless powerhouses. And what you said is right. This way, the selection of 10 Great Divine Kings this time is really baffling. At this time, Yi Yuan, who was far away in the demon region, was indifferent to this news. Whatever ranking of 10 Great Divine Kings was merely empty reputation to Yi Yuan. Through the recuperation of over half a month, Yi Yuan already recovered from the Medicine King Hall battle. Along with the Pa-S Sage of Time, that hint of shadow shrouding Yi Yuan's heart also gradually relaxed vigilance. After all, the people who were related to him were currently all perfectly unscathed in front of him. This was enough. But on this day, the spirit-bristled divine king suddenly descended upon the dragon clan. The moment Tung Yun saw Yi Yuan, he scolded laughingly. "You brat, you're also too reckless when doing things. Ji Kanglin's current strength is already not beneath W.A.N. Ji Huanzhou's, but you actually went out to the Medicine King Hall by yourself without due consideration." The name W.A.N. Ji Huanzhou out of Tung Yun's mouth was the Iron Spear Divine King, who was ranked last among the 10 Great Divine Kings. Him saying so served to show that he quite approved of Ji Kanglin's strength. Tung Yun's gaze never left Yi Yuan before, as if it was his first time knowing him. He was truly extremely surprised that Yi Yuan was able to sacre the entire Medicine King Hall. One had to know that not long ago, Yi Yuan still did not have the slightest strength to retaliate in front of Zhuge Qingxian. In a twinkle, Yi Yuan was actually already capable of killing an existence comparable to the 10 Great Divine Kings by himself. Even if it was just the last place, it was also sufficient to see the terror of Yi Yuan's improvement. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Putting aside my great hatred with him, just him daring to touch Li'er, this point is enough for him to die 10 times over." Yi Yuan's thinking at that time was very simple, which was to kill people. This grudge, he was already unable to carry on enduring. Even if he was not fully confident at that time, he slaughtered up to the Medicine King Hall too. Tung Yun smiled and said, "Right now, there's a hubbub of discussion spreading outside that you're going to enter the 10 Great Divine Kings this time. Looking at your appearance, seems like you aren't patting yourself on the back at all." The moment Yi Yuan heard, he said smilingly, "Merely empty reputation. Even if I don't enter the 10 Great Divine Kings, it also doesn't mean that I'm inferior to the 10 Great Divine Kings. Don't you think so, Brother Tung?" Tung Yun smiled as he nodded his head and said, "Actually, the 10 Great Divine Kings are only the human territory's 10 Great Divine Kings. It can't represent the divine realm's true strength. At the very least, this demon race has 3 people whose strength that even I have no assurance in prevailing over them." Chapter 1177. Simple Task. Chapter 1177. Simple task. Yi Yuan's eyebrows raised up, clearly rather surprised by Tung Yun's words. He had always been very curious. If the present demon region was so weak, why the human race actually did not come over to annex the region. It turned out that the demon race's strength was actually so terrifying. As expected, any race's strength is not as simple as exhibited on the surface. The demon region's foundation, even Yi Yuan, this former peak alchemy emperor, actually did not know. Of course, the previous Lysen was not concerned about these either. The demon race still has such mighty powers, Yi Yuan said in surprise. Tung Yun nodded his head and said, "In this dragon clan, there's one." Yi Yuan was stupefied when he heard that. The dragon clan had one? Aoyang's strength did not seem to be so terrifying, right? Tung Yun seemed to have seen through what Yi Yuan was thinking and said with a smile, "I know Aoyang. It isn't him. He's the previous generation head elder. Who I'm talking about is the Azure Dragon Clan's previous patriarch. Right now, he already doesn't meddle in worldly affairs. Unless it's a clan extermination crisis, otherwise he won't appear." Yi Yuan smiled bitterly in his heart to no end. He really did not think that the Dragon Clan's foundation was actually so deep. Really talking about it, wouldn't the Dragon Clan's old patriarch be even more impressive than Ao Qian? Than the other two? Yi Yuan could not help asking curiously. The other two are not the four symbols divine beast clan's powerhouses. One of them is a powerhouse of the Stone Ape clan, while the other is very mysterious. "I've also only heard a little bit," Tung Yun said. Only then did Yi Yuan discover that his understanding of the divine realm was still truly too little. When he roamed the demon region back then, it was really somewhat the feeling of the ignorant had no fear. "Brother Tung, you've always been investigating the fiend race's whereabouts. Do you know where in the world this divine martial hall is at?" Yi Yuan suddenly asked. Mentioning this divine martial hall, Tung Yun's brows knitted together too. That fiend race's major power is too terrifying. He's incomparably cautious when doing things. Talking about it is shameful. Even though the divine martial hall has gradually risen to the surface, I really don't know his whereabouts. Rather, the fiend race has several hidden underground layers that I've already pretty much investigated, Tung Yun said. When Yi Yuan heard this, his eyes lit up, and he said, "Oh, about how much does Brother Ting know? No harm in saying. We can get started with these underground layers." Tung Yun nodded his head and said, "I had precisely this intent. I came to find you this time for precisely this objective as well. These few underground layers are scattered too broadly. Wanting to wipe them out all at once still expends quite a bit of strength. Hence, I came to find you for help." Yi Yuan said excitedly, "Brother Tung, please say, Heavenly Fiendji. Oh, Dekanua is already almost coming into being. Right now, we must seize every minute and second." Tung Yun nodded his head and told Yi Yuan the information that he investigated one by one. According to what Tung Yun said, the few fiend race underground dens that he found were all in some inconspicuous small sects, concealed extremely deeply. But the underground lairs experts were not few. The fiend race's powerhouses were much more numerous compared to powerhouses of the human race. Above Holy Sovereign, there was even a Holy Emperor rank. Fiends who possessed this form of address were all existences capable of contending against the 10 great divine kings level of powerhouses. And this place that Tung Yun had Yi Yuan go to was called Moonhowl Sect, an unremarkable rank 6 holy land at the southern parts of the divine realm. Such a small place, and, body would go and pay attention at all normally. However, it was a stronghold of the fiend race. The places that Tung Yun found were all very important strongholds of the divine martial hall. These places, at the very least, all had Holy Emperor rank powerhouses guarding. If not for Yi Yuan annihilating the Medicine King Hall with his power alone, he had no plans of letting Yi Yuan take part. Even so, the Moonhowl sect that he made Yi Yuan go to was also one of the easiest places. According to Tung Yun's investigations, Moonhowl sect's strongest person should be a Holy Sovereign powerhouse. To Yi Yuan, it should be a cinch. Even though it was a holy sovereign powerhouse, that was also Han Qing Zi, that level of existence. The average person really could not take on this task. Brother Tong, you're also looking down on this younger brother too much. A mere holy sovereign can't last one move under this Ye's hands at all. Where's the fun in going? Yi Yuan said rather unhappily. This job was truly somewhat easy to Yi Yuan. If it were before, holy sovereign powerhouses were indeed too much for Yi Yuan to bear. But now, it was as easy as flipping his hand for Yi Yuan to want to kill holy sovereign powerhouses. Blood Soul and the others under Ji Kanglin were holy sovereign CLA's powerhouses. The four of them joined hands and were directly felled by Yi Yuan in the end too. Tung Yin smiled and said, "Younger brother, don't look down on this mission. It's said that Moonhowl's sect, this stronghold, is a stronghold specifically for the Divine Martial Hall to gather information. Your mission isn't just to kill people. If there's a possibility, you might even be able to find the location of the Divine Martial Hall's lair. Therefore, your mission is actually the most important." Yi Yuan's eyes lit up. Only then did his expression calm down slightly, and he said, "Hoo-hoo, that's more like it. Relax, leave this matter to me." Tung Yin nodded and said, "At that time, I'll send 2 helpers to you. How we target the fiend race's actions in the future will be entrusted to you." Yi Yuan said, "Brother Tung, no need to send people. Ao, chin the few of them, their strength is still pretty decent." But Tung Yin shook his head and said, "Don't underestimate the fiend race's intel. It's too conspicuous for you to bring Ao chin they all. It's more suitable to bring my people." Yi Yuan thought about it and got the picture too. He nodded and said, "All right." There were still 2 months away from the time the 2 people agreed upon. This period of time, Yi Yuan cast away all distracting thoughts and started diving into cultivation. Presently, Yi Yuan's divine soul was already over half transformed into golden color. His fleshy body also cultivated to late stage already. Instead, his essence energy realm was still a very long distance away from peak Divine King. When his essence, energy, and spirit, 3 paths all broke through to the great circle of perfection realm, he would be able to refine the Tao-defying pill and directly salt the deity realm. It was just that the 9 core medicines that the Tao-defying pill required was still lacking 3 kinds at present. But 2 of them, the immortal Oriental GRAS, and Cloud Exquisite Sunflower, Yi Yuan was not worried. Yi Yuan knew that these 2 kinds of spirit medicine were in the demon region, with the Dragon Clan strength. Acquiring naturally would not expend too much effort. Except the last kind of spirit medicine, Kunwu Flower, according to what Yi Yuan knew, only the its Fall Mountain range had it, because this kind of flower grew on top of Kunwu Divine Wood. Disregarding the its Fall Mountain range's dangers, just this Kunwu Divine Wood itself was dangerous to the extreme. Even with Yi Yuan's current strength, facing the Kunwu Divine Wood, it boded ill rather than well. Those who had truly seen before Kunwu Divine Wood all died. Not a single person came back before. Looks like I must cultivate essence, energy, and spirit all to the great circle of perfection within a year, then enter the its Fall Mountain range and find this Kunwu Divine Wood. Only on that day will I have a chance to thoroughly crush the fiend race. Sigh. It's another journey where life or death is hard to say. A month later, Yi Yuan finally broke through to 8th level Tao Profound. He was only missing this last step away from 9th level Tao Profound, the Divine King realm. And right at this time, the Heaven's Secret Tower's heavyweight bomb was finally thrown out. Chapter 1178, Heaven Surmounting Divine King. Chapter 1178, Heaven Surmounting Divine King. This is also too ridiculous, right? Ji Qingyin really became one of the 10 great divine kings? Furthermore, he's even ranked 6? What the L is the Heaven's Secret Tower doing? Brewing for 2,000 years, they came up with such a lousy thing? Just based on annihilating an obsolete sect, one can enter the rankings of the 10 great divine kings? When did the 10 great divine kings become so worthless? It's true that Ji Qingyun's strength is decent, but to say that he's able to rank at number 6, I'm not convinced no matter what. The new issue of 10 Great Divine Kings was finally fresh out of the press, but it stirred up a huge debate. The old issue of 10 Great Divine Kings in sequence were Heaven Stabilizing Divine King, Zhuge Qingxian, Spirit Bristle Divine King, Teng Yun, Grand Yin Divine King, Lu Linfeng, Soul Martial Divine King, Zhong Zizhen, Darkness Divine King, Xikong Shang, Heavenly Book Divine King, Song Qiuyu, Single Core Divine King, Li Tianyang, Profound Wind Divine King, Wang Yifan, Void Distance Divine King, Yi Xing, as well as Iron Spear Divine King, W. A. N. Ji Huanzhou. These 10 great divine kings had always been viewed as the human race's strongest. For 2,000 years, this kind of concept was rooted deeply in people's hearts. Someone among them being replaced, the people were virtually unable to accept it. In the new issue of 10 Great Divine Kings, apart from the top 5 who were as steady as Mount Tai, the last 5 position, the changes were huge. This result was being called into question. The new issue of 10 Great Divine Kings, 6th place, Heaven Surmounting Divine King, Yi Yuan, 7th place, Heavenly Book Divine King, Song Qiuyu, 8th place, Void Distance Divine King, Yi Xing, 9th place, Profound Wind Divine King, Wang Yifan, and 10th place, Violet Extreme Divine King, Duan Zhengxiao. The 10 Great Divine Kings actually had 2 people who were squeezed out. The Heaven's Secret Tower announcing that there were newcomers joining. Everyone thought that there was only one person. No one would have thought that 2 were actually swapped out all of a sudden. If the Violet Extreme Divine King, Duan Zhengxiao, ranked as the 10th Divine King, everyone was still able to accept it. About Yi Yuan rising as the 6th Divine King in one go, this was something that everyone was unable to accept no matter what. Furthermore, Yi Yuan's T. Tli was rather different from the others. Heaven surmounting this Tli was even more domineering than heaven stabilizing. This Tli was not anyhow given. The 10 Great Divine Kings Tlis were either the area they were skilled in, or the inheritance that they obtained, or that their comprehensive strength was exceptionally formidable. And heaven-stabilizing divine King's Tli was because his comprehensive strength was exceedingly powerful. But Yi Yuan's Tli, heaven-surmounting, it seriously made people somewhat scratch their heads in puzzlement. Furthermore, his ranking actually said the Heavenly Book Divine King right away. This made people even more unable to understand. Of course, apart from Yi Yuan, the Violet Extreme Divine King Duan Zhengxiao that suddenly emerged also made everyone very curious. Before this, Body had heard of such a character before it all. But for him to be able to push out the Single Core Divine King and Iron Spear Divine King, his strength definitely could not be underestimated. Rather, the Void Distance Divine King's strength seemed to have a considerable breakthrough again, and actually overpowered the Profound Wind Divine King, becoming the 8th Divine King. At this time, inside the Holy City's Heaven's Secret Tower, a distinguished guest was welcomed. It was the heaven-stabilizing Divine King Zhuge Qingxian. Separated by a black curtain, the heaven-stabilizing Divine King said to the person behind it, "Is the 10 Great Divine Kings ranking published by your esteemed tower this time ill-considered? That Yi Yuan, this seat, has exchanged blows with him before. He's completely a trash that fails to make the cut. Just the likes of him is able to enter the 10 Great Divine Kings too?" Although the heaven-stabilizing Divine King's tone was somewhat sullen, he still maintained restraint. He knew that mysterious powerhouse behind the black curtain, even he could not figure out as well. Inside this holy city, Zhuge Qingxian could be said to have everything under control. Only this heaven's secret tower was a thorn in his heart. Talking about over 2,000 years ago, Heaven's Secret Tower's entrance was very domineering. At that time, Zhuge Qingxian still did not have heaven stabilizing, this Tli, and was also not deep like the ocean at present. At that time, he was still daring and high-spirited. Towards this mysterious organization that ventured in domineeringly, he naturally turned his nose up at it. But he did not even see the face of this mysterious powerhouse and already retreated in defeat. Towards that mysterious old man behind the curtain that he had never seen before, the heaven-stabilizing divine king was incomparably apprehensive. Even if 2,000 years had already passed, said now, and his strength already could not be mentioned in the same breath too. Behind the black curtain came an aged and turbid voice. Times have changed. The heaven-stabilizing divine king's brows furrowed, clearly very displeased with this answer. From Yi Yuan leaving the holy city, just how much time had passed, said. Yi Yuan's strength already improved to such a degree? Then, what did all his years of bitter cultivation count for? Then, this heaven-surmounting... what does that mean? The heaven-surmounting divine king asked again. Staying silent for a second, a voice came from behind the black curtain once more. Heaven's secrets, they cannot be divulged. Very soon, you'll understand. The heaven-stabilizing divine king gave a cold snort and said crossly, Humph, your esteemed self is still pretending to be mysterious just as before. The other party was silent. For some time, it was somewhat awkward. The heaven-stabilizing divine king appeared slightly embarrassed. Said with furrowed brows, I hope that the heaven's secret tower will strike Yi Yuan's name off the 10 great divine kings. For this, the holy city can pay a corresponding price. Heaven's secrets are heaven's secrets. They are not to be changed. The aged voice echoed again, not giving the heaven-stabilizing divine king the least bit of face. Regarding Yi Yuan being chosen, Zhuge Qingxian was very displeased. Yi Yuan almost annihilated the entire holy city's Dao legacy with his strength alone. Even though those people were all ant-like existences to Zhuge Qingxian, this face was slapped resoundingly. Therefore, upon hearing that Yi Yuan was actually selected for the 10 great divine kings, Zhuge Qingxian was very ticked off. The heaven-stabilizing divine king was not an amiable person in the end. Seeing the other party not giving the slightest bit of face, he was finally enraged. Humph! Your esteemed self set up the heaven's secret tower in my holy city, but won't even give this bit of face. This face wants to take a look today at just what your true face looks like. Zhuge Qingxian gave an angry shout. The Brahma Heart Sutra already revolved, grabbing towards the black curtain. Chi! Right as Zhuge Qingxian grabbed the black curtain, a pale light halo rose up and actually bounced Zhuge Qingxian back. Not seeing you out. Behind the black curtain, that aged voice sounded out once more, neither too fast nor too slow, commanding awe without being furious. Zhuge Qingxian snorted coldly, flicked his sleeves, and left. He hid his palm inside his sleeves, but it was already numb. Zhuge Qingxian never thought that 2,000 years had already passed, said he actually still could not even see the other party's face. On this day, Yi Yuan exited seclusion. My lord, you're truly too incredible. Heaven-surmounting divine king. This name is domineering. Ha. Jiang Taicong said with an excited look. Something that others use several thousand years before accompli. Plus-ing, His Excellency only used less than 30 years and achieved it. My lord, at present, you're the divine realm's most scalding hot powerhouse. Inclusive of A.O. Qian, when they heard this news, they were all shocked to the core. They never would have thought that His Excellency's strength was actually already horrifyingly to the max. Back then, when they followed Yi Yuan, they more or less still somewhat looked down on Yi Yuan in their hearts. But with the passing of time, the speed of them being brought into submission by Yi Yuan would virtually increase every minute and every second. Yi Yuan still had not figured out the situation, but he also picked out that he seemed to have really entered the 10 great divine kings. Chapter 1179, Challenge. Chapter 1179, Challenge Heaven Surmounting. This is my tea. It sounds like it's pretty good. Yi Yuan mulled over his own tea. I tea for a bit and felt rather satisfied still. It was just that he was somewhat curious about what on earth the Heaven Secret Tower was basing on to determine the caliber of strength. More than just pretty good, I reckon that Heaven's stabilizing Divine King's face is definitely green. He's just Heaven stabilizing, but your Excellency tower above the heavens. This disparity is not just a tiny bit. Ha ha, Jiang Taizong said with a loud laugh. With him laughing, the others also started chortling with laughter. These people were all very unhappy with that overweeningly arrogant appearance of Zhuge Qingxian. Back then, if not for the spirit-bristled Divine King making it in time, Yi Yuan would definitely have already died in his hands. Therefore, this group of people all had a feeling of being bound by a common hatred for the enemy. Now, Yi Yuan entered the rankings of the 10 great Divine Kings. Not only was he ranked 6th, he even obtained a heaven-surmounting title. That Zhuge Qingxian was definitely repulsed to death. In truth, they also guessed correctly. Zhuge Qingxian was indeed very repulsed right now. What changes did the 10 great Divine Kings have? Let me hear about it, Yi Yuan asked. Although he did not have any feelings regarding being chosen for the 10 great Divine Kings, this did not hinder him in paying a little attention to the status changes of the Divine Realm's apex powerhouses. Hearing Yi Yuan's question, Jiang Taizong took the initiative to volunteer and told Yi Yuan about the status changes without omitting any details. After Yi Yuan heard, he was very surprised too. But when he heard Sikong Shang's name, a cold light flashed past in his eyes. Putting aside the grudge of that one palm on that day, the matter of him refining Yu Wuya into a clone was sufficient for Yi Yuan to have killing intent aroused. Yi Yuan's feelings toward the Tranquil Cloud sect were very deep. Yu Wuya was the Tranquil Cloud sect's founding ancestor, but he ended up as one of his clones. This made Yi Yuan unable to accept it. Even though he had never met Yu Wuya, his Sword Dao concept had half that was inherited from him. This grudge he must avenge. Yi Yuan already secretly made up his mind. When a mission this time was over, he would go find the Darkness Divine King to settle this score properly. The few people were currently chatting when Ao Duo suddenly wanted to see Yi Yuan. Meeting Yi Yuan once again, Ao Duo felt mixed feelings too. Back then, the Dragon Clan wanted the Sacred Dragon token back from Yi Yuan. Both parties almost came to blows. The Yi Yuan at that time was still just a genius who astounded others. But just a few years of not seeing, Yi Yuan already matured into a powerhouse that looked down upon the world that even he had to look up to, especially when he knew that Yi Yuan comprehended divine rank dragon wave. The astonishment in his heart could be imagined. Actually, in his heart, he already acknowledged Yi Yuan's ident. 1. Tai is the Dragon Lord. To be able to cultivate dragon wave to divine rank. If one was still not able to be called the Dragon Lord, he was unable to answer to his subjects at all. Dragon Lord. Ao Duo gave a bow respectfully. Yi Yuan said coolly, Patriarch doesn't have to be so courteous. You're still the Patriarch. Just call me Yi Yuan will do. I wonder what Patriarch came to find this Yi for? His tone was very calm, but it exuded prestige that left no room for doubt. Ao Duo did not insist either and said, Young Master Yi, there are many powerhouses outside the clan wanting to challenge you. They said, Yi Yuan smiled and said, just say what's on your mind. They said that young Master Yi, you're not fit to enter the 10 great divine kings. Ao Duo said cautiously, this bunch of self-righteous fools. Ao Qian said in a cold voice, a bunch of things that don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. They haven't met a true genius before. Jiang Taizong also grumbled. Toward this, Yi Yuan did not care a whit and said with a faint smile, no need to care about them. As long as they don't cause trouble, up to them to say what they like. This young master isn't so free as to prove my strength to them. Ao Qian, you go outside and stand guard. If anybody causes trouble, no need to pull punches. Ao Qian received the order and said, yes, my lord. Yi Yuan was disdainful to stoop to the level of those so-called geniuses. But ever since after the Heaven's Secret Tower published the news, the human martial artists that headed to the Dragon Clan's totem territory to raise a clamor outside became more and more. 5 days later, the powerhouses that gathered outside the Dragon Clan actually already reached 100 people. Among these 100 people, the weakest was a void mystic powerhouse too. But these people mostly did not look too old. They should all be young geniuses. If not for this news that the Heaven's Secret Tower announced, one would probably not know that there were actually so many void mystic powerhouses in the Divine Realm. Of course, the Divine Realm was too large. Reclusive sects and ancient families were too many to count. Super holy lands were merely the strength on the surface. The Divine Realm had trillions of martial artists. Such a vast number, the void mystic powerhouses naturally would not be just that few. What was truly few were the pinnacle powerhouses. Because divine Tao inheritances were too few. Yi Yuan, you coward. If you have the capabilities, come out and accept our challenge. An 8th level Tao, profound, actually dare proclaim to be of the 10 great divine kings. How's your skin so thick? If you don't have strength, don't put on an act in front of people. Hurry up and announce to the world, voluntarily withdraw from the 10 great divine kings. When Ao Qian heard those words, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. If not for Yi Yuan warning and advice, he would have long flung a tight slap over. Where did this snotty brat come from? Truly, the ignorant were fearless. These so-called powerhouses, His Excellency could poke them to death with one finger. To actually dare raise such a hue too. Suddenly, his brows raised up. A feeling of danger welled up in his heart. Not just him, those young powerhouses clamoring clearly all detected it too. A middle-aged man strolled over in the air leisurely, bringing along an extremely terrifying aura. He came before Ao Qian and said coolly, "Call Yi Yuan out. I'm here to challenge him." Facing this middle-aged man, Ao Qian actually had a feeling of palpitating with anxiety and fear. In this world, those capable of making him have such a feeling were clearly not simple people. But Yi Yuan said before not to let these people disturb him. Ao Qian still carried out the order loyally, saying coolly, "His Excellency is in closed seclusion and isn't free to take on challenges." That middle-aged man did not reveal a surprised look. He said, just indifferently, "If he's not coming out, I can only go in to find him." Finished talking, he lifted his foot and walked towards inside the totem territory, directly disregarding Ao Qian. The middle-aged man's haughty attitude also thoroughly infuriated Ao Qian. His figure moved, directly blocking in front of the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man did not say a word. A palm wormed out like a ghost, directly smacking towards Ao Qian. Bang! This palm actually directly ignored Ao Qian's divine king domain, smacking on his chest. Poo work! Ao Qian immediately spewed out a mouthful of blood, his body flying out horizontally. Seeing this scene, the Dragon Clan's powerhouses' expressions changed drastically. While those experts who came to challenge Yi Yuan all revealed an expression of taking pleasure in other people's misfortune. This time, a tough character finally came. Even for the Azure Dragon Clan, wanting to deal with this middle-aged man was likely somewhat enough to choke on, right? This middle-aged man's strength was indeed very strong. That palm just now was incomparably bizarre. Not a single one of them actually saw clearly how the other party attacked. Chapter 1180, Show Mercy. Chapter 1180, Show Mercy. Haha, beautifully done. This guy is too arrogant. Teach him a good lesson. Yi Yuan is a scaredy cat. We came to challenge him, and he actually doesn't even dare to show face. With this, his true form is going to be exposed, right? Hey, what's your name? Your strength is so formidable. In my view, you should be the one entering the 10 great divine kings. These people were continuously blocked outside by Ao Qian. They were naturally unhappy in their hearts. Seeing Ao Qian being beaten until he spat blood at this time, Each and every one of them all started gloating over others' misfortune. That middle-aged man also felt pleased with himself inwardly when he saw that he was receiving everyone's praises. Through over 2,000 years of development, the 10 great divine kings already became the symbol of holiness in the divine realm's martial artist hearts. They were every martial artist's idol, and also the goal that each martial artist strove towards. Because the 10 great divine kings were the divine realm's true absolute summit. This middle-aged man was naturally here, aiming for fame too. Chao Yunji, the middle-aged man, uttered his own name indifferently, having the demeanor of an expert. This name, naturally Body heard of it before. But he believed that starting from today, this name would be known by the entire divine realm. The 10 great divine kings were also nothing more than this. Over 1,000 years ago, Chao Yunji obtained a divine Tao inheritance by chance and entered closed seclusion to cultivate ever since. Who would have thought that the moment he exited seclusion, he got the news of Yi Yuan pulling off an upset and entering the 10 great divine kings? He immediately realized that his chance to make a name for himself came. As long as he defeated Yi Yuan, he would naturally have the qualifications to replace Yi Yuan, becoming one of the 10 great divine kings. Therefore he came. Just the likes of you wish to get in my way too? Chao Yunji shot him a contemptuous glance and said coolly. The whole process of this palm was incomparably strange from beginning to end. It was simply impossible for Ao Qian to guard against. But being looked down upon by a snotty brat, Ao Qian's chest was simply about to explode. Grandpa, Ao will fight it out with you. Ao Qian gritted his teeth. The power of his divine king domain opened up fully, charging over towards Chao Yunji, who knew that Chao Yunji was completely condescending toward Ao Qian and said with a scornful look, "Already spared you from death just now. Since you're seeking death yourself, this Chao will send you off." Done talking, Chao Yunji's peculiar palm appeared once more. Ao Qian's pupils constricted. A feeling of incredible danger welled up in his heart. This palm was absolutely a lethal palm. Wanting to avoid it, but Chao Yunji's palm followed closely like a shadow. It was simply unavoidable. It's over just like this? Ao Qian thought helplessly. He also did not think that after seeing the light of day anew, the strength of this divine realm's martial artist was actually formidable to such a degree already. A person that randomly came out, he was already not a match. Looks like these 20,000 years really held him up for too long. Chao Yunji saw Ao Qian's expression of resigning himself to fate, but he did not show the slightest hint of stopping. Killing people to establish power. This was what he currently had in mind. But right at this time, a surge of killing intent suddenly locked onto him. The countenance of Chao Yunji, who realized the danger, changed, his figure retreating explosively. When he looked again, there was already an additional youth by Ao Qian's side. The young man was currently looking at him, killing intent faintly arising. Seeing Yi Yuan, Chao Yunji was stupefied. Soon after, a surge of anger from humiliation welled up in his heart. He was actually scared into retreat by an 8th-level Dao profound youth. Yi Yuan frowned as he looked at Ao Qian and suddenly made a move like lightning, tapping on his body. Poor Ao Qian spat out a mouthful of congealed blood, his complexion immediately becoming much rosier. What a vicious palm art. Was he the one who injured you? Yi Yuan asked. Ao Qian slowly nodded his head, then bent his body and gave a bow towards Yi Yuan. Seeing Yi Yuan's actions, Chao Yunji's expression changed. Not only was his palm art incomparably profound, it even contained hidden force, injuring people imperceptibly. He comprehended for over 1,000 years before having a preliminary understanding of this divine Tao law. He did not expect that not only did Yi Yuan see through with one glance, he even resolved it effortlessly. Who are you, boy, to actually dare intervene in this Chao's affairs? Chao Yunji looked at Yi Yuan and said coldly, "You don't even recognize me and actually dare to come and challenge me? Truly, the ignorant are fearless." Yi Yuan said coolly, Chao Yunji's expression changed, and he said in surprise, "You're Yi Yuan? I heard that you're only 7th level Dao profound. Didn't think that you broke through so quickly." But Yi Yuan did not pay attention to his surprise and said grimly, "Scram, before I change my mind." This Chao Yunji was clearly someone who obtained a divine Dao legacy. The fiend race crisis was about to erupt soon. Such a person could be considered a talent. Hence, even though Yi Yuan had killing intent aroused, he did not make a move to kill. The moment Chao Yunji heard, he was tickled. Even though he came into being not long, he was not a fledgling. How could he be scared away by a sentence from Yi Yuan? Ha! Boy, I admit that you're rather different. But entering the rankings of the 10 great divine kings, you're not qualified enough yet. An 8th level Dao, profound, actually entered the ranks of the 10 great divine kings. This is simply a joke. Chao Yunji suddenly let out a roaring laugh. Chao Yunji's words made those geniuses guffaw with laughter to no end. Haha, yeah, 8th level Dao profound isn't even divine king. To actually dare proclaim as one of the 10 great divine kings, truly no sense of shame. A measly 8th level Dao, profound, actually dare threaten Brother Chao, truly have no idea of death or danger. Said long ago, this guy is completely undeserved reputation. Even if an 8th level Dao profound was strong, how strong could he be? But Yi Yuan was disinclined to bother with these ridicules. He looked at Chao Yunji nonchalantly and suddenly said, "This young master already gave you a chance. Give." Chao Yunji only had time to say a word and already lost sight of Yi Yuan's figure. Alarm bells suddenly sounded, except it was already too late. Ark! A miserable cry sounded out. Chao Yunji's wrist was severed off. Yi Yuan looked at Chao Yunji coldly and said, "You should be rejoicing that A.O. Chin is fine. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a hand so simple." Chao Yunji was in pain until he sweated profusely, fresh blood spouting wildly from his wrist area. His wrist was chopped off by a divine artifact. Wanting to stop the bleeding was not that simple. Also, you all want to challenge me, sure. But you need to be prepared to die. Yi Yuan's gaze swept over those geniuses. The group of originally incomparably noisy geniuses was utterly silent at this time. Just now, not a single one of them saw clearly how Yi Yuan attacked. Just a blink of an eye, and Chao Yunji's hand was gone. Such means were simply appalling to the ear. One had to know that Chao Yunji injured the peak, void, mystic A.O. Chin to severe injuries with one palm just now. But Chao Yunji could not even withstand one move in front of Yi Yuan. Everyone glanced around, looking at each other, all uncertain what they should do. Only at this time did they know that for Yi Yuan to be able to enter the list of 10 great divine kings was not an undeserved reputation. Heaven's surmounting divine king, indeed powerful. This art of greater teleportation, probably only the void distance divine king can compare in the divine realm. Right? Right then, a euphonious voice sounded out. In the void, a young figure walked out slowly. Seeing the arrival, Yi Yuan's brows furrowed. "Oh, I'm Duan Jingxiao. Coming here this time, it is specially to seek guidance from heaven surmounting divine king," the young man said smilingly with clasped hands. Chapter 1181, Displaying Strength. Chapter 1181, Displaying Strength. Violet Extreme Divine King. Everyone did not expect that the newly ascended Violet Extreme Divine King of the 10 great divine kings actually came to challenge Yi Yuan too. This time it was interesting. "Please return, not interested." Yi Yuan forcefully threw down a sentence, turned around, and left. Duan Zhengxiao's expression darkened, immediately turning into an arc of violet light, howling towards Yi Yuan. Greater teleportation. But Duan Zhengxiao struck thin air. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, and he said in a cold voice, "This young master isn't free to play this kind of competing game with you all. If you keep on pressing people, don't blame this young master's sword for showing no mercy." Truthfully speaking, Yi Yuan was very annoyed with these guys. The calamity of the fiend race was about to erupt soon. These few guys actually even fought here and there for some empty reputation. No idea what was the point. Once the two great heavenly fiend DS recovered strength. Even Zhuge Qingxian could only be a slightly larger ant too. The rest were completely not enough to look at. But Duan Zhengxiao smiled and said, "Why does Brother Yi have to be like this? This Duan is only finding you to have a spar. Why is there need to push people 1,000 miles away? Or is it, apart from this art of greater teleportation, the rest is all undeserved reputation? Is the heaven-surmounting divine king just a fleeing divine king?" But the moment Yi Yuan heard, he smiled. Such a third-rate goading technique. Your esteemed self is truly looking down on this Yi too much. Whatever heaven-surmounting divine king, that's just the heaven's secret tower's own wishful thinking. The thing that you, the violet extreme divine king, regards highly isn't even a fart in this Ye's eyes. That talk is cheap. If you really don't care, why not come forward right away to deny it? Other people are fists. Plussing for fame and praise. Are you cracking yourself up to be a clear stream? What a joke. Duan Zhengxiao mocked. Yi Yuan discovered that he was completely unable to communicate with this guy. He had ulterior motives, viewing everybody as harboring evil intentions. Yi Yuan could not be bothered to care about him anymore. He just said indifferently, "Whatever makes you happy. 3 days. I'll only give you all 3 days' time. If you're still clamoring here, kill without mercy. Ao Qian, let's go." Done talking, Yi Yuan brought Ao Qian back to the Dragon Clan. Duan Zhengxiao's expression flickered incessantly, but did not have the courage to chase after. Even though the Dragon Clan declined, people who slightly had a bit of experience were all aware that such a major clan had extremely deep foundations and could not be provoked. To really charge into the Dragon Clan, Duan Zhengxiao really did not have that gall. But toward Yi Yuan's threat, he did not take it to heart. He decided to wait for 3 days outside the Dragon Clan. He wanted to take a look if Yi Yuan really had some reliance, or he was putting up a bold front. The big talk was already let out. 3 days later, if Yi Yuan did not dare to come out, then he was outwardly strong and inwardly weak, completely nothing to fear. "My lord, this bunch of fellows are provoking like this. Could it be that we're letting it go just like this?" Ao Qian said rather indignantly. Reobtaining new life, Ao Qian discovered that the world was already completely different. The present 20,000 years later, the experts were really too many. One that randomly came out almost slapped him to death with one palm. Fortunately, His Excellency helped him to take revenge. But Yi Yuan heaved a slight sigh and said, "If not for the fiend Calamity's eruption being near at hand, just based on him having killing intent towards you is already the death penalty. But right now, human powerhouses who are able to cultivate to such a boundary are too few already. It could be said that killing one means one less." Only hearing Yi Yuan said, so did Ao Qian know his painstaking thoughts. That bit of unhappiness from before also vanished into thin air. Ao Qian had experienced the calamity 50,000 years ago. Even though he did not join the battle at the front lines, the dreadfulness of the battle situation was fresh in his mind. Only all the way until some years back, when Long Tongue spilled out the matters back then, did he know how treacherous that great battle 50,000 years ago was. My lord, Ao Qian was short-sighted and harbored resentment toward my lord. My lord, please punies. Plus, Ao Qian said as he blushed in shame. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "It's good that you can understand. This matter wasn't your fault." In a twinkle, 3 days already passed, said, "Those genius powerhouses did not leave. But they did not dare to approach the Dragon Clan anymore either, all hiding far away. Yi Yuan already used his strength and thoroughly awed these people. It was just that they very much wanted to see just who was stronger or weaker between these two mighty newly ascended divine kings of the 10 great divine kings. Yi Yuan still hasn't come out until now. He wouldn't really be making an empty show of strength, right? An empty show of strength? Didn't you see when he cut off Chao Yunji's hand? That ruthlessness? Such an existence is already not what you and I can pry into. True, but this violet extreme divine king is in existence on the same level as Yi Yuan. Even if there's a gap, it wouldn't be that large either, right? It makes sense. If Yi Yuan is able to overwhelmingly defeat Duan Zhengxiao, that shows that the Heaven's Secret Tower's ranking shouldn't be off. But if Yi Yuan just barely triumph, or is evenly matched with Duan Zhengxiao, then this ranking still has exaggerations. A group of people discuss softly. This showdown between two great divine kings really drew people's attention. These few days, quite a few people came to challenge Yi Yuan in succession too. But seeing such a lineup, how could each and every one of them still dare to be arrogant? Currently, outside the Dragon Clan, there was only Duan Zhengxiao's solitary figure. Looks like you still haven't given up. Yi Yuan's cold voice sounded out. Everyone's spirits were roused. The great battle was commencing. Duan Zhengxiao smiled slightly and said, "Have a match with me, and I'll give up." Yi Yuan gave him an indifferent glance and said, "I'll only unleash one move. There's only life or death, no victory or defeat." A mocking expression appeared on Duan Zhengxiao's face, and he said, "Has this Duan ever been scared? Just go ahead and make your move." Yi Yuan shook his head helplessly and sighed as he said, "You cultivated for many years before entering the ranks of the 10 great divine kings. Truly can't bear for you to die before your seed even warms up. But since you're seeking death wholeheartedly, then this young master will send you off." Toward Yi Yuan's words, Duan Zhengxiao naturally turned a deaf ear to it. Finished talking, Yi Yuan's aura suddenly changed. Two terrifying surges of divine Tao laws suddenly enveloped the entire SPAC. Duan Zhengxiao's expression changed greatly. All of a sudden, a violet light shone resplendently. Seeing that Yi Yuan had such an outrageous aura, how could Duan Zhengxiao still dare to conceal his abilities? A terrifying violet light instantly expanded out, like a divine king domain. This violet light looked dangerous to the extreme. It was not coincidental for him to be able to squeeze the single-core divine king and iron spear divine king out. However, facing the violet extreme divine king's violet light, Yi Yuan directly chose to ignore it. His domain of sword did not fear the violet light at all. Divine domain! Duan Zhengxiao cried out in shock. This time, he was really stunned, even fearful. He finally knew that Yi Yuan was not putting up a pompous but empty show of power with him, and even less joking around with him. Yi Yuan really had the ability to kill him. At this time, he very much wanted to repent towards Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan's Fury Sword Fire Lotus was already unleashed. Two mighty divine Tao laws intertwined together. They were virtually destructive energy. Duan Zhengxiao had a look of despair. He was unreconciled to it. He had just been chosen for the 10 great divine kings for a couple of days. Could it be that he was dying just like this? Suddenly, Yi Yuan's expression turned stern. The surrounding SPAC became somewhat erratic and illusionary. Boom! A violent tremor occurred in the SPAC, but Duan Zhengxiao was completely unscathed. Chapter 1182, Provoking the Grand Yin Divine King. Chapter 1182, Provoking the Grand Yin Divine King. Yi Yuan's brows raised up, already guessing who the arrival was. In this divine realm, to be able to block his Fury Sword Fire Lotus with the power of array formations, who else could there be apart from the Grand Yin Divine King? A figure walked out from the void. His hair and beard were slightly white, with his complexion being ruddy. It was precisely the Grand Yin Divine King, Lu Linfeng. Younger brother Ji, on account of my face, let him off the hook. How about it? Lu Linfeng said with a slight smile. Lu Linfeng was very confident that Yi Yuan would definitely give him this face. After all, his relations, H.I. plus P with Yi Yuan was still sable. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and suddenly said with a smile, but use the formation's Path 9 scripts to exchange. Lu Linfeng's expression turned slightly stiff clearly not expecting Yi Yuan to not show any due respect. The formation's Path 9 scripts was the fruit of his life's labor. How could he show it to people easily? Younger brother, must you press people like this? Lu Linfeng said with a sigh. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, I gave him the chance. He also said that he was prepared to die. I thought he was really prepared. Duan Zhengxiao's expression alternated between green and red. Plus. Plussing furiously by Yi Yuan's one sentence. Prior to this, he said so because he thought that Yi Yuan's strength could not make it. With his strength, even if he could not win, his life could still be preserved. It was just that, did not think that Yi Yuan's strength was actually so terrifying. If not for Lu Linfeng Russ. Plussing over in time, he would probably not even have dregs remaining right now. This Lu will be a peacemaker. Leave it at this. Lu Linfeng's words exuded prestige that left no room for doubt. The moment the number 3 Divine King opened his mouth, the Divine Realm had to quake too. Matters that could let Lu Linfeng come forward were not many. His authority did not tolerate others' provocation. Except, Lu Linfeng was merely an old acquaintance in Yi Yuan's eyes. Yi Yuan smiled and said, If I say no, one sentence, and it made everyone's faces change. Domineering. No wonder Yi Yuan was Tled as heaven-surmounting Divine King. This domineeringness rides above the 9th heaven. The Grand Yin Divine King is a veteran 10 Great Divine King. Not taking action for many years, his strength right now is most likely even more unfathomable. The newly ascended heaven-surmounting Divine King actually dares to stroke his whiskers. Really getting more and more interesting. This trip wasn't wasted. This match is too exciting. When those genius powerhouses saw this scene, each and every one of them was like injected with stimulants. They never dreamed that things would have such a dramatic change. The awe-inspiring, newly ascending 10th Divine King, Violet Extreme Divine King, was actually almost instantly killed by the heaven-surmounting Divine King. However, the Violet Extreme Divine King's ranking was still slightly worse than the heaven-surmounting Divine King's in any case. But now, the heaven-surmounting Divine King actually provoked the Grand Yin Divine King. Actually, among the 10 Great Divine Kings had an unwritten saying. The Divine King powerhouses ranked in the top 5, and from 6th to 10th had a chasm. But this saying was verified this time. Changes among the bottom 5 were so huge, but the top 5 people were as steady as Mount Tai. The strength of the Grand Yin Divine King, who was ranked 3rd, was too terrifying. Such a terrifying attack from Yi Yuan earlier was actually extinguished by him without much effort. Even so, Yi Yuan still dared to sweep away his face like this. If the heaven-surmounting Divine King and Grand Yin Divine King came to blows, it would shake the entire Divine Realm tomorrow. Reaching Lu Linfeng's level, the majority did not show joy or anger on their faces. But his slightly narrowed eyes still could let people detect a hint of sullen anger. Looks like the heaven-surmounting Divine King achieved success at a young age, and somewhat considers everyone beneath notice. Lu Linfeng said coolly. Looks like the Grand Yin Divine King is taking advantage of his seniority and doesn't quite know how to conduct himself anymore. Yi Yuan Reb. Ted without the slightest politeness. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. This really squared up. A cold light flashed past in Lu Linfeng's eyes, his tone gradually turning cold as he said, Younger brother Ji, you and I are also considered to have been friends. Do you really want to reach the point of losing all decorum? Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a faint smile, Lu Linfeng, this young master is really somewhat inflated right now and want to seek guidance from you. This time, Lu Linfeng was finally angered and opened his mouth to say, As you Wisconsin H. Plus, the moment his voice faded, did not see Lu Linfeng take any action either. Yi Yuan and Lu Linfeng vanished before everyone's eyes at the same time. When Ao Qian and the rest saw this scene, their hearts involuntarily leaped up. Coming out for so many years, They already knew what kind of existences the 10 great divine kings were. They could not quite figure out why His Excellency was so brash, insisting on provoking the rank 3 Grand Yin Divine King. This opponent was not quite the same as in the past. Rather, it was Yu Mengli whose eyes swiveled around, with a hint of faint smile surfacing at the corners of her mouth. Clearly, she guessed Yi Yuan's intentions. "Miss Liu, what are you smiling about? Could it be that His Excellency really has confidence in beating the Grand Yin Divine King?" Ao Qian said in amazement. Liu smiled and said, "In terms of strength, Big Brother Yuan shouldn't be the Grand Yin Divine King's match yet. But for the Grand Yin Divine King to want to defeat him, it's probably not easy as well." Ao Qian and the rest were stupefied when they heard that. All were not quite sure what it meant. Yi Yuan's vision blurred, and he fell into an array formation. Sensing the power of the array formation a little, Yi Yuan smiled lightly and said, "Just 6-fold array formation? My Grand Yin Divine King, you're also looking down on people too much. Your formation's Tao strength. This Lu is all too clear. 6-fold array formation to deal with you is already plenty." Lu Linfeng's voice came from the void, but drifted from place to place, unable to determine his location at all. Lu Linfeng had once stayed at the Medicine King Hall for a considerable amount of time. In that period of time, Yi Yuan frequently exchanged what he learned with him as well. Therefore, Lu Linfeng was still very clear about Yi Yuan's level. Even though Yi Yuan's strength right now was very strong, Lu Linfeng judged that this 6-fold array formation was already enough to deal with Yi Yuan. "Is that so?" The corners of Yi Yuan's mouth curled slightly, his figure suddenly disappearing. He started breaking the formation. "It's no use. The formation's Path 9 scripts, 6-fold array, formation superimposing. The power, it's impossible even for Song Qiuyu to break it. You replaced him, even if your strength is stronger than him." And Lu Linfeng was calm and certain that Yi Yuan could not break the array formation when his voice suddenly became incomparably surprised. "Du, how did you do it?" Lu Linfeng was unbelievably astonished. His formation's Tao could be said to be on completely different planes with the Divine Realm's formation's Tao. Ding Zhanghua, who was hailed as the Divine Realm's number 2, at the very most only reached the level of his 2-fold array formations. If one's strength was powerful and broke the formation by force, 5-fold was already the limit for Yi Yuan's level of strength. 6-fold, it was absolutely impossible for Yi Yuan to break it. But Yi Yuan did not break the formation by force. Yi Yuan was currently wrecking the formation base right now. The formation's Path 9 scripts, each superimposing a layer of array formation. The power would rise more than several times. The difficulty of breaking it naturally went up several times too. Many array formations overlapping together. Even a formation's Pathmaster could not find where the formation base was at 2. But Yi Yuan was actually making easy progress like he was experienced. In a blink, he already broke a layer of array formation. Lu Linfeng's expression changed and was no longer able to be so calm like before. "Looks like I really underestimated you. Since that's the case, don't blame this Lu for disregarding old sentiments." Chapter 1183, Fated Person. Chapter 1183, Fated Person. Everyone looked over. That area of S, P, A, C seemed to have nothing, completely transparent. But the undulations faintly leaking from inside made people incredibly alarmed. They knew that the Grand Yin Divine King and Heaven Surmounting Divine King were currently in the array formation, undergoing a fierce match of powers. All of a sudden, this surge of undulation intensified several times all at once. And what's happening here? The power of the array formations seems to be strengthening. It said that the Grand Yin Divine King's formation's Path 9 scripts is able to evolve 9x9, 81 peak tier 9 array formations. These 9x9, 81 array formations, all 9 types superimposing together, is one script of the 9 scripts. Dealing with average void mystic powerhouses, 1 script is sufficient. The undulations just now have probably already reached 6 scripts. Now, it wouldn't have already broken through to 7 scripts, right? Don't you all forget, Yi Yuan is a Tier 9 array Emperor powerhouse too. His formations path is very impressive. Looks like the heavens surmounting Divine King caused considerable problems for the Grand Yin Divine King. 7-fold array formation superimposing. Yi Yuan immediately felt the pressure multiply. Even though Yi Yuan's formations Dao attainments were already extremely strong, compared to the Grand Yin Divine King, who comprehended formations Dao consistently over several thousands of years, he was still a great inferior. However, Yi Yuan's advantage lay in that he was very clear about Lu Linfeng's series of tricks. The Formations Path 9 scripts was originally the Array Formations 3 volumes advanced version. Even though the power could not be mentioned in the same breath, then again, the Array Formations 3 volumes was where the Formations Path 9 scripts foundation lay. Yi Yuan obtained the Array Formations 3 volumes and had long grasped it thoroughly, deducing the 9-9 illusionary spirit Heaven Slaughter formation from there. Although he could not break the Formations Path 9 scripts, Lu Linfeng himself similarly felt incomparably flabbergasted. He thought that the 6-fold Formations Path 9 scripts was completely enough to deal with Yi Yuan. But he discovered to his dismay that his array formations were just like a hollow man in front of Yi Yuan. Those concealed, killing mechanisms, Yi Yuan was actually able to see through at a glance. 7-fold, still not enough. 8-fold, still not enough. TSK, not seeing for many years this old fellow's formations Dao, have taken great strides in progress again. Yi Yuan said composedly. One sentence nearly angered Lu Linfeng until he spat blood. You brat, you are truly monstrous. What in the world did you experience over these 20 years? Not only has your martial Dao reached the acme of perfection, but even Formations Dao also shows a great trend of catching up to this Lu as well. Forget it. Since even 8-fold can't do anything to you, I'll let you have a taste of 9-fold's prowess. When saying this, Lu Linfeng's inner heart was falling to pieces. For so many years, there was really no one who was able to force him to this extent, who knew that when he was just about to display the 9-fold Formations Path 9 scripts, Yi Yuan suddenly said, "No need. I can't withstand the 9th level. This matter ends here. That whatever Violet Extreme Divine King, you have him scram further away. Don't come and provoke this young master. Otherwise, there's no mercy under my sword." Even with Lu Linfeng's several thousand years of ACCU emulation, he broke down due to Yi Yuan's one sentence too. You say fight, and we fight. You say stop, and we stop? However, Lu Linfeng really stopped. He was very curious how on earth Yi Yuan accomplished it. He had long discovered that Yi Yuan's understanding of the Formations Path 9 script Serpa said his imagination. It seemed to stem from the same line as him. He also discovered that Yi Yuan's Formations Dao standards actually still had a very great difference compared to him. But Yi Yuan's technique had the effects of overcoming a great force with little strength. The incomparably mysterious Formations Path 9 scripts to everyone in the world seemed like a lady who stripped naked in front of Yi Yuan. It was without any secrets to speak of. Lu Linfeng's figure emerged, his expression slightly dark as he looked at Yi Yuan and said, "You deliberately goaded me into taking action?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "A mere Duan Zheng Xiao. Do you think I'll place him in my sights?" Yi Yuan said these words rampantly, but he had the capital to be rampant. The high and mighty 10th Divine King in other people's eyes was merely a rookie who could be one-shot at any time in Yi Yuan's eyes. Where did you learn the Formations Path 9 script from? Lu Linfeng said grimly. I say, when I made you impart me the Formations Path 9 scripts back then, you cherished your own old broomstick. You probably never would have dreamed that I would obtain the Formations Path 9 scripts legacy, right? Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. Lu Linfeng's expression changed, and he said in shock, "So, you reincarnated in the endless world." With Yi Yuan saying so, How could he still not understand? The Array Formation's 3 volumes. He only left it in the Endless World's Grand Yin True Sect. Yi Yuan obtaining the inheritance. He definitely reincarnated in the Endless World. The expression on Lu Linfeng's face was very fascinating. He never would have dreamed that in an accident arising from many causes, Yi Yuan actually reincarnated in his hometown and even obtained his formation's Tao inheritance. Seeing Lu Linfeng's expression, Yi Yuan was secretly pleased inwardly. This guy, back then he pestered and begged him incessantly. His profound and inscrutable appearance made Yi Yuan very displeased. When he obtained the Array Formation's 3 volumes back then, Yi Yuan fantasized about Lu Linfeng's expression today. Now, seeing that he indeed had an expression of having eaten a fly, Yi Yuan wished to roar with laughter. You left behind 3 volumes of stone books back then, awaiting a fated person. You probably never dreamed that this fated person was actually me, right? Yi Yuan said smilingly. Lu Linfeng was speechless. All right, also this. Yi Yuan held up his palm. The mini vast heaven steel appeared in his palm. Lu Linfeng's expression turned intent, and he said in amazement, Vast heaven steel. You actually obtained the vast heaven steel. Then the vast heaven pag. Oda. A light flashed on Yi Yuan's palm. The vast heaven steel flew into a small pag. Oda. It was precisely the vast heaven pag. Oda. Right now, I'm a vast heaven pag. Oda's owner. Yi Yuan said with a wide grin on his face. Lu Linfeng was again speechless. He seriously had nothing to say. This brat was here to repulse him on purpose. Back then, he only made it to the 7th level in the vast heaven pag. Oda. Yi Yuan actually directly pulled the vast heaven pag. Up by the roots. He left behind the Array Formation's 3 volumes, awaiting a fated person, wanting to accept the person as his disciple. But this person was actually Yi Yuan. This was truly fate making a mockery of men. Only after a long time did Lu Linfeng let out a long sigh and said, Is the Grand Yin True Sect still all right? In a twinkle, several thousand years went by. I even forgot that I had once left behind this inheritance. I didn't think that when Lu Linfeng ascended to the divine realm, it was actually a MPY road too. No matter how talented the person, being able to reach Lu Linfeng's kind of height, they were bound to have suffered considerable trials. When he truly rose up and became a notable figure of the divine realm, it was already 2,000 years later. At that time, the Grand Yin True Sect was already just an ant-like existence. He would not go and pay attention at all. But now, hearing Yi Yuan mention the Grand Yin True Sect, it involuntarily stirred up Lu Linfeng's memory. Yi Yuan heaved a sigh and said, The Grand Yin True Sect had long perished 5,000 years ago. Lu Linfeng's entire body trembled, and he said, What did you say? Yi Yuan did not conceal it either, recounting the past of the fierce Gale world invading and the Grand Yin True Sect forsaking themselves for a righteous cause, filling Lu Linfeng with a vicissitude of emotions too. So that's how it is. It looks like I shouldn't have left behind Tao teachings back then in the endless world. Lu Linfeng sighed emotionally and gave Yi Yuan a very meaningful glance. Chapter 1184, Apologizing. Chapter 1184, Apologizing came out. They came out. How's the battle situation like? The Array Formation dissipated. 2 figures gradually emerged. When Yi Yuan appeared in front of everyone perfectly unscathed, everyone was stunned. Duan Zhengxiao's gaze turned intense, and he said in disbelief, How is this possible? Other people could not feel it, but he knew that the Grand Yin Divine King already displayed the formation's Path 9 scripts to 8-fold. At that level, how could Yi Yuan possibly be unharmed? Didn't this mean that Yi Yuan actually has the strength to sail the top 5? This was too surreal, right? What kind of foolish thing did he do to actually come and challenge a freak like this? Duan Zhengxiao currently felt that he really got carried away from entering the 10 great divine kings to actually court death until he wanted to challenge the heaven-surmounting divine king. For the Heaven's Secret Tower to dare publish this ranking and plea, they naturally had their reasons. He, this 10th Divine King, almost just kicked the bucket straight away. If not for the Grand Yin Divine King making it in time, he would most likely be the most tragic one in the history of the 10 great Divine Kings, right? Completely unharmed. This is impossible. I didn't see wrongly, right? The Grand Yin Divine King already unleashed 70% to 80% of his strength and was actually unable to do anything to the heaven-surmounting Divine King. My eyes must be failing. In this case, wouldn't the Heaven's Secret Tower's ranking really have issues? The heaven-surmounting Divine King should have entered the top 5. Those few geniuses were deeply astounded by this scene. They even thought that Yi Yuan was seeking death previously. Who knew that he was actually completely unscathed? His opponent was the Grand Yin Divine King, whose name had spread all over the divine realm for thousands of years. Before being led by the Heaven's Secret Tower, the Grand Yin Divine King's name already shook the divine realm, becoming the divine realm's formation path's #1 powerhouse. Now that several thousands of years had passed, the Grand Yin Divine King's strength was even more unfathomable. Yi Yuan, this newly ascended 6th Divine King, actually came out from inside the Grand Yin Divine King's array formation without a scratch. Violet Extreme apologized to the heaven-surmounting Divine King. This matter will drop at this. Lu Linfeng's one sentence made everyone's heart twitch violently. Was this considered conceding? Those genius martial artists felt that their worldview had completely collapsed. The corner of the Violet Extreme Divine King's mouth twitched as well. But since the Grand Yin Divine King spoke up, he could not run from this. At once, he could only bow down towards Yi Yuan and said, "Heaven-surmounting Divine King, Duan Zhengxiao has offended you. Please forgive me." At this time, he already did not have any complaints towards Yi Yuan. All that remained was only admiration. He knew that he was nothing in front of Yi Yuan. Seeing this scene, everyone had an unreal feeling. Turned out that the gap between the 10 great Divine Kings was actually so great? Or was it Yi Yuan, this newly ascended 6th Divine King, who was too freakish? It seemed like for Yi Yuan to be able to enter the 6th place domineeringly, it was indeed not by a fluke. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Forget it. I have no intention of vying for this empty reputation. That Heaven's Secret Tower stirring this up was also not what I hoped for. Today's matter will be dropped at this. Your strength is decent. Better focus on cultivating more. The fiend calamity is coming. Conduct yourself well." Yi Yuan's words made Duan Zhengxiao's heart fearful. Lu Linfeng also interjected at this time and said, "Violet Extreme don't have the heart of a vile character anymore. The heaven-surmounting Divine King and I are also considered old friends. His character, I'm still aware of it. This plea of 10 great Divine Kings is just a burden to him." Yi Yuan already got to know from Lu Linfeng that this Violet Extreme Divine King was his old friend's son who had some fortuitous encounters. That was how he reached his present cultivation realm. Duan Zhengxiao's face turned red, and he said, "It was this Duan who was impetuous." Lu Linfeng looked toward Yi Yuan meaningfully and said, "Gee, brat, it was this Lu's eyes that saw wrongly. I didn't think that your martial Dao talent was actually so outstanding. The few of us old fellows have roamed the divine realm unobstructed for several thousand years and have never encountered adversaries. It looks like this time a match really appeared. But this Lu has to offer you a piece of advice too. In all things, act within your ability. Take care not to force yourself." Yi Yuan was naturally aware of what Lu Linfeng was referring to and said smilingly, "Can eggs remain unbroken if the nest is overturned? Old man Lu, this isn't my burden alone." Lu Linfeng let out a long sigh and immediately left. "A farce wound up here. Ha, my lord. You're truly too incredible. Even the 3rd place Grand Yin Divine King couldn't do anything to you." Jiang Taitsong welcomed with a big laugh. Ao Qian also looked at Yi Yuan with a look of awe and said, My lord is truly becoming more and more unfathomable. But Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a laugh, My current strength is still far from that old man Lu. I reckon that he didn't even bring out half of his strength. Looks like the 10 great divine kings ranked in the top 5. Their strength truly cannot be estimated. Everyone's faces turned stiff, not expecting that it was such an outcome. Regarding Lu Linfeng's strength, Yi Yuan was rather surprised too. He had a feeling that Lu Linfeng's current strength likely already exceeded the formation's Path 9 scripts. As for what it was, Yi Yuan could not tell either. But it was certain that Lu Linfeng's current strength was likely not much worse off compared to the Spirit Bristle Divine King as well. The strength of the 10 great Divine Kings top 3 were likely already very close. These few years, everybody was improving. And Yi Yuan was just about to return to the Dragon Clan, but a figure followed behind them tremblingly. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, and he said to that person, If you're not leaving, could it be that you still plan on challenging me? That person hurriedly waved his hand. Of course, he only had one hand. This person was precisely Chao Yunji. Why, Your Excellency, this lowly one knows his mistake. I beg Your Excellency to take in this lowly one. This lowly one is willing to follow by Your Excellency's side and be a little follower. Chao Yunji hurriedly said. Yi Yuan gave him a glance rather surprisedly and suddenly said with a smile, Give me a reason to take you in. Chao Yunji drew a deep breath and said, These few days, this lowly one has been observing Your Excellency constantly and feel that you'll definitely be an earth-shaking mighty figure in the future. Following by your side, not only can this lowly one obtain many benefits, perhaps I can still leave behind my name for generations. In the future, I might not be unable to reach the boundary of the 10 great divine kings. Chao Yunji's words made Yi Yuan stunned. Actually, Yi Yuan had long guessed his objective. It was just that he never thought that this guy would actually say it out so frankly. After saying finish, Chao Yunji looked toward Yi Yuan with a flus, teared look. This was his true thoughts without concealing anything, because he knew that by giving an exaggerated tale, it was impossible for Yi Yuan to believe. Except, he did not know whether or not Yi Yuan could accept this kind of material idea. Swaz. H. Plus a medicinal pill flew in front of Chao Yunji. He instinctively used his remaining hand to catch it. One look, his gaze involuntarily turned intent, and he was immediately wildly ecstatic in his heart. Transcendent grade, sublimating regeneration pill. Thank you, Your Excellency. Chao Yunji bowed furiously towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan bestowing the pill showed that he had already accepted him. Furthermore, with this transcendent grade, sublimating regeneration pill, his severed arm could completely recover to its former state. Yi Yuan said coolly, Compared to hypocrites, I can still accept a genuine vile character. But under my leaders, H, I, plus P, if you were to have any devious thoughts, don't blame me for being ruthless. You have no second chance. Chapter 1185, Mystic Rank Token. Chapter 1185, Mystic Rank Token. The Violet Extreme Divine King went to challenge the Heaven-Surmounting Divine King and returned in great defeat. The Heaven-Surmounting Divine King and the Grand Yin Divine King matched powers, and both were completely unscathed. You're talking rubbish here, right? Yeah. On that day, there were 100 void mystic experts present. How can it be rubbish? I heard that the Heaven-Surmounting Divine King nearly killed the Violet Extreme Divine King with one sword. If not for the Grand Yin Divine King making it in time, the 10 great Divine Kings would likely have to change members again. But how can an 8th level Dao, profound martial artist strength possibly be so powerful? Although hard to believe, such are the facts. To be able to be named as Heaven-Surmounting, Yi Yuan's strength definitely can't be judged with common sense. Did you forget the rise of the 10 great Divine Kings fame back then was accompanied by countless skeletons? This time, it's clearly much more lukewarm. If those 100 void mystic powerhouses were really soft in the head, this divine realm would most likely have 100 fewer void mystic powerhouses. The ranking of the 10 great divine kings being fresh out of the press attracted attention all over the world in the first place. With so many people present during the Dragon Clan's battle, this news naturally could not be held back and spread out very quickly. In the wake of shock, people realized an anomaly. The heavens surmounting divine king's strength was truly incomparably terrifying. Although many people did not believe the rumors of cutting down the violet extreme divine king with one sword, whether or not Yi Yuan had the qualifications to enter the ranks of the 10 great divine kings, no one doubted it already. As for whether or not the ranking was accurate, that was really depending on one's personal opinion. Unless there was a ranking battle held among the 10 great divine kings, otherwise, body would know the accuracy of this ranking. And just as the Dragon Clan's battle sparked heated discussions, Yi Yuan already set off in secret, heading towards the Divine Realm's southern parts Nanzhao region. The Moonhowl sect was precisely a rank 6 holy land in the Nanzhao region. Yi Yuan walked into a medicinal shop in the Maple Moon Imperial City. The shopkeeper welcomed with a smile. "Sir, may I ask what spirit medicines are required? Although our store is small, there is a great variety of spirit medicines. I want a piece of blank paper, 2 maces of wandering flower, 3 tails of dark winter plum, for pounds of willow moon pearl. I wonder if your shop has it?" Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. This was the secret code that the spirit bristled divine king told him, and this small medicine shop was precisely the place to get in contact. When that shopkeeper heard Yi Yuan's secret code, his expression involuntarily changed. But immediately, he revealed a look of doubt and contempt. "Not only does our small store has these, but there are also even 5 pounds of Zi Tongren, 6 tails of white heart lotus, 7 maces of Su Huanjin, only lacking 8 stalks of soul extinguis. Plussing needles. Sir, come in, please. Xiao Tong, closing for half a day today. Seal off the shop." Although his face showed disdain, he still responded with the secret code and invited Yi Yuan into the inner hall. The reason why the shopkeeper revealed a look of contempt was because he saw that Yi Yuan only had heaven enlightenment realm cultivation. So he was very perplexed what in the world upstairs sent this brat here for. Very clearly, Tang Yun did not tell the shopkeeper who he sent over this time. Therefore, when he saw Yi Yuan, he inevitably despised him. Coming to the inner hall, the shopkeeper cupped his fists and said, "This old man is Gu Yongtang. I wonder, how do I address this little brother?" "Yi Yuan said lightly. The shopkeeper froze. Why was this name exactly the same as the newly ascended heaven surmounting divine king? But he did not think that this Yi Yuan was the other Yi Yuan. How could the 10 great divine kings possibly be a heaven enlightenment realm rookie? "Little brother Yi, not that this Gu is looking down on you. It's just that your cultivation. What can you do coming to the Moonhowl sect?" Gu Yongtang said with a frown. Yi Yuan smiled indifferently, but fished out a token. When Gu Yongtang saw the token, his expression could not help changing greatly. "Mystic rank token. Subordinate Gu Yongtang. Pays respect to Mystic Lord, Your Excellency." Gu Yongtang hurriedly gave a bow. This token was given to him by Tang Yun, but he was not told what purpose it had. He just said that he could display it when he arrived at the place. Looking at it now, this token was still pretty useful to be able to make a peak void mystic powerhouses bow his head in submission. Speaking of which, Yi Yuan didn't even know what the name of the organization was until now. Tang Yun's mysterious appearance made Yi Yuan feel somewhat at a loss. Get up. A peak void mystic powerhouse concealing in this Maple Moon Imperial City is actually able to persevere until now and not die. It can only be said that you're too lucky, Yi Yuan said coolly. Gu Yongtang was stunned and said rather uncertainly, "I wonder what Mystic Lord, Your Excellency's words mean?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Although you suppressed your realm, people who are powerful can see through your ins and outs at a glance. It's also that this small shop of yours is too inconspicuous. That's why it would be overlooked by people. It's just that when you take action, it's a little too troublesome." Gu Yongtang could not help choking when he heard that. He knew that what Yi Yuan said was right. Because his cultivation realm was too high, many things could only be investigated secretly, but not looked into openly. It was indeed somewhat inconvenient to act. The fiend race's genuine powerhouses could see through his actual situation with a glance. Suppressing cultivation realm, this sort of thing, could only bluff rookies. This is an essence sealing pill. Eat it. As long as you don't deliberately utilize essence energy, that's SERPA. SES the realm, you won't be exposed. Even if the fiend race's peak void mystic powerhouses came, they can't see through your actual situation either. Yi Yuan casually threw out a medicinal pill and said. Gu Yongtang involuntarily received the medicinal pill, but his gaze looked towards Yi Yuan in incredible shock. He finally understood why this one in front of him was just a measly little heaven enlightenment realm. Coupled with a mystic rank token and guessing, Gu Yongtang got an answer that made him immensely shocked. Could Mystic Lord, Your Excellency, be the newly ascended heaven-surmounting divine king? Gu Yongtang asked probingly. Someone capable of refining the essence-sealing pill, this kind of high-grade Tier 9 medicinal pill, was named Yi Yuan, and even possessed a mystic rank token, apart from the heaven-surmounting divine king. Who else could there be? Yi Yuan did not deny it either, saying with a nod, precisely so. Gu Yongtang hurriedly said, Subordinate was impolite. Heaven-surmounting divine, king pray, do not take offense. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, no worries. Talk about the intelligence that you found. Gu Yongtang nodded his head and started recounting the information that he found in this stronghold. This Maple Moon Kingdom was subordinate to the Moonhouse sect. The entire royal family had long been controlled by the fiend race. As for the Moonhouse sect, Gu Yongtang only intercepted and captured an intelligence personnel by chance. He discovered that the other party was of the fiend race, so he became suspicious about the Moonhouse sect. Any real definite evidence, Gu Yongtang did not grasp them at all. When Yi Yuan heard, he shook his head to no end as well. Messing around for a long time, it's equivalent to doing nothing. Yi Yuan smiled helplessly and said. Gu Yongtang's old face turned red, but he defended himself. Subordinate was afraid of alerting the enemy, so it was inconvenient to come forward on many occasions. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, I really don't know what Ting Yin was thinking. Investigating intelligence, this sort of thing, he actually sent a peak void mystic over. Furthermore, actually came in such a flagrant manner. Gu Yongtang shut his mouth and said nothing. Such words were not what he could interject. Yi Yuan asked again, then pray tell, did the Moonhouse sect has any abnormal activities in this period of time recently? Gu Yongtang thought about it and said, there really was. Originally, the Moonhouse sect recruited a batch of disciples at Heaven Enlightenment Realm and below every 2 years. But in this recent 1 to 2 years, they have already shortened this cycle to 3 months. Chapter 1186. Incredible. Chapter 1186. Incredible. This one is Mengguang. I wonder how to address this little brother. Yi Qing. Brother Yi is already 8th level Heaven Enlightenment at a young age. Your talent is truly unparalleled. Entering the Moonhouse sect this time, you'll definitely obtain the sect's heavy grooming. It's just that I obtained some lucky chances a few years back, which aren't worth mentioning. Rather, Brother Meng's foundation is quite solid. Your strength is likely far greater than your cultivation realm, right? Mengguang could not help looking at Yi Yuan in surprise, secretly alarmed that Yi Yuan's eyesight was startling. His talent was outstanding, and he already comprehended an Earth attribute supreme, true intent. Unexpectedly, this young man whose cultivation realm was even a level lower than his actually saw through with one glance. This Yi Qing was naturally Yi Yuan who sneaked into the Maple Moon Imperial City. Hearing about the Moonhouse sect's abnormal activities from Gu Yongtang there, Yi Yuan decided to enter deep into the tiger's lair to make a thorough inquiry. After all, eradicating the Moonhouse sect was not considered a big deal to him, but wanting to grasp the fiend race's intel, this was the top priority. Right now, Yi Yuan still knew too little about the fiend race's matters. At this time, these hundreds of people were currently on the way to the Moonhowl sect. Meng Guang saw that Yi Yuan had an amiable look, so he came up to get closer. But he did not expect that it was seen through by Yi Yuan with one glance. When Meng Guang heard this, he could not help saying with an said smile, "Elder brother, I was lucky by chance too, huh? It's just a shame that my cultivation has likely reached the end as well. Thanks to the Moonhowl sect wanting to start a war with the Crimson Feather sect. That's why they would relax the restrictions of recruiting disciples. Only then could I enter the sect at my age." Speaking of entering the Moonhowl sect, Meng Guang had a look of antic. 1p. Asian 2. It was just that in Yi Yuan's view, with this departure, it was likely very difficult to come back anymore. The Moonhowl sect increasing enrollment of disciples definitely had other motives. But Yi Yuan could not say much right now as well. One more person knowing this, the success rate of his mission would drop substantially. After investigating the intelligence of the fiend race clearly, he would naturally eradicate the Moonhowl sect, and these people would be safe. Chatting with Meng Guang along the way, they entered the Moonhowl sect very quickly. The Moonhowl sect's disciples flowed perpetually in an endless stream, showing a scenery of prosperity. Looking from the outside, there was not the slightest hint of a miss. But the way Yi Yuan saw it, it was another scenery. His essence, energy, and spirit, the three paths, already gradually approached major accomplishment. The power of the sun-moon heavenly pupil was also gradually able to be unleashed. The fiend energy concealed within the bodies could not hide from Yi Yuan's eyes at all. These Moonhowl sect disciples were all deeply entrenched in fiend energy and were already no longer normal people. The entire Moonhowl sect, only their batch of newcomers were humans. Yi Yuan observed carefully along the way, secretly memorizing each bearing of the sect in his heart. But no idea why. Ever since entering the Moonhowl sect, Yi Yuan kept having a feeling of apprehension and jitters. The phaseless realm deacon responsible for recruiting new disciples brought everyone to a side peek, sweeping a glance over everyone. He said coldly, "This place will be your lodging from now on. Starting from now, you're the Moonhowl sect's disciples. Because now is a special time. The Moonhowl sect's cultivation methods and martial techniques will be opened up to all disciples at no charge. Starting from tomorrow, all of you must cultivate well and serve the sect. Understood? Cultivation methods and martial technique opened up for free. Huh, the sect is really great to us. Heard that the Moonhowl sect's Moonhowl Heavenly Chant incantation is a Tier 9 cultivation method. If I'm able to cultivate this cultivation method, then I descend to the heavens in one step. Looks like entering the Moonhowl sect was indeed a wise decision." The deacon's one sentence stirred everyone's emotions up. Seeing these people's agitated expressions, the corners of the deacon's mouth curled up. These fools, death is at hand, and they are still unaware. Do they really think that there's free lunch in the world? The deacon sneered coldly in his heart. He glanced around the crowd, but his gaze stopped on Yi Yuan's face. The others all had excited looks. Only Yi Yuan alone had a wooden expression. His behavior was truly too conspicuous in a group of people. Actually, Yi Yuan really wanted to act a bit more realistically. But having him dance for joy with these guys, he seriously could not do it. He currently had a whole bunch of divine Tao cultivation methods that he did not have time to cultivate. How could he take fancy on a puny little Tier 9 cultivation method? In other words, acting required talent too. What? You seem to hold the sect's cultivation methods in contempt very much? The deacon looked at Yi Yuan and said with a smile that was not a smile. Yi Yuan did not expect that this guy suddenly came to find trouble with him. Although he did not know how to act, putting up an act still had to be done. At once, he bowed down slightly and said, "What's Lord Deacon saying here? Disciple is just not too good at expressing my excitement." Actually, Yi Yuan really felt that he said it very sincerely. But his expression was so offending in the deacon's eyes. I think that you just look down on it. Since that's the case, this seat will demonstrate to everybody. As for you, experience the power of the moon howl heavenly chant incantation well. Rest assured, this seat will suppress the palm force to the heaven enlightenment realm. The deacon said with a smile that was not a smile. Hearing these words, Meng Guang's expression changed, and he hurriedly gave a bow and said, Lord Deacon, brother, you really had no intention of offending you. He has this indifferent temperament to begin with. I chatted with him a lot along the way. He mostly had this expression. Meng Guang had good intentions, but coming forward at this time made the deacon even more displeased. He was devilified and filled with a foul and evil foreboding air to begin with. 1 or 2 jumping out, he felt that he had a need to demonstrate his authority. The 2 of you, just the first day of joining the sect, could it be that you want to rebel? The words that this seat said, could it be that you want to make this seat take them back? Or, do you guys want to be expelled on the first day? Said the deacon as he put on a cold face. Meng Guang saw Yi Yuan's frail body, gritted his teeth, and said, If your excellency really wants to demonstrate the cultivation method, Meng Guang is willing to accept this palm on his behalf. Yi Yuan could not help feeling slightly surprised. He and Yi Yuan had never met before and just exchanged a few more words on the road. Yi Yuan did not expect that Meng Guang was actually so protective of him. However, he did not put this deacon in his sights. Lord Deacon, this disciple is willing to let you demonstrate the moon howl heavenly chant incantation. It's just your strength is powerful. You need to go easier when attacking. Yi Yuan said. When the deacon saw the situation, the corners of his mouth curled slightly, and he said, You can rest assured. It's just demonstrating the cultivation method a little. He would not kill Yi Yuan, because these people were all asked for by upstairs. But he planned on making Yi Yuan lie in bed for a month. Meng Guang could not help panicking the moment he saw it. But Yi Yuan gave him a comforting look. Martial artists were mostly cold and detached. Those like Meng Guang were in the minority. When the others saw that the deacon wanted to display the power of a Tier 9 cultivation method, each and every one of them was the same as being injected with stimulants. Hua! The deacon revolved the cultivation method and smacked a palm out. Poo work! Yi Yuan forcefully pressured himself to spew out a mouthful of blood, his body directly flying out. But the deacon himself was also sent flying out. Furthermore, he flew even further than Yi Yuan. Everyone had dumbfounded looks. What the H? Yo. I was this. Yi Yuan struggled to his feet, wiped away the fresh blood from the corners of his mouth, and said with a heartfelt sigh, Lord Deacon's palm art is incredible. Our Moonhowl sex cultivation method is truly amazing. Chapter 1187, Strange Fragrance. Chapter 1187, Strange Fragrance. Yi Qing, are you all right? Meng Guang could not help asking very concernedly when he saw Yi Yuan's pale face. As for Lord Deacon, that was a phaseless realm powerhouse. He should be fine, right? The others had blank looks too. They did not know if they should be astonished by the Moonhowl heavenly chant incantation's power, or be shocked by Lord Deacon being sent flying. Yi Yuan clutched his chest and said, Of course not. Lord Deacon's one palm. How can I possibly be fine? He had got to be joking. His late-stage Tier 9 physical body, even if not employing any essence energy, it was also not what a measly little phaseless realm could break. Furthermore, toward a fiend, Yi Yuan would not show leniency. Just a moment ago, Yi Yuan utilized late-stage spirit rank dragon wave in the backlash force. A bout of hidden force already quietly slipped into the deacon's internal organs. Within 7 days, this surge of vibration force would activate, blasting the deacon into a pile of minced meat. The deacon scrambled to his feet. The gaze that he turned toward Yi Yuan simmered with anger. Brat, this seat showed mercy. You actually dared to ambush me? The deacon said furiously. He wanted to use Yi Yuan to establish his authority. Who knew that he stumbled, his face almost completely lost. Even though these people were dead people sooner or later, but where would his face be shelved? Yi Yuan hurriedly said, Lord Deacon, where did this come from? This disciple was injured by you. The deacon froze, only now seeing the bloodstains on Yi Yuan's chest. Clearly, he was already injured. This way, he really could not continue to make things difficult. He glared at him in anger and said furiously, "I'll be more obedient for this seat. This seat is warning you. Some important places in the sect are all layered heavily with restrictions. If you guys dare anyhow run once you MP into the restrictions, not even residue will be left." Done talking, the deacon flicked his sleeves and walked away. Everyone exchanged glances, all feeling baffled, and could only disperse on a sour note. Each person returned to their residence. Meng Guang was concerned about Yi Yuan and dropped by to visit him. "Yi Qing, your injuries are healed so quickly?" When Meng Guang saw Yi Yuan, he had a look of surprise. The current Yi Yuan had a ruddy complexion with a sheen. "How is there any hint of getting injured?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I have medicinal pills on me. A bit of minor injury is no problem." Meng Guang's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said solemnly, "Yi Qing, elder brother more or less still has some experience. If the deacon's palm landed on me, even though it's not to the extent of claiming my life, I'd probably have to lie on the bed for 10 days to half a month. Your background is probably not simple, right?" Meng Guang's age was not young anymore, and he had struggled at the bottom for a long time. He still had some judgment. It was precisely so that he took the initiative to strike up a conversation with Yi Yuan, building a good relations. I+P with disciples with potential in advance. The road in the sect would also be a little smoother in the future. But looking at it now, this Yi Qing was likely not just talented so simple. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Brother Meng, originally, I wasn't planning on telling you, but you're so righteous. There's no harm in this, giving you a few words of warning. This Moonhowl sect is a tiger's lair and dragon's den to you. These few days, Brother Meng has to act carefully, understood?" Meng Guang was startled inwardly, but did not quite understand why Yi Yuan would say so. But his thoughts were meticulous and grasped the meaning in Yi Yuan's words very quickly. Frowning, he asked, "It's a tiger's lair and dragon's den to me. Then it isn't to you?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "It's good that Brother Meng understands. But this matter, I hope that Brother Meng helps me to keep the secret. Otherwise, this show wouldn't be able to carry on. You can rest assured within 7 days, everything will naturally be revealed." 7 days later was the date of action that Yi Yuan and Tung Yun agreed upon, because he wanted to investigate this Moonhowl sect secrets, so he came over ahead of schedule. But Tanic storm surged in Meng Guang's heart when he heard Yi Yuan's words. His pugilistic world experiences were extensive. He was able to tell that Yi Yuan only revealed these thoughts to him because of his previous actions. Meng Guang took a deep breath and said, "You can rest assured this Meng still has this bit of moral standing." Yi Yuan's expression became solemn, and he said with a nod, "You just take it as if you don't know anything. Take care not to act rashly without careful consideration. Otherwise, not even I can save you." Meng Guang's heart went cold, and he nodded his head solemnly. Nighttime. Yi Yuan was currently comprehending the black tortoise treasure body divine art when suddenly a waft of strange fragrance bored into his nostrils. This waft of fragrance was exceedingly demonic and actually made people have a groggy feeling. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, and he instinctively became alert. What powerful, fiendish energy? Could it be that there's someone practicing fiend arts? Yi Yuan thought to himself. Yi Yuan did not dare to alert the enemy, so he dispersed his perception. Before long, Yi Yuan discovered that there were a few houses nearby that had activities. After that, several figures slowly walked past his window, melding into the depths of twilight. Yi Yuan struggled for a while in his heart, but finally still gave up. He knew that these few people would probably have little chance of returning. Not that he was cold-blooded, but him saving these people would definitely alert the enemy. Compared to finding the fiend race's base camp, these few people appeared insignificant. He was not a goody-two-shoes. Things that had lost the main goal because of small gains, he would not do it. Moreover, These people were totally unsympathetic. On that day, that deacon wanted to make him the target of attack. These people actually even waved their flags and cheered on by the side with excited looks. This kind of people, even if you save them, they might not be grateful to you either. Looks like this delicate fragrance should have something to do with the Moonhowl sect's frequently recruitment of disciples. Tonight, a total of 4 people were lured away. This batch found a total of 100-odd people. 3 months' time is just about right. Most likely, that whatever holy sovereign needs to cultivate his skill with the help of living people. Right? Yi Yuan guessed so. Sure enough, as Yi Yuan expected, after these people left, they never came back. Early the next morning, Meng Guang came to Yi Yuan's room secretly. After he entered, he poked his head out and looked around for a bit before shutting the door at ease. Yi Qing, did you notice that something seemed to be off last night? Meng Guang said. Yi Yuan looked at Meng Guang rather surprisedly and retorted with a question. Was something wrong? Meng Guang's expression changed, and he lowered his voice and said, Last night, no idea where a waft of fragrance came from. At that time, I became alert. However, that fragrance was too powerful. I only held on for a short while and became unconscious. This morning when I woke up, I specially checked on the side peak. Sure enough, several houses became quiet. The people who came in together with us are gone. Talking up to here, Meng Guang had a look of lingering fear in his heart. Actually, yesterday he was still half dubious towards Yi Yuan's words. But now, he was jumpy with fear and only wanted to escape this fire pit as fast as possible. Just as Yi Yuan said, this place was simply a tiger's lair and dragon's den. One wouldn't even know how they died. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, Looks like Brother Meng's means are not ordinary either. That fragrance is not what ordinary people can resist. Not only did you detect it, but you were also actually able to resist for a while.